Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories just for you. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. Right. We'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after a short break. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Blackbeard, the legendary pirate captain and archetypal swashbuckling rogue of the high seas. Picture the Atlantic at dawn, the slow creak of rigging and the smell of salt and tar over water. Lanterns sway, cannons line the gunwales as the sea drums against the hull. A towering figure stands on the quarterdeck with a black tricorn pulled low over deep-set eyes. A wide bandolier of half a dozen flintlock pistols hangs heavy like a portable armory. Ghostly threads of smoke curl about a bristling beard tied in tails with vibrant ribbons. This was stagecraft meant to intimidate and unsettle. This was Blackbeard, captain of the dreaded Queen Anne's Revenge. This brilliant naval strategist stalked the 18th century Caribbean and the colonial American seaboard, commanding a modest flotilla of buccaneers, often subduing his opponents by presence alone. His time at sea was brief, no more than a handful of years, but the tales of blockades, stolen ships, and narrow escapes spread rapidly, whispered in taverns, written in broadsheets, and carried across the 7 seas. He came to embody everything a pirate was thought to be: fierce and flamboyant, cunning and cruel. Even now, more than 3 centuries later, the spectre of Blackbeard still echoes through history. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll trace the man and the myth, letting rough edges soften with the tide. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's raise the sails with Blackbeard, prowling through uncharted waters, starry channels, and drifting tides of this golden age of piracy. Almost nothing is certain about the early years of the man the world would remember as Blackbeard. Even his real name comes down to us, blurred in ink, often written as Edward Teach, sometimes Thatch, sometimes altered again by scribes who copied from one another. He was most likely born around the last decades of the 17th century in Bristol, a port city bustling with ships and sailors. That is all the record gives us. From there, rumor and imagination fill the gaps. To picture him as a boy, one must look to the streets of Bristol itself. Tall masts lining the harbour, sailors returning from the West Indies with stories of sugar and storms, the boom of cannon practice carried on the wind. Bristol was a city of merchants and mariners, where fortunes were made and lost on the tide. It was also deeply enmeshed in the transatlantic slave trade. Ships left its docks carrying manufactured goods to Africa, returning with enslaved people forced into lives of bondage in the Americas. Edward grew up in a world where the sea meant opportunity, but also exploitation. Historians cannot say what he thought of it, only that he would later make his life among the same waters. The first true glimpses of him come during Queen Anne's War, fought between England and France from 1701 to 1714. At the time, men could serve as privateers, legally sanctioned raiders given papers by the Crown to seize enemy vessels. Edward almost certainly took this path, though his name does not appear in every surviving list. The war offered young sailors both employment and adventure. A privateer ship was crowded, dangerous, and unpredictable, yet it gave its crew a share of whatever prizes they captured. In those years, Edward learned how to fight with cannons, how to command men under stress, and how to maneuver a vessel under fire. When the war ended, thousands of privateers were left adrift. Their commissions expired, their pay cut off. A man trained to capture ships found that the Crown no longer had need of him. Some returned to merchant sailing, accepting lower wages and long voyages. Others, unwilling to surrender their hard-won freedom, turned pirate. Here is where Edward's trail takes its decisive turn. Was it simple necessity that drove him to it, the need to earn a living in unforgiving times? Or was there a darker hunger, a taste for the chaos and spoils that piracy offered? The records are silent, leaving us to wonder. Later, legends often exaggerated this choice. Some tales claim he was betrayed by officers, cheated of prize money, or scorned by governors who profited while men like him risked their lives. None of that can be proved. What we do know is that by 1716, he was sailing under a notorious pirate captain named Benjamin Hornigold in the Bahamas. This was Edward's apprenticeship in piracy, learning from a leader who was both respected and feared. Hornigold was selective about targets, often choosing Spanish or French vessels, careful not to anger England directly. In this company, Edward gained experience and reputation. It was during these years that he began to distinguish himself, not only as a capable seaman, but as a man who understood the power of appearance. Witnesses would later describe his size, his imposing figure, and the way he carried himself on deck. He was not yet Blackbeard, but the elements of that persona were beginning to gather, like storm clouds over the horizon. The boy from Bristol, shadowy in the records, had become a man of the sea, hardened by war, sharpened by necessity. From here, the outlines of a legend would start to take shape, carried by whispers among sailors, and soon to be feared across oceans. When the guns of Queen Anne's War fell silent in 1714, the world of the privateer collapsed almost overnight. Ships that had once sailed proudly under letters of marque were stripped of their legal cover, their crews dispersed into unemployment. For some, the path back into ordinary merchant service was open, yet merchant wages were meager and the discipline harsh. A sailor could toil for months only to earn a fraction of what a single prize had brought in wartime. For Edward, who had tasted the unpredictable wealth and freedom of seizing enemy vessels. The thought of such a return must have seemed unbearable. The crown had profited, the governors had profited, but the men who risked everything were left to scrape by. It is easy to imagine resentment growing in his mind, the sense of being discarded. Piracy offered a man like Edward more than just income. It offered independence. No king to answer to, no captain's whip, no merchant counting profits ashore while others bled at sea. It was in the Bahamas, at Nassau, that Edward found his turning point. The harbor there had become a kind of republic for outlaws, a loose community of former privateers who had turned pirate. They called it the Privateers' Republic, a rough gathering place of ships and men bound by little more than opportunity and necessity. Here, Edward joined forces with Benjamin Hornigold, a seasoned captain who struck targets with a mix of daring and restraint. Under Hornigold's flag, Edward honed the skills that would later make him notorious. Boarding actions, command of men, the careful balance of threat and negotiation. He learned not just how to seize prizes, but how to keep order among restless crews, men drawn from every corner of the Atlantic world. Pirate life was brutal, but it also carried its own form of democracy. Captains could be deposed, loot was divided by custom, and each man had a vote. For sailors long abused by merchant masters, this was freedom. It was also during these years that Edward began to experiment with the theatre of fear. Witnesses later recalled that he grew his beard long and thick, tying it with small colored ribbons that swung as he moved. He cultivated a presence that unsettled before a shot was fired. Legends later embroidered this image into something monstrous. Eyes that glowed in the dark, smoke that rose constantly from his hair, even rumors that he was in league with the devil. Myths often tell us as much about what people wanted to believe as what was true. By 1717, Hornigold's power was waning. Edward, ambitious and already commanding respect, was ready to step into his own authority. When Hornigold lost favor with his men, Edward broke away, taking ships and crew with him. He was no longer simply a former privateer, nor merely a pirate among many. He was beginning to craft an identity that would soon eclipse all others. What began as a choice born of circumstance, a war ended, a sailor left adrift, was now shaping into something more deliberate. Edward was not content to be another nameless marauder on the sea lanes. He was building something larger, a reputation, an image, a legend that would ripple far beyond the men who saw him face to face. The man who stepped out from Hornigold's shadow was already shaping a role for himself, not simply as a pirate, but as a figure larger than life. Edward understood something that many of his peers overlooked, that fear was as valuable as firepower. A reputation, once established, could empty a ship's decks before a blade was drawn. Witnesses would later describe him as tall and broad-shouldered, towering over many of his crew. His beard was his signature, thick, black, and left to grow long in an age when many men shaved or trimmed. He tied it with colored ribbons, small scraps of red, blue, yellow, or green that swayed as he moved. On their own, these were just eccentricities, but Edward wove them into a performance. He made himself unforgettable. The most famous touch was smoke. Before battle, he is said to have fastened slow-burning fuses beneath his tricorn hat and around his beard, so that tendrils curled up around his face. To the men on a targeted ship, the sight must have been terrifying. A giant wreathed in haze, eyes glinting through the sparks. Some said he looked like a demon risen from the sea. Whether he did this often or rarely, it worked. Many surrendered at the mere sight of him. He also armed himself to excess. Contemporary accounts tell of no less than 6 pistols strapped across his chest so they could be fired in quick succession. A cutlass hung at his side, and knives were tucked into his belt. Most men could hardly reload a musket quickly in the chaos of a fight. Edward sidestepped the problem by bristling with weapons. The myths grew quickly. Some sailors swore that his eyes glowed like coals in the dark, that his very gaze could unnerve the bravest men. Others claimed he was bulletproof, enchanted by dark powers, or that he could not be killed by ordinary means. Ghost stories painted him as something other than human, a fiend who walked the decks by night, a shadow that could not be escaped. These tales, impossible as they are, reveal how effective his performance had been. Men needed explanations for why his presence alone could disarm them, and yet behind the spectacle was intelligence. He was not a madman lashing out, but a strategist who chose targets carefully. Later depictions of Blackbeard often exaggerated the cruelty, painting him as a butcher of men. Yet the records show he preferred to take ships without bloodshed when he could. The image of terror was the tool, not indiscriminate slaughter. That contradiction, ruthless but calculated, is part of why his legend endures. Soon, word of the smoke-wreathed pirate had begun to spread across the Caribbean. Dockside whispers described a captain who seemed more phantom than man. Pamphlets in London hinted at his growing menace. Already, the name Blackbeard was taking shape, stitched from fear, rumor, and fact. Edward had crossed a threshold. He was no longer merely a sailor who had chosen piracy. He had become the living embodiment of piracy itself. That year, Edward was ready for a vessel worthy of his rising reputation. The smaller ships he had commanded could raid and retreat, but they lacked the presence of a true flagship. That autumn, fortune gave him exactly what he wanted. Off the coast of the Caribbean, he captured a French slaving vessel named La Concorde. The ship had sailed from France with hundreds of enslaved African people crammed below deck, bound for the brutal plantations of the Americas. By the time Edward encountered her, many had already perished from disease, thirst, or the appalling conditions of the Middle Passage. Contemporary accounts suggest over 300 were taken aboard, but fewer than half survived the voyage. When Edward's men seized the vessel, they found the crew weakened, the enslaved suffering. The fate of those captives is uncertain. Most were reportedly put ashore on the island of Beckway, left to fend for themselves. Some historians believe a handful may have chosen to join the pirates, drawn by the chance of freedom, however precarious. Piracy was no idol, but it offered escape from chains. What is clear is that Edward did not keep the majority aboard. His interest was not in human cargo, but in the ship itself. La Concorde was large and heavily built, capable of carrying hundreds of people and mounting dozens of guns. It was the kind of vessel that could project power across seas. Edward refitted her swiftly, stripping out the fittings used for enslaved passengers and installing heavy cannons. He rechristened her Queen Anne's Revenge, a name thick with meaning. To some, it was a nod to the war he had fought in. To others, a taunt to the new king who had left privateers abandoned. The name itself was theatre, a statement that this was no ordinary pirate sloop, but a warship under its own flag. With Queen Anne's Revenge, Edward's image soared. He now commanded a floating fortress, a ship that could overawe merchantmen and even threaten naval patrols. Contemporary reports claim she carried around 40 guns, making her one of the most formidable pirate vessels of her time. For sailors who glimpsed her looming silhouette, the sight alone could be enough to sap their courage. The myths began almost immediately. Tales spread that Queen Anne's Revenge was enchanted, that no navy could match her. Some said she carried a crew of demons, their faces hidden behind masks of smoke. Others whispered that she had never lost a battle, that she glided through storms unharmed. These were exaggerations, but they revealed the dread her name inspired. In practice, the ship was not invincible. She was heavy, and her size made her less nimble than smaller craft. But Edward wielded her wisely. He used her bulk to blockade harbors, and her cannons to force submission and frighten anyone who might resist. With this vessel, he became more than a pirate, preying on stray ships. He became a commander who could choke off entire stretches of coast. The capture of La Concorde marked a turning point. The boy from Bristol, the privateer left adrift after war, had remade himself into Blackbeard, master of one of the most feared ships on the Atlantic. The enslaved people who had once suffered aboard her were gone, their fate mostly lost to history, but the vessel itself had been transformed into a symbol of dread. With Queen Anne's Revenge under his command, Blackbeard's power grew quickly. The vessel's size and her powerful guns gave him leverage far beyond most pirates, who often relied on small, swift sloops. Edward now commanded not just a ship, but a presence that dominated sea lanes. Alongside her, he gathered a small flotilla of allied craft, modest in number, but under his direction, they multiplied into a threat greater than their size. Through 1717 and into 1718, he struck across the Caribbean. Spanish, French, and English merchants alike fell into his path. The tactic was often the same: sails rising over the horizon, Queen Anne's Revenge like an ominous wall of wood and iron, and a surrender offered before a shot was fired. Many captains, confronted with the terrifying sight of Blackbeard himself at the rail, chose life over resistance. His reputation did the work. From the Bahamas to the coasts of Cuba and Hispaniola, and then north toward the Carolinas, his name spread in fearful whispers. Some said he was everywhere at once, able to command storms, to vanish into fog, to appear again hundreds of miles away. Pamphlets and broadsheets in England painted him as a scourge of the seas, half man, half monster. In taverns, sailors spoke of his cruelty, but also of his strange restraint. Tales of men spared when surrender was swift, cargo taken, but crews left unharmed. It was during these months that the myths of treasure began to flourish. Rumors claimed he buried chests of gold on hidden islands, leaving no man alive who knew the location. Some swore he had maps inked with blood, or secret caves guarded by curses. Yet historians find no trace of buried riches. The truth seems simpler. Pirates spent their plunder quickly, on drink, supplies, and fleeting comfort ashore. Edward himself likely lived as lavishly as his means allowed, preferring to enjoy wealth rather than hide it. Still, the image of Blackbeard's hidden hoards lingers even now, a dream of fortune waiting beneath the sand. His strength was not only in fear, but in strategy. He understood the flow of trade, where ships were most vulnerable, how to blockade narrow channels and harbors. He chose his targets carefully, weighing the cost of resistance against the ease of intimidation. Violence was a tool, but not his first choice. A battle damaged ships and wasted time. Surrender was swifter, more profitable, and fed the legend that made the next surrender even easier. Among his crew, stories say he maintained order, not only with fear, but with a kind of strange charisma. Pirates lived under codes of their own making, dividing plunder by agreed shares, voting on major decisions. Captains could be deposed if they lost respect. Edward seems to have understood this balance, stern enough to command obedience, theatrical enough to keep men loyal, generous enough with spoils to ensure their trust. The seas, however, were not boundless. Colonial governors grew uneasy, merchants protested, and navies began to turn their attention to the menace. For now, Blackbeard moved with confidence, his black flag and fearsome image carrying him from port to port. But every successful raid, every captured ship, drew more eyes to his course. In the spring of 1718, he would make his boldest move yet. Not a simple capture, but a blockade that tested the reach of his reputation and left his name inked into history. In May of 1718, Blackbeard carried his legend to a new height. Sailing north with Queen Anne's Revenge and several smaller vessels, he set his sights not on a lone merchantman, but on one of the busiest ports of the American colonies, Charleston, South Carolina. Few pirates had dared anything so audacious. For nearly a week, he held the harbor itself in his grasp. Charleston was a city of trade and wealth, its wharves piled with goods bound for Europe and the West Indies. Dozens of ships passed through its waters, laden with rice, indigo, and timber. To blockade such a hub was to choke an artery of commerce. Blackbeard anchored his ships at the harbor's entrance, cutting off all traffic. Vessels attempting to leave were stopped. Those arriving found themselves suddenly seized. Panic rippled through the city as word spread. The pirate with the smoking beard and fearsome reputation was at their gates. The motive was not treasure, at least not in the usual sense. Blackbeard demanded a chest of medicines. Contemporary accounts suggest his crew was suffering from disease. Perhaps syphilis, dysentery, or fevers common among seamen. The irony is hard to miss. The most dreaded pirate of the age, holding an entire colony hostage, not for gold, but for remedies. Merchants and townsfolk alike scrambled to meet his demand. For days, negotiations dragged on. Hostages taken from seized ships pleading for their lives, fear mounting in the streets. Some later tales claimed he threatened to burn the city if denied. Others said he staged mock executions to terrify captives. Whether these happened or not, his performance worked. The colony, desperate to end the standoff, assembled the requested medicines and delivered them. With that, Blackbeard released the ships and the hostages and sailed away without firing a shot. The episode became one of the most famous of his career. Newspapers in London relayed the story with alarm. How could a single pirate blockade a colonial capital with impunity? The answer lay in the legend he had built. The sight of Queen Anne's revenge at the harbour mouth, with Blackbeard himself glowering from the deck, was enough to freeze resistance. The city surrendered not just to his cannons, but to his reputation. The myths grew in retelling. Some said the medicine was for Blackbeard himself, that he was deathly ill and sought to stave off the inevitable. Others whispered that it was for his many wives, though whether he had more than one is doubtful. Still others claimed he never wanted the medicines at all, but staged the entire blockade simply to prove he could. Historians sift through these tales, uncertain where truth ends and story begins. What is certain is the impact. By blockading Charleston, Blackbeard demonstrated that piracy was not merely harassment of trade, but could challenge the authority of colonies themselves. Governors were humiliated, merchants enraged, and the crown increasingly pressed to act. In their eyes, this was no longer just a rogue captain. This was a threat to order. For Blackbeard, it was both triumph and turning point. His crew had their medicines. His legend had swollen further. But his boldness also ensured that powerful men would now conspire to bring him down. The blockade was a masterpiece of theatre and strategy, but it also drew the curtain toward the final act of his story. In the months after the Charleston blockade, Blackbeard's fortunes shifted. He had shown the colonies their vulnerability, but he had also drawn the full weight of their attention. Governors along the coast began to petition London for action. Naval patrols increased. The Crown, eager to quell the disorder, issued a broad pardon to any pirate willing to renounce the trade. Known as the Act of Grace, it promised forgiveness to those who surrendered within a set time. Edward saw his opportunity. Sailing north into the shallow sounds of North Carolina, he deliberately ran Queen Anne's Revenge, aground near Beaufort Inlet. Some say it was an accident, the vessel lost to treacherous waters. Others suggest he grounded her on purpose, shedding an unwieldy ship, and perhaps even thinning his crew to keep the choicest spoils for himself. Whatever the truth, the great flagship of his legend was left broken on the sandbars, while Edward slipped into the tide of events. He presented himself in Bath, then the colonial capital of North Carolina, and accepted the king's pardon from Governor Charles Eden. To the authorities, this was a success. One of the most notorious pirates of the age had seemingly laid down arms. Edward settled briefly into life ashore. Reports speak of him marrying a local woman, his 14th wife if the rumors were true, though such numbers are almost certainly myth. Still, the image of the fearsome sea wolf turned domestic husband delighted the gossips of the coast. For a time, he lived as a gentleman of sorts, appearing in Bath, mingling with officials, even receiving visits at his house along the Pamlico River. Governor Eden seemed content to look the other way at his past. Some say bribes were passed, others that the governor enjoyed the pirate's company. Yet Edward was not made for land. The creak of rigging, the salt wind, the thrill of command, these called him back. Within weeks, he returned to the water. At first, his voyages were described as trading expeditions, but the line between commerce and piracy soon blurred. Ships vanished, rumors swirled, and Edward's name again carried menace. Some accounts suggest he colluded with colonial officials, sharing spoils in exchange for protection. Whether true or not, whispers of corruption clung to Bath, staining its governor's reputation. The myths multiplied in his absence. Tales spread of wild revels, of Edward hosting feasts where candles burned in the sockets of skulls, though no evidence supports such grisly detail. Others claimed he had grown weary of blood, that he sought to retire into comfort, yet could not resist the pull of the sea. As with so much of his story, the truth lies somewhere between. By the autumn of 1718, it was clear he had not abandoned piracy. He still commanded men, still seized vessels, still haunted the inlets of the Carolina coast. To the merchants and governors who had hoped the pardon would end his career, it was an embarrassment. To his enemies, it was proof that he could not be trusted, that leniency had failed. Blackbeard had exchanged one stage for another. No longer the master of Queen Anne's revenge, he was now a figure moving through the creeks and channels of the American coast, half pardoned, half outlaw, a living contradiction. His reprieve would not last. Already forces were gathering to remove him, led by a naval officer who would become his final adversary. By the autumn of 1718, Blackbeard's uneasy half-life as both pardoned man and outlaw had worn thin. His raids along the Carolina coast continued, and while Governor Eden seemed willing to look the other way, the merchants and planters of Virginia were less forgiving. Trade was suffering, fear was mounting, and pressure grew upon colonial leaders to act. Into this tension stepped a man who would become Blackbeard's nemesis, Lieutenant Robert Maynard. Maynard was a career naval officer, not long into his 30s, known for diligence rather than fame. He had served through the recent wars, proving himself capable, but without the glory attached to celebrated commanders. Yet in November 1718, he was given a task that would mark his name forever. Virginia's governor, Alexander Spotswood, alarmed by Blackbeard's proximity and frustrated by North Carolina's leniency, authorized an expedition. Maynard was chosen to lead it. The mission was dangerous from the start. Blackbeard commanded men hardened by years at sea, men who lived by plunder and were bound by loyalty to their captain's charisma. Maynard, by contrast, had two small sloops borrowed from the colony, Ranger and Jane, carrying fewer than 60 sailors. He had no warship of the line, no overwhelming firepower, only determination and the sanction of law. As his men prepared, rumors of Blackbeard filled the air. They had heard tales of the man's towering frame, his smoking beard, his bandoliers of pistols. Some whispered he was invulnerable, that bullets passed through him, that his head could not be severed. Maynard dismissed such stories, but he understood their power. To face Blackbeard was to face not just a pirate, but a legend. The chase led to Ocracoke Inlet, a shallow and twisting stretch of water off the coast of North Carolina. Blackbeard had anchored there with a reduced company, perhaps fewer than 30 men. Some believe he thought himself safe, sheltered by Governor Eden's protection and the shoals that kept larger warships at bay. Others say he was already weary, ready to drink and feast his final days away. Either way, he did not expect Maynard's sudden strike. At dawn on the 22nd of November, Maynard's sloop slipped into the inlet. The tide was against them, the channels treacherous. One of his vessels grounded, but the other pressed on. Blackbeard spotted them early and prepared. He had fewer men, but his cannons gave him the advantage. With a blast of iron and smoke, he tore through Maynard's rigging and deck. The opening volleys killed and maimed scores of sailors. For a moment, it seemed the legend would hold, that the pirate would sweep aside the law, as he always had. But Maynard had a plan. He kept many of his men hidden below deck, presenting the image of a crippled ship. As Blackbeard closed in to finish the fight, Maynard waited. The trap was set, and soon the two men would meet in a furious clash that would decide both their fates. The hunt was nearly over. The legend of Blackbeard was about to face its reckoning. The morning sun was low when Blackbeard bore down on Maynard's crippled sloop. The pirate's cannons had already torn ragged holes in the deck, splintered timbers, and left blood on the planks. Smoke clung to the water, mingling with the salt air, as if the inlet itself were holding its breath. Blackbeard, confident from the chaos he had unleashed, gave the order to close in. Boarding hooks clattered, and the final act began. What he did not know was that Maynard had kept the bulk of his crew hidden below. The deck of the Jane appeared near empty, strewn with the dead and wounded. Blackbeard leapt aboard, pistol in each hand, cutlass at his side, his men following with a roar. It was then that Maynard's trap was sprung. From below deck, dozens of sailors surged up, armed and ready, swarming into the melee. The clash was immediate and ferocious. Muskets flared at close range. Cutlasses rang against cutlasses, steel on steel. Smoke, sweat, and blood filled the narrow space as men grappled, stabbed, and fell. Blackbeard, towering above most, fought with a ferocity that stunned even seasoned sailors. Accounts claim he carried half a dozen pistols strapped across his chest, firing them one after another before swinging his blade. Maynard himself pressed forward, determined to meet the pirate face to face. The two men closed, swords striking, each blow heavy with desperation. Witnesses later swore Blackbeard fought like a man possessed, shrugging off wounds that would have felled another. He was shot 5 times, cut more than 20, and still he fought on, eyes blazing through the smoke. The legend of his invulnerability seemed real in that moment. Some believed he could not be killed, that dark forces kept him upright. Even as blood ran down his arms and soaked his beard, he pressed forward, roaring challenges, slashing with his cutlass. Yet sheer strength has limits, and slowly the tide turned. Surrounded, outnumbered, and bleeding, Blackbeard faltered. A final stroke cut deep across his neck, and at last he fell. The inlet fell eerily still. His men, leaderless, surrendered or fled into the shallows. Maynard's crew, battered and bloodied, stood in disbelief. They had slain the terror of the seas, the pirate who had haunted coasts and filled taverns with fearful tales. Yet in the stillness, even victory felt heavy. To prove the deed, Maynard severed the head and lashed it to the bowsprit of his sloop, a grim trophy meant to assure the colonies that their scourge was gone. His body, legend claims, was thrown overboard. And here, myth rises once more. Sailors swore it swam around the ship 3 times before sinking, headless yet defiant even in death. Whether invention or fearful embellishment, the story spread quickly, adding another layer to the aura that surrounded him. When Maynard returned to Virginia, the sight of Blackbeard's head swinging from the prow ended all doubt. The pirate was gone. Yet in truth, his defeat did not end piracy. Others would take to the seas. What it did end was the career of the most infamous of them all, a man whose life was short, but whose image endured. At Ocracoke, the man Edward Teach was finished, but the legend of Blackbeard only grew. With Blackbeard's body cast into the waters of Ocracoke, the man was gone, yet the legend had only just begun. News of his death sped across the colonies and over the Atlantic, and with each retelling, the story grew. Some claimed his ghost haunted the inlet where he fell, lights flickering over the water at night, as though his spirit still roamed the shallows. Others swore that on stormy evenings, the sound of distant laughter drifted across the waves, or that a headless figure stalked the Carolina beaches. Fishermen spoke of seeing a dark shape moving beneath their boats, a reminder of the headless body that was said to have circled Maynard's sloop before sinking. Such tales cannot be proven, but they have survived for centuries, woven into the folklore of the coast. Even in the more sober records, exaggeration crept in. Pamphlets and broadsheets in London depicted him as a sea monster, his beard ablaze, his eyes glowing like coals. Stories spread of wives numbering in the dozens, of feasts with skulls for goblets, of treasures buried on hidden islands. Historians today doubt much of this, yet the myths served a purpose. They elevated him from outlaw captain into archetype, the very picture of piracy itself. What makes his story remarkable is how brief it was. Barely 2 years of command, and yet his name outshone those who sailed for decades. Perhaps it was the theatre, the smoke and ribbons, the pistols across his chest. Perhaps it was the daring blockades and narrow escapes. Or perhaps it was the way his death, violent and dramatic, seemed to seal his image in permanence. 3 centuries later, his shadow lingers. His name is found in novels, films, ballads, and games. Children dress as pirates, and though they may not know his history, the image they imagine, the beard, the tricorn, the cutlass, is his. He became not just a man of the early 18th century, but the model for every pirate who followed. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Bonnie Parker and Clyde Barrow, two lovers on the lam in Depression-era America, whose reputation veered wildly between folk hero fame and outlaw infamy. Their story is set against the backdrop of a nation unraveling. The stock market had collapsed, farms withered in dust, and whole cities strained under the weight of hunger and want. In this landscape of hardship, a small band later known as the Barrow Gang drifted from state to state, living the way of armed robbery, stolen cars, bank jobs, and sudden getaways. Known for their heavy firepower and sudden bursts of violence, the gang quickly gained national notoriety after a daring shootout with police that shocked the nation. At the center of it all were the glamorous and dangerous Bonnie and Clyde, barely in their 20s, with sharp dress and a photogenic presence that made them irresistible to the press. Some saw the pair as nothing more than ruthless killers. Others saw them as folk heroes, outwitting the law and thumbing their nose at a system that had failed them. But as their fame grew, patrolmen guarded bridges and crossroads. Newspapers turned them into front-page sensations, while federal agents charted their every move. Though somehow, they always managed to stay one step ahead, slipping the net time after time. But no one can run forever. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll trace the lean years that shaped them, and the chase that pressed closer with every dusty mile. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's ride shotgun with Bonnie and Clyde along the highways, hideouts, and the divided legacy they left behind. The early 1930s in the United States were years weighed down by dust and disappointment. The stock market crash had long since rippled through every corner of daily life. Factories that once buzzed with machinery now stood cold, their doors locked and windows boarded. Freight yards swelled with men carrying bedrolls, waiting for trains that might take them to the rumor of work. Women lined up with children at soup kitchens, cups held out for thin broth or a slice of bread. For families already scraping by, the Depression meant not just less, but almost nothing at all. Banks, once seen as the sturdy pillars of American prosperity, became symbols of betrayal. People lost their farms and homes overnight when mortgages were called in and debts left unpaid. Auction notices nailed to wooden posts told of land seized and cattle taken. On courthouse steps, whole families watched their livelihoods vanish under the hammer of a sale they could not stop. With resentment thick in the air, anyone striking against banks or authority could find a certain measure of sympathy. The highways told their own story. Cars loaded with belongings rattled westward, families chasing the promise of work in California. Others had no cars at all and walked, pushing handcarts with all they owned. Roadside encampments sprang up, nicknamed Hoovervilles, after the president blamed for the crisis. Canvas tents and tar paper shacks lined riverbanks and empty lots. At night, the air filled with coughs, harmonicas, and the weary shuffle of those hoping for a better day. It was in this climate of despair and defiance that Bonnie Parker and Clyde Barrow would emerge. They were not alone in bending the law during these lean years. Bootleggers, train robbers, and small-time burglars dotted the landscape. But what set them apart was how swiftly they captured the imagination of a restless nation. Young, stylish, and inseparable, they seemed to stand in sharp contrast to the worn faces of breadlines and the sagging shoulders of the jobless. Where most bowed under hardship, they appeared to rise above it, even if only by theft and gunfire. The southern plains in particular carried both hardship and opportunity for outlaws. The back roads of Texas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas stretched wide, their dust covering fresh tracks before long. Law enforcement there was local, often poorly coordinated. A county sheriff had little authority beyond his line, so the simple act of crossing a state border could throw off a pursuit. For those willing to take risks, the Depression offered a landscape in which escape was always just a few miles ahead. Yet the dangers were just as real. Armed patrolmen waited at crossroads. Farmers carried shotguns, weary of cattle theft and prowlers. A man caught stealing food might be beaten or worse. Newspapers printed lurid headlines, feeding public fascination with crime while inflaming calls for order. Even as sympathy lingered for the desperate, many Americans wanted protection from the very outlaws who seemed to thrive when everyone else struggled. Into this unsettled stage walked Bonnie and Clyde. She was a waitress with dreams far bigger than her small Dallas neighborhood. He was the son of sharecroppers, drawn to cars, music, and the quick cash of theft. The Depression had shrunk their world, but together they found a way to step outside of it. With stolen cars beneath them and a pistol in the glove box, they began to carve a path across the southern states, a path that would soon catch the eye of the press, the police, and the public. Bonnie Parker grew up in the working-class neighborhoods of West Dallas. She was born in 1910, the second of 3 children. Her father died when she was still a child, and her mother moved the family in with grandparents to make ends meet. Life was narrow in its horizons, but Bonnie stood out, small, lively, and drawn to words. At school, she excelled in writing, often filling pages with verses. She married young to a man named Roy Thornton, but the union quickly fractured. By her late teens, she was living back with her mother, working as a waitress. She kept photographs of movie stars tucked away, and it was said she longed for something larger than the life around her. Clyde Barrow's beginnings were even harsher. Born in 1909 to poor sharecroppers in Ellis County, Texas, he grew up in a family that struggled to put food on the table. They eventually moved to Dallas, living for a time in a camp under a wagon bridge, not unusual for the very poor in those years. Clyde had a love for music and fast cars, but his path tilted early toward a life of crime. He and his brother Buck stole turkeys, cars, and eventually carried out burglaries. His first arrests came before he turned 20, and short stints behind bars hardened him. By the time he met Bonnie, Clyde already had the instincts of an outlaw, slipping between low-paid work and petty theft with ease. The meeting between them in January 1930 has been retold often, but what remains clear is how quickly they were drawn to one another. Clyde was visiting a friend's house when Bonnie came by. She was 19, he 20, and both were restless, searching for something more than what West Dallas offered. Witnesses later said Bonnie seemed smitten almost instantly. When Clyde was jailed soon after for a string of burglaries, she visited him regularly. During one of those visits, she smuggled him a pistol, which he used to escape briefly before being recaptured. The gesture showed a devotion that would mark her choices from then on. Clyde's time in Eastern Prison Farm was brutal. He endured hard labor, beatings, and violence from fellow inmates. The experience left him colder, more determined never to be caged again. By 1932, he was released, leaner, harder, and entirely unwilling to settle into ordinary life. The world of steady jobs and meager pay had little appeal. For Clyde, freedom meant the open road and the edge that came with living outside the law. Bonnie, meanwhile, slipped easily into his orbit. Though she never pulled a trigger in the way Clyde and his companions did, she was present on many raids and escapes. She carried cameras, posed for pictures, and wrote poems that mixed affection with fatalism. In her verse, she sometimes hinted that she knew how the story would end, yet she stayed. Together, they made a striking pair. Clyde in neat suits, sharp even on the run. Bonnie small but stylish, often in a beret or skirt. In a decade when most people trudged under the weight of hunger and worry, they seemed larger than life, glamorous despite their poverty. The bond they forged in those early years would prove unbreakable, pulling them into a whirlwind of theft, violence, and flight that would soon draw in others and expand into what came to be known as the Barrow Gang. By the spring of 1932, Clyde Barrow had no interest in straightening his path. He had been shaped by poverty, prison, and a restless need for more than ordinary life could offer. The jobs that did exist paid pennies, and with the country still sunk in the Depression, opportunities for men like him were slim. Stealing cars and holding up filling stations seemed to him both quicker and more certain than waiting for honest wages that might never come. His companion Bonnie was soon swept fully into this rhythm. She cooked for the small crew, wrote in her notebook, and often acted as lookout. Her devotion was clear, and it gave Clyde both comfort and courage. Together, they moved through Texas towns, sometimes staying only hours before disappearing down a dusty road. Their crimes began modestly. Grocery stores, small shops, and service stations were easy targets, their tills carrying just enough cash to get by another day. Cars were stolen almost as quickly as they were abandoned, each change of number plates buying them time. Yet as their confidence grew, so did the scale of their ventures. Banks, especially in rural areas, became their focus. Though Depression-era banks were not awash with money, the symbolism mattered. Many citizens resented bankers, and stories of a young couple daring to take from them traveled fast. Still, the robberies were rarely smooth. Shots were fired, alarms raised, and sometimes very little was gained. On more than one occasion, they fled empty-handed, abandoning vehicles in fields or creek beds. By late 1932, Clyde was no longer acting alone. His brother Buck drifted in and out of the picture, sometimes joining raids, sometimes lying low. A young teenager named W.D. Jones tagged along, drawn by the glamour of the road and the promise of fast money. With each new companion, the risk increased, but so too did the firepower. Clyde favored the Ford V8 for its speed, and military-grade rifles stolen from armories gave the gang an edge over poorly equipped local police. Violence became more frequent. Patrolmen stumbled into their path, and gunfire followed. Clyde was determined never to return to prison, and that meant no hesitation in using weapons when cornered. In one early clash, officers were wounded, and the gang slipped away, their reputation hardening from petty thieves to dangerous outlaws. Life on the run demanded constant movement. They slept in abandoned farms, roadside cabins, or cheap motels when money allowed. Meals were taken quickly, tins of beans, bread, and coffee from roadside diners. Bonnie's health began to falter after a car accident in 1933 left her with severe burns on her leg, but she carried on, bandaged and limping, unwilling to leave Clyde's side. Each month that passed drew them deeper into a cycle of robbery, flight, and near misses. What had begun as small-time crime now resembled a campaign against the law itself, marked by stolen cars, smuggled weapons, and a readiness to shoot their way out of traps. The Barrow name was beginning to circulate in law enforcement circles, and whispers of the gang's activities spread far beyond Texas. The stage was being set for the moment when they would leap from regional criminals to national figures, a shift that would come not from a robbery, but from photographs left behind in a hurried escape. As the months rolled into 1933, Bonnie and Clyde's circle widened. The pair had already proven inseparable, but their life on the road began to draw in others, friends and kin, who were willing to gamble on the outlaw's path. This shifting crew came to be known as the Barrow Gang. It was not a fixed company, but a revolving band of companions, some staying only briefly before prison, or fear pulled them away. Clyde's brother Buck played a central role when he joined in. Recently released from prison, he was older and carried the marks of years behind bars, yet he shared his brother's taste for the outlaw life. His wife, Blanche, followed along, at first reluctantly. In her later recollections, she admitted she never wanted the criminal existence, but love tied her to Buck, and so she rode too. Their presence lent the gang a domestic edge, with Blanche cooking meals and keeping camp. But it also increased the stakes, as more people meant more exposure. The youngest of the group was W.D. Jones. Enthralled by the excitement, he became both driver and lookout. His age made him reckless, but it also highlighted how fragile the line was between youth and crime in those years. Many Depression-era teenagers drifted in search of work or adventure. Jones found his with the Barrow Gang. With this crew, Clyde stepped into the role of leader. He had a sharp eye for cars, stealing Ford V8s wherever he could find them. The engine gave him an advantage over police vehicles, and his skill behind the wheel often meant the difference between capture and escape. The gang also armed themselves heavily. Raids on small armories brought them Browning automatic rifles, shotguns, and pistols, weapons far superior to what most local sheriffs carried. When police tried to block their path, the gang could lay down a storm of gunfire that left lawmen pinned and fearful. Their crimes stretched across Texas, Oklahoma, Missouri, and into the Midwest. Banks, gas stations, and small-town stores all fell victim. The take was not always large, often just a few $100s. But the symbolism mattered. In towns where foreclosures and evictions were daily news, stories of the Barrow Gang's raids stirred conversation. Some condemned them as cold killers. Others muttered that perhaps they were striking back at a system stacked against the poor. Life on the road was relentless. Tourist cabins were rented under false names. Number plates were swapped constantly. They learned to cook meals quickly, to leave lodgings with no trace, and to travel under cover of night when possible. Bonnie often carried her camera, capturing images of the gang lounging with rifles or leaning on stolen cars. These photographs, meant as keepsakes, would later define them in the eyes of the nation. Violence followed them at every turn, and every incident raised the temperature. Local sheriffs, already stretched thin, now called in reinforcements from state patrols and federal agents. Bonnie and Clyde's names appeared in more reports, and their descriptions circulated widely. Despite the strain, there was a strange normality within the gang. Blanche kept her dog, Snowball, close. Meals were shared, jokes told, photographs posed. In moments between raids, the group resembled a rough family on the move, rather than hardened criminals. Yet every time they set out in a stolen car, the guns in the back seat reminded them of the danger that shadowed every mile. By mid-1933, the Barrow Gang had become more than a local nuisance. They were a known force, armed, fast-moving, and unafraid to shoot their way to freedom. The law closed in steadily, but for now, the open roads of the southern plains gave them room to run. By the spring of 1933, the Barrow Gang had carved out a pattern of movement, weeks on the road, then a rented hideout where they could rest, regroup, and plan the next strike. In April, they settled in a modest two-story apartment over a garage in Joplin, Missouri. It was meant to be a brief stop, just long enough to recover and divide their spoils. To neighbors, they appeared as nothing more than a group of young people living a little noisily upstairs. Few guessed the cache of weapons and stolen cars tucked discreetly nearby. The police had already been alerted to suspicious activity, odd visitors, too many cars coming and going, and neighbors unsettled by gunshots they claimed to have heard. On April 13th, local officers arrived to investigate. They expected bootleggers or petty thieves. What they found instead was a heavily armed gang. As the officers approached the apartment, gunfire erupted. Clyde and Buck opened up with their automatic rifles, weapons far stronger than anything the local police carried. The narrow driveway became a killing ground. 2 lawmen fell, mortally wounded, and the others scrambled for cover. The gang managed a chaotic escape, speeding away in a car that roared down the road, bullets smashing into walls and windows behind them. In their rush to flee, they left behind more than they realized: weapons, clothes, and most fatefully, a camera with undeveloped film. When officers searched the abandoned apartment later, they found rolls of photographs that would soon appear in newspapers across the country. The images told a story more powerful than words. One showed Bonnie Parker in a beret, grinning as she leveled a pistol at Clyde in mock play. Another captured her with a cigar in her mouth, a pose that became instantly notorious. Clyde appeared dashing, leaning on stolen cars with a shotgun resting casually in hand. To many readers, the pictures were electrifying. For some, these photographs added a romantic sheen to their crimes. In a nation weary of hardship, here were two figures who looked like movie stars, living outside the rules. To others, the images were proof of recklessness, a flaunting of violence that mocked the suffering of ordinary people. Blanche Barrow later insisted that Bonnie did not actually smoke cigars and had only posed for fun, but by then the damage was done. The myth was fixed. From that moment, Bonnie and Clyde were no longer just regional outlaws. They were household names. Headlines painted them as the most dangerous couple in America. Their photographs splashed across newspapers in New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. The escape from Joplin came at a cost beyond publicity. The deaths of the two officers hardened the determination of law enforcement. What had once been a hunt for car thieves and petty robbers was now an interstate manhunt for killers. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, still young in its powers, began to take an interest. Patrolmen at state borders were warned to watch for stolen Fords with swapped plates. The Barrow gang could still vanish into the back roads, but the eyes of the nation now followed close behind. The photographs also revealed something more personal. They showed Bonnie and Clyde as inseparable, caught in poses that spoke of devotion as well as defiance. She looked small and spirited beside him, he confident and protective beside her. For readers, it was the combination, love and violence, glamour and gunfire, that made them unforgettable. The Joplin raid marked a turning point. They had escaped with their lives, but in leaving behind a handful of photographs, they gave away something harder to outrun: anonymity. From that point onward, the world would watch every step they took, waiting for the chase to end. The photographs from Joplin spread like wildfire. Editors knew what they had found: images that told a story of youth, rebellion, and danger all at once. For readers weary of headlines about hardship, the faces of Bonnie and Clyde offered something different, a strange blend of glamour and menace. Some saw them as nothing more than cold-blooded killers. They had left 2 officers dead in Missouri, and the media did not spare the details. For law enforcement, the couple represented a growing threat, armed, mobile, and unafraid to shoot their way out of traps. Yet even as sheriffs and patrolmen denounced them, others whispered a different view. Bankers had taken farms and homes, and many resented the authority that seemed to crush ordinary people while sparing the wealthy. Against that backdrop, the idea of 2 outlaws defying the law struck a chord. The fascination deepened with Bonnie's poetry. Among her belongings were verses she had written about their life on the run. One ballad, later titled The Story of Bonnie and Clyde, painted a picture of 2 lovers doomed but defiant. She wrote of highways, stolen cars, and the knowledge that their time would be short. The poem ended with the line that they would go down together, a grim prediction that would one day prove true. When the words were published after her death, they added another layer to the legend, the outlaw as poet, the young woman who knew her fate, yet chose to follow it. To many, those verses made Bonny seem more than a gun moll or accomplice. They showed her as reflective, literate, and self-aware. It blurred the line between criminal and artist, drawing sympathy even from those who condemn their deeds. Women in particular took an interest, some admiring her loyalty, others horrified at the devotion that bound her to such a violent path. Clyde, too, gained a reputation shaped by myth. Stories circulated of him freeing inmates from brutal prison farms, of his loyalty to family, and of his skill behind the wheel. The truth was often less noble. Robberies that went wrong, gunfire exchanged with police, men wounded or killed. Yet in the telling, these details often bent toward the romantic. A couple in love, dressed sharply, outsmarting the law, became irresistible copy for newspapers eager to sell. The folk hero image was not universal. Families of slain officers saw nothing romantic in the blood left on back roads. Communities that suffered robberies cursed their names, but the divide itself only fed the legend. They were no longer simply outlaws. They had become symbols of defiance and destruction at the same time, heroes to some, villains to others. Their devotion to one another seemed to soften the brutality of their acts in the eyes of those who wanted to see rebellion as romance. Yet their trail was littered with bodies, and for lawmen chasing them, there was nothing glamorous about the task. The story of Bonny and Clyde in these months became more than fact. It became a mirror in which America saw both its desperation and its desires. Love and violence, loyalty and lawlessness, all fused into a single tale that spread far beyond the dusty roads of Texas and Missouri. The months after Joplin were a blur of roads, cabins, and hurried escapes. Bonny and Clyde rarely stayed in one place for long. They traveled through Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, even as far north as Iowa, stealing cars as often as they stole meals. The gang carried weapons in the back seat, maps folded on the dash, and a nervous readiness that came from knowing the law could appear at any turn. Life on the run was both restless and harsh. Tourist cabins and cheap motels offered a few hours of sleep, though always with one eye open. Meals were tins of beans or bread bought hastily from roadside shops. On rare occasions, they stopped to pose for photographs, Bonny with her beret or leaning lightly on Clyde's shoulder. But even in those moments of playfulness, the reality of their life showed through: exhaustion, injury, and the knowledge that the chase never stopped. Bonny herself suffered badly in the summer of 1933. A car crash left her leg severely burned when acid from a leaking battery soaked through the floor. She could barely walk unaided, often carried by Clyde or leaning heavily against him. Yet she refused to be left behind. Photographs from those months sometimes show her leaning on a crutch, dressed neatly as ever, determined to remain part of the life they had chosen together. The gang's encounters with police grew more violent. Ambushes turned into running gun battles on back roads. In one fight at a park near Dexter, Iowa, officers were wounded, and the gang barely escaped. Each skirmish left behind not only bodies, but also stories that spread quickly. The turning point in public perception came on Easter Sunday, 1934. Two young highway patrolmen approached what they believed to be stranded motorists near Grapevine, Texas. Instead, they found Bonnie and Clyde. Shots rang out, and both officers were killed. Witnesses said Bonnie laughed or taunted the fallen men, though Blanche Barrow later denied this fiercely, insisting Bonnie never fired a shot that day. Regardless of the truth, the damage was done. Headlines across the nation carried the story, and any lingering sympathy evaporated almost overnight. Until then, there had been those who cast Bonnie and Clyde as folk heroes, striking at banks and authority in the name of defiance. After Grapevine, most saw them only as murderers. Many demanded their capture. Politicians called for stronger action. Even ordinary people who once cheered their daring escapes now whispered that it was time for the pair to be stopped. Clyde, undeterred, pressed on. He seemed convinced he could never be caught, relying on speed, nerve, and firepower to carry him through. But the net was tightening. Patrols guarded bridges, roadblocks sprouted at state lines, and federal agents began working more closely with local lawmen. Each escape grew narrower, each raid more dangerous. The Barrow gang were now fewer in number, whittled down by arrests and deaths. Yet Bonnie and Clyde clung to one another, partners bound by loyalty as much as desperation. Their story had crossed a threshold, and as the roads grew hotter with pursuit, a relentless lawman was already beginning to track their every move. By early 1934, the Barrow gang was dwindling. Arrests, deaths, and injuries had taken their toll. What remained was Bonnie, Clyde, and a shrinking circle of companions, worn thin from months of running. They had outlasted countless chases, but their enemies were learning. Local sheriffs could be outgunned, but the combined efforts of state and federal forces made escape far harder. It was at this moment that former Texas Ranger Frank Hamer was brought in. A tall, weathered man with a reputation for patience and resolve, Hamer had tracked outlaws across Texas for decades. He studied Bonnie and Clyde not as a pair of criminals, but as a problem to be solved. He knew their habits, how they relied on fast cars, how they circled through Texas, Louisiana, and Oklahoma, how they stopped often to see family. Hamer mapped their movements until patterns began to emerge. The couple's devotion to family proved both their comfort and their weakness. They visited parents, siblings, and old neighbors whenever they could, often risking exposure for the sake of a few hours at home. Hamer watched these visits carefully. He learned where they were likely to stop for fuel, which back roads they favored, and how long they stayed in one place. The net was slowly being drawn, mile by mile. Meanwhile, Bonnie and Clyde continued their raids. Small banks, filling stations, and grocery stores still felt the sting of their robberies, though the rewards were often meager. They were constantly on the move, sleeping in stolen cars or ramshackle cabins, living with the strain of never knowing who might be around the next bend. Patrolmen guarded bridges and crossroads. Roadblocks multiplied, and yet somehow the pair managed to slip away again and again. To the public, they were both notorious and strangely magnetic. To law enforcement, they were simply dangerous. By now, their list of crimes included multiple murders, and officers across several states were desperate to see them stopped. Hamer's patience set him apart. He did not rush into traps or seek a flashy arrest. Instead, he shadowed them from a distance, noting each turn, each meeting, each roadside stop. Slowly, he assembled a posse of hand-picked men, seasoned officers who knew how to lie in wait. The stage was nearly set. Bonnie and Clyde still believed in their ability to outrun the law, their Ford engines roaring down back roads and their rifles stacked in the back seat. But with every passing week, the walls were closing in. The chase that had once seemed endless was heading for a single, final road. By May 1934, Bonnie and Clyde had run out of safe ground. Their names were known in every sheriff's office, from Texas to Missouri. They were worn thin, living out of cars and cheap cabins, shifted constantly to stay ahead of the pursuit. Yet even with danger close, they still circled back to Louisiana, where family ties pulled them again and again. It was this loyalty that gave Frank Hamer the opening he had been waiting for. Hamer and his hand-picked posse had tracked the pair for weeks, shadowing their movements through back roads and border towns. He knew they often visited Henry Methvin, an accomplice, and that Methvin's father lived near Bienville Parish in northern Louisiana. With patience born of long experience, Hamer positioned his men along the routes Bonnie and Clyde were most likely to take. On the night of May 22nd, the posse waited by a rural road lined with pine and brush. They were armed heavily and carried orders to bring the couple down. Before dawn broke the next morning, they were already in place, concealed by the thick trees, listening for the sound of an engine. It was early on the 23rd of May when the Ford V8 came into view, dust rising behind it. Clyde was at the wheel, Bonnie beside him. They slowed when they saw Methvin's truck parked on the roadside. A ruse arranged with Methvin's father to lure them in. For an instant, the scene might have seemed like countless others, just another back road and another meeting. The posse opened fire. Dozens of rounds tore into the car before either could react. The Ford lurched forward, engine screaming, then rolled into a ditch. When the shooting stopped, the couple lay still. Their bodies were riddled with bullets. Their brief, furious journey ended in an instant. Word of the ambush spread almost immediately. Locals rushed to the scene, crowding around the wreck. Some cut locks of Bonnie's hair. Others tore fragments of her dress. Shell casings were pocketed as souvenirs. By the time the authorities arrived to clear the road, the crowd had grown so thick that officers struggled to control it. The car, perforated with more than 100 bullet holes, became a grim symbol. Photographs of the wreck appeared in newspapers across the country. To some readers, the end was justice served. To others, it was a tragic conclusion to a story that had always felt larger than life. The ambush at Bienville Parish marked the final chapter for Bonnie Parker and Clyde Barrow. Their legend, however, was only beginning to grow. The ambush at Bienville Parish brought an end to the chase, but it marked the beginning of something harder to contain: the legend of Bonnie and Clyde. Within hours of their deaths, photographs of the bullet-riddled Ford V8 were seen nationwide. Images showed their bodies slumped inside, glass shattered, metal torn. For many, the sight was proof that justice had been delivered. For others, it was a moment of grim fascination. The outlaws whose faces had filled front pages were now gone, yet more present in the imagination than ever before. Crowds gathered in West Dallas and along the roads of Louisiana. The funeral homes were overwhelmed as thousands pressed in to catch a glimpse of the coffins. Flowers arrived in stacks. Reporters jostled for position, scribbling every rumor, from Bonnie's lipstick shade to Clyde's last words, though no one had truly heard them. The public's hunger for detail showed no sign of slowing. Their legend was fed not just by the newspapers, but by the relics left behind. The death car, riddled with bullet holes, was displayed for years, drawing crowds wherever it went. Souvenirs were sold, stories embroidered, and songs composed. Within months, ballads romanticized the pair as doomed lovers who had lived fiercely and died suddenly. The poem Bonnie had written, the story of Bonnie and Clyde, was published, and readers marveled at its eerie prediction of their end. Yet the debate never settled. To law enforcement and the families of slain officers, they were killers who left a trail of grief across the southern states. To some of the public, especially those who had lost homes and farms during the Depression, they were folk heroes who stood against a world that had offered them little. The tension between those views kept their memory alive. Hollywood eventually seized on the story. Films, books, and songs all portrayed the couple in ways that blurred fact and fiction. The photographs from Joplin, the poems, and the stories of narrow escapes became part of American folklore. Even today, Bonnie and Clyde remain symbols both of rebellion and of reckless destruction. Their true legacy lies somewhere in between. They were hardened by poverty and prison, pulled together by love as much as crime. They lived for 3 furious years on the run, defying the law at every turn until the road ended in Louisiana. What they left behind was more than headlines. It was a divided memory, part tragedy, part myth, and part warning about the thin line between desperation and defiance. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Percy Fawcett and his fateful search for the lost city of Z, an advanced ancient city of unimaginable riches hidden deep in the vast green heart of the Amazon. The early 20th century was an age of maps still unfinished. Into these uncharted lands stepped a British explorer who believed history should be protected, not plundered. Decades later, his daring expeditions would help inspire the whip-wielding fictional archaeologist Indiana Jones, who held a similar conviction. Fawcett was certain the rainforest concealed the remnants of an ancient and sophisticated civilization. He spent years navigating rivers that coiled like bronze serpents, enduring stifling heat and drenching rains, driven always by the vision of its moss-clad stone towers and paved avenues beneath the canopy. Then, in 1925, he set out to find it. His expedition was unlike the grand ventures of others. No long caravan of men, no heavy train of supplies to draw attention. Just himself, his young son, and a close friend, traveling lightly into the dense wilderness. But these three figures never returned. What became of them remains one of history's enduring riddles. Some believe they fell victim to illness, starvation, or a hostile encounter far from any hope of rescue. Others suspect they became hopelessly lost, swallowed by a labyrinth of rivers and tangled forest. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll trace the winding path of an explorer's dream and mysterious disappearance. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's follow Percy Fawcett into the tangled depths of a quest that consumed him, the quest for the lost city of Z. The Amazon in the early 1900s was a realm of tangled waterways and endless forest that resisted every effort of the cartographer's pen to chart it. Rivers wound in endless coils, their brown waters carrying leaves and silt from forests older than any city. The air was heavy, fragrant with damp earth and the faint sweetness of orchids clinging to high branches. Shafts of green filtered light shifted with the sway of the canopy, dappling the forest floor below. It was here, on the edge of this immense wilderness, that a British surveyor found himself drawn into a mystery that would define the rest of his life. Percy Harrison Fawcett first came to South America under the banner of the Royal Geographical Society, tasked with charting the boundaries between Brazil, Bolivia, and Peru. The work was painstaking, taking bearings under a punishing sun, measuring distances through swamps and tangled undergrowth, and keeping meticulous records of every hill, bend, and tributary. Yet it was more than duty that carried him forward. Days in the field became weeks, then months. He encountered small settlements where life moved at the slow rhythm of the river. He listened to accounts from rubber tappers, traders, and indigenous guides who spoke of strange stone formations and earthworks hidden far from the main waterways. Sometimes they told of carved idols mossed over in the undergrowth, or embankments running in arrow-straight lines where no natural feature could explain them. The explorer stored these details away, each one a faint glimmer that the forest's past might hold more than the world imagined. Back in London, the prevailing view was that the Amazon was a place too harsh to have nurtured great civilizations. The heat, the poor soil, and the floods were seen as barriers to the rise of anything more than small, scattered communities. But in the mind of the man who had walked its trails, these dismissals felt premature. He had seen the skill with which indigenous peoples adapted to the land, and he could not shake the idea that long before Europeans came, there had been others who had thrived here, builders, planners, city makers. The deeper he went, the more the forest seemed to invite him onward. Every bird call, every shifting shadow on the water's surface hinted at what might be concealed beneath leaves and vines. At times, he would pause on a high riverbank, looking out over miles of treetops, fading into blue haze, and wonder if somewhere in that sea of green lay stone streets where the jungle now ruled. These thoughts didn't fade when he left the Amazon. They grew stronger until they became a conviction. The maps he returned with bore crisp lines where there had once been blanks, but for Percy, they marked only the beginning. Somewhere beyond those edges, he believed, stood the ruins of a city that would change the understanding of the entire continent, and he intended to find it. Percy Fawcett was born on the English coast in 1867, where cliffs met a restless sea and weather set its own terms. Early discipline came through the Royal Military Academy, and then the Royal Artillery, where precision became habit. Gunnery tables, angles, and the calm of careful calculation shaped a mind that trusted instruments and patient observation. Posting to Ceylon added heat, monsoon smell, and the feel of long marches under saturated skies. The body toughened, so did the will. Survey work followed, and with it, the craft that would define his life. He learned to read a horizon at a glance, to plant a tripod in stubborn ground, to keep notes as neat as map grid lines. The theodolite became a companion, the compass a kind of second heartbeat. He came to enjoy the methodical rhythm of the task. Numbers on a page fused with ridgelines, river bends, and rising ground until the terrain itself seemed to speak through figures. The Royal Geographical Society sharpened these skills, adding instruction in cartography, astronomy, and field hygiene. By the time South America called, Percy had cultivated habits that made survival more likely. Travel light, keep gear dry, boil water, treat the feet well. He carried a small medical kit and learned to sleep when he could, eat when food was at hand, and accept discomfort as part of the rate of travel. A stoic streak helped. He could endure feverish air, chafing uniforms, and the pests that found every seam. Colleagues noticed his composure and the way fatigue seemed to slide past him. Word spread that he resisted illnesses that humbled other men. There was steel beneath the reserve. He respected indigenous communities and preferred caution over confrontation. Firearms were last resort, not a way of moving through the world. Over years and multiple expeditions from 1906 onward, he mapped rivers that had been sketched only in rumour and corrected borders where guesswork had long stood in for measurement. Reports he sent home held the crisp tone of a professional, yet they also carried a hum of wonder at the continent's scale and strangeness. Life in England threaded through these journeys. There was a marriage, a home life carried in letters, and children who grew as he returned again and again to the tropics. In between expeditions, he lectured, consulted, refined equipment lists, and pored over archives. He studied fragments of pottery and accounts of raised fields. He compared the spacing of ancient earthworks to the distances of known city plans. When a Portuguese manuscript described stone remains in the interior, it did not land on an empty table. It settled among years of notes that already traced an outline of possibility. Experience had made him careful, but it had also made him bold. He had seen how small decisions in camp turned into miles gained on the river, how patience widened the margin between disaster and success. The tools of artillery and the rigor of surveying had given him a way of approaching the unknown. That method became a creed. Measure what you can, endure what you must, and keep moving toward the place that calls from just beyond the edge of the map. In the National Library of Rio de Janeiro, among brittle folios and fading ink, Percy came across a document that seemed to breathe with the heat of the interior. It was an 18th century Portuguese account, penned by a fortune-seeking frontiersman who roamed the interior in search of gold and new lands. The pages spoke of a ruined stone city, deep in the forest, with wide streets and a plaza laid out under the sun. There were coordinates, rough by modern standards, yet fixed enough to plot on a map. He pictured a civic heart of dressed stone, with a broad plaza and straight avenues set out like a compass. Beyond it, platforms and storehouses would anchor dwellings of timber and earth, with raised fields spreading into the floodplain. If such a place existed, it would show planning, surplus, and memory held in stone. The description carried the matter-of-fact tone of someone who had stood there and taken stock. At the time, most scholars dismissed such claims. The prevailing view painted the Amazon as a cradle of scattered tribes and temporary settlements, a place incapable of sustaining the surplus and organization that great cities require. But in the mind of the explorer, who had walked its trails and heard its stories, the manuscript felt like a spark falling into dry tinder. He had already heard of unusual mounds, earthworks, and stone fragments from indigenous guides and local settlers. Now here was a written account that not only confirmed such whispers, but gave them shape. He pored over the text, tracing his finger along the latitude and longitude, imagining the journey it would take to reach that point. The forest there was dense, roadless, and largely unmapped, a region where rivers split and rejoined in labyrinthine fashion. 1,000 miles from the coast, a traveler would be far from help, supply lines, or the reach of most authorities. The hazards were obvious: disease, hostile encounters, the sheer exhaustion of hacking a path day after day. Yet the thought of paved streets and ancient stone under the shade of towering trees was irresistible. Other clues emerged over the years. reports of roads raised above the floodplain, of pottery scattered across open ground where no village now stood, of geometric patterns traced in the earth. These accounts often came from those with little to gain by invention: rubber tappers, hunters, missionaries. The fragments did not form a full picture, but they were enough to suggest a lost chapter in the history of the continent. What drew him was not the prospect of gold or precious stones, but the chance to challenge accepted wisdom. If the Amazon had once hosted a civilization of planners, builders, and farmers working at a grand scale, then the story of the Americas would need to be rewritten. The manuscript, with its measured prose and steady hand, was a lodestar in that belief. Each time he returned from an expedition, the pull of that possible city grew stronger. The lines on the map beckoned, leading toward a place where myth and evidence might meet. Somewhere beyond the rivers and the tangled undergrowth, he imagined, stood the stones that would prove the forest had a history far older and more complex than anyone in London or Rio yet believed. Before committing to a grand push into the heart of the unknown, Percy set out on smaller journeys, each one a test of both the theory and his own endurance. These expeditions carried him along winding tributaries where the air hung heavy with the scent of wet leaves and wood smoke from distant cooking fires. Days began with the damp chill before sunrise and ended beneath a sky thick with stars, the forest edge a shifting wall of shadow and sound. He looked for patterns, fragments of pottery in unexpected places, the faint outline of embankments cutting through the undergrowth, soil that had been blackened and enriched long ago by human hands. The people he met along the way sometimes spoke of mounds that rose in symmetrical shapes, or stretches of ground where crops grew more readily than in the surrounding forest. These were small signs, yet in his mind they were part of a larger mosaic. Travel was never easy. Heavy rains turned the ground into deep clay, swallowing boots with each step. Rivers ran fast and full, hiding submerged logs and sudden drops. Mosquitoes swarmed in clouds, and the air itself seemed to press upon the body. Illness could fell a man in days, and supplies dwindled faster than planned. Yet each challenge was met with the same measured resolve: pace the march, protect the feet, keep the compass true. Often, the signs of human presence were subtle. He expected Z to appear not as a lone citadel, but as a constellation of sites, linked by embankments and paths. Canals and fish weirs would speak of water managed to a plan, while earthwork rings and causeways would mark public spaces where people once gathered. A shard of painted clay turned up in a streambed, a line of stones half buried in vines, or a long straight rise in the earth that led nowhere in particular. In such moments, he would stop and let his gaze travel across the land, imagining how it might have looked centuries earlier. Open spaces ringed with dwellings, markets alive with movement, fields worked with skill. When he returned to civilization after these journeys, his findings rarely persuaded the skeptics. To them, a fragment of pottery proved only that a small village had once stood there. A line of earth could be the work of nature. Yet to the man who had traced these signs in the field, each fragment added weight to the possibility of something greater. He did not expect proof to come easily. The forest kept its history close. The expeditions sharpened his sense of what would be needed for a decisive attempt. He refined his kit, paring down to essentials, choosing tools that could endure months in the damp. He learned which foods could be carried longest, which rivers offered the most reliable paths, and how to read the mood of a guide before the journey turned sour. These lessons were stored away, ready for the day he would need them, though it wouldn't be long. By 1925, years of preparation, observation, and conviction had distilled into a single, decisive plan. Percy would make one last push toward the coordinates described in the Portuguese manuscript. A journey deep into a region where few outsiders had ever walked and fewer still had returned. This time, there would be no large caravan of porters or hired soldiers. Instead, he would travel light, believing that a small, self-sufficient party could move faster, draw less attention, and avoid the quarrels and delays that came with large expeditions. He chose his companions with care. His eldest son, Jack, now in his 20s, shared his curiosity for the unknown and had the stamina for the hardships ahead. Jack's friend, Raleigh Rimmel, was similarly young, fit, and eager for adventure. Both were inexperienced in jungle travel, but their youth and determination seemed to outweigh the risks in his mind. The decision was bold, some said reckless, but to him it was the cleanest way forward. The plan was to follow a route up the Xingu River and into the deep interior, then strike overland toward the supposed location of Z. Supplies were paired to the essentials. The rifles they carried were for hunting and deterrence, not conquest. The rest would be carried in packs, light enough for each man to bear his own load, without reliance on animals or extra porters. Letters sent before departure carried an air of certainty. He wrote to his wife that he was confident they would succeed, and that she should not be alarmed if they fell out of touch for some weeks. In his mind, the journey would take a matter of months. They would return with news, perhaps even with sketches or photographs of ruins hidden in the canopy. As their departure date drew near, they gathered in Cuiabá, a remote Brazilian town that marked the last real outpost before the wilderness. Here, they secured final provisions and spoke with locals about the rivers ahead, the tribes they might encounter, and the weather patterns of the season. Some warned them of hostile groups deep inland. Others spoke of impassable swamps and rivers that ran dry without warning. He listened, weighed each account, and held to his belief that careful conduct and respect toward all they met would see them through. When the day came, there was no fanfare. 3 figures set out upriver in a narrow boat, paddles dipping into brown water, the banks sliding past in a blur of green. Behind them, the last settlement dwindled into the distance. Ahead stretched hundreds of miles of unbroken forest. The place he had dreamed of for decades now lay somewhere within it, waiting to be found. The first days upriver brought a steady rhythm. Paddles sliced into the slow, tea-colored water, the boat gliding past banks dense with tangled roots and broad-leaved plants drooping into the current. The air was thick with the scent of damp soil and crushed vegetation, the heat pressing in even when clouds veiled the sun. Each bend revealed another stretch of green, the horizon never breaking, the forest seemingly without end. They stopped at small riverside communities, exchanging salt, beads, and tools for fresh food and local guidance. Here, the forest was less forbidding. Children played on the banks, and smoke curled from cook fires. But beyond these settlements lay country seldom traveled by outsiders. The chatter of birds grew louder, the whine of insects constant. At night, they strung hammocks between trees, covering them with mosquito nets, and drifted to the chorus of frogs and the rush of unseen water. The route followed rivers that narrowed into winding channels, their surfaces flecked with floating vegetation. Fallen trees sometimes blocked the way, forcing the men to wade into the warm shallows, pushing the boat over with careful balance. The days were long, and the progress measured in slow, deliberate miles. Now and then, they caught glimpses of blue and red macaws wheeling overhead, or the sudden splash of a caiman sliding into deeper water. Food came from tinned supplies and what they could catch. Fish, smoked over a small fire, gave a welcome change from dry rations. Fruit was gathered when they recognized it as safe. Water was dipped from the river and boiled before drinking. These habits, drilled into him over years, were followed without fail. Mistakes here could be fatal. As they pressed on, the river's banks grew steeper, the vegetation thicker. The sun filtered down in shifting patterns, the canopy above closing like a living roof. Conversation grew sparse. Each man fell into the steady rhythm of paddling, hauling, and setting camp. He kept an inventory in his head: cut stone blocks, alignments too regular to be natural, sherds from fine ware rather than coarse pots, a plaza edge hiding beneath leaf mold. A single clear line in stone would be enough to turn belief into proof. The forest's scale seemed to grow with each mile, as if they were moving deeper into the pulse of something vast and ancient. By the time they left the last known community behind, there was a sense of crossing into another realm. The maps became less certain, the landmarks fewer. The names of rivers and ridges were not marked in any chart they carried, yet were known to the guides who had passed through in other seasons. Ahead lay the interior proper, the stretch of land that had occupied his thoughts for decades, the place where he believed the remnants of a forgotten civilization might yet stand beneath the green tide of the forest. After weeks of steady progress, they reached a rise of land where the forest opened to a narrow clearing. Here, among the tall grasses and scattered trees, the party made camp. This place he named Dead Horse Camp, recalling an earlier journey when a sickly animal had been left here to spare it further suffering. It was a landmark in his own map of the interior, a place to pause, take stock, and prepare for the push ahead. From this point, the route would turn away from the river into dense, roadless terrain. The air hung still beneath the trees, and the light dimmed to a greenish hue. Trails were faint, sometimes vanishing altogether, only to reappear as a gap between undergrowth. They would be carrying their loads entirely on foot, relying on compass bearings and memory of the manuscript's description. Before striking inland, he wrote to his wife, sending the letter back with the last messenger who would return to civilization. The note carried no hint of doubt. He described their progress as good, the conditions as manageable, and the plan as unchanged. He gave no suggestion of when exactly they would be back, only that she should not worry if time passed without word. In the language of exploration, absence was expected. Provisions were checked and divided evenly between the three. Ammunition was counted, tools inspected, and the remaining food portioned for the coming march. Fishing lines and hooks were kept ready, for the rivers ahead would be narrow, but still capable of providing a meal. Medicines, quinine for fever, antiseptic for cuts, were secured in a waterproof bag. That evening, they rested by a small fire, the smoke rising through the canopy, carrying the scent of charred wood and cooking fish. Around them, the forest pressed in, the call of night birds, the distant rumble of some unseen animal moving through the undergrowth. Above, stars appeared in fragments through gaps in the leaves, the same constellations that had guided travelers long before their time. In the morning, they would leave the river behind, stepping into a landscape where no mapped path could guide them. It was the threshold between the known and the imagined, the final stage in a journey years in the making. Whatever lay beyond this camp, whether ruin or myth, would soon be faced directly, underfoot, and under the weight of their own resolve. From Dead Horse Camp, they moved inland, following no mapped trail. The forest closed around them, the air growing warmer and heavier with each step. Progress slowed as they cut through undergrowth, climbed over roots as thick as a man's leg, and forded streams that twisted away into the green distance. The days became a steady sequence of march, rest, and march again, the sky now only a dim glimmer high above the canopy. Their last confirmed sighting came from a group of indigenous people who had watched the three travelers pass through a stretch of forest known for its remoteness. Accounts told of them moving steadily, carrying their own loads, showing no signs of distress. Beyond this point, no message or clue would ever reach the outside world. Weeks passed before concern grew in Cuiabá. Letters were overdue, and no news came from those who might have seen the party further along their route. At first, this seemed normal enough. The interior often swallowed time. But as months slipped by without word, the absence began to feel heavier. Seasoned travelers knew the forest could hold a man for far longer than he planned, and not all returned. Speculation began almost immediately. Had they fallen ill and been unable to continue? Had they been attacked by a hostile group or caught between rival communities? Or had the rivers risen, isolating them in some unreachable pocket of the interior? Without any trace, each possibility felt as likely as the next. Without any trace, each possibility felt as likely as the next. Search efforts started tentatively and grew over the years into a long chain of expeditions. Some followed the route upriver, others struck inland, guided by scraps of rumor or second-hand accounts. Many came back with nothing but exhaustion. A few never came back at all, adding new names to the long list of the forest's missing. In the absence of proof, the story of their disappearance began to shift toward legend. The image of three men walking steadily into the forest and simply not returning carried its own kind of weight. To those who knew him, it was a testament to his resolve. To others, it was a cautionary tale about the perils of chasing what might never have existed. Yet for all the theories and all the searching, the fact remained unchanged. Somewhere beyond the last camp, in the vastness of the Amazon, they had vanished, leaving nothing certain behind. In the years that followed, the absence of answers drew a remarkable array of searchers into the Amazon. Some came with the backing of newspapers, hoping for a headline discovery. Others were adventurers seeking proof of their own skill. A few were family friends, unwilling to let the trail go cold. Each expedition set out with its own plan, yet most would return with little more than fading hopes and the heavy cost of time spent in the deep interior. The forest demanded its toll from all who entered. Rivers rose without warning, washing away camps in the night. Fever took some within days, while others staggered back thin and hollow-eyed, carrying the marks of weeks without enough food. Still, the lure of the mystery persisted. The idea that the three travelers might still be alive, perhaps living among an uncontacted group, perhaps guarding the secret of the city they sought, proved hard to dismiss entirely. Stories emerged from the interior, carried on the paths between remote communities. Some spoke of strangers seen wearing European clothing, others of a tall man with a trimmed moustache teaching children to read in a far-off village. None of these accounts could be verified, yet each found its place in the growing tapestry of legend. A few claimed that hostile groups had admitted to killing the party, though such confessions were often second-hand and filtered through translation. The search for their fate became dangerous in its own right. Several expeditions suffered losses, men killed, injured, or lost to the forest. Equipment vanished into riverbeds, rations spoiled in the damp. More than once, rescuers had to be rescued themselves. Some observers began to speak of a curse upon those who sought the lost city of Z, a superstition fed by the string of misfortunes that followed in the wake of the vanished party. Yet the legend of Percy Fawcett and his quest only grew stronger with each passing year. Articles and lectures turned the mystery into a kind of modern myth, the tale of a man who defied the accepted wisdom of his time, driven by the belief that the Amazon held an ancient secret. For some, it was a story of bravery and vision. For others, it was the cautionary example of obsession carried too far. In the absence of final proof, both versions thrived, side by side, in the long shadow cast by the forest. Decades after the disappearance, the Amazon began to yield new signs of its ancient past. From the air, deforested patches revealed vast geometric earthworks, circles, squares, and straight lines stretching for hundreds of meters. Archaeologists uncovered remnants of raised fields, causeways, and settlements that hinted at large, organized societies thriving in the region long before European contact. The soil itself told a story. Pockets of rich, dark earth, known as terra preta, deliberately created and still fertile centuries later, pointed to sustained human cultivation. In the shapes traced from the air, he would have recognized parts of the vision he carried: planned geometry, managed soils, and settlements stitched together by causeways across wet ground. These discoveries did not prove the exact existence of the city he had sought, but they shifted the debate. The long-held view of the Amazon as a place incapable of supporting complex civilization began to erode. Evidence suggested that communities here had planned, built, and farmed on a grand scale, adapting with remarkable skill to the challenges of the rainforest. In this new light, his vision no longer seemed so improbable. His story remained both an inspiration and a warning. To explorers, it was a testament to endurance, careful preparation, and the willingness to venture beyond the limits of known maps. To others, it stood as a reminder that even the most seasoned travelers could be undone by the sheer scale and unpredictability of the wilderness. The line between discovery and disappearance in such places was thin, and he'd walked it until it vanished beneath his feet. Over time, the legend of Percy Fawcett and the lost city of Z became part of a broader fascination with vanished worlds and unsolved mysteries. Books, films, and lectures carried his name far beyond the places he had traveled. The man and the city he sought became entwined in the public imagination. One could scarcely be mentioned without the other. Even now, a century later, the thought of him and his companions disappearing into the forest lingers with an undiminished weight. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Ötzi the Iceman, the victim of an unsolved true crime murder mystery set in the remote upper reaches of the Italian Alps some 5,000 years ago. Our story begins with two hikers who stumbled upon the body of what they assumed was a lost mountaineer, half embedded in the ice. But it soon became clear this was no modern-day tragedy. For one thing, he carried with him tools made of copper and stone, a bow and a quiver full of arrows, a cloak woven from grass, moss-lined shoes, and a small pouch of medicinal fungi. What followed was one of the most extraordinary investigations in archaeological history. Piece by piece, Ötzi's final days were painstakingly reconstructed. His movements, his meals, his aching joints and worn teeth, and inked across his skin cryptic rows of thin black lines, not decorative, but arranged in patterns too precise to be accidental. And yet, some of the details didn't quite fit. A copper axe, far more advanced than anything else from his time. Then deep within his cells, genetic links to Mediterranean islands, nearly 1,000 kilometers from where he fell. And most shocking of all, a fatal injury so obscure it nearly escaped detection altogether. These were not the traces of an ordinary traveler lost in the whiteout of a snowstorm. This was a man of rare standing, whose death raised more questions than it answered. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow the faint footprints of a man whose story was nearly lost to the ice forever. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's follow Ötzi the Iceman into the frozen stillness of this near-forgotten age. It was the tail end of summer in 1991 when two hikers set out on a familiar trail in the Ötztal Alps, tracing the ridgelines near the border of Austria and Italy. The skies had just cleared after a spell of warm weather and rain, the kind that loosens rock, softens the ice, and bathes the peaks in a fleeting alpenglow. At over 3,000 meters, the terrain is rough, even in the best conditions, a land of wind-blasted stone and slow-moving ice, shaped over ages into crests and hollows. As they navigated a shallow gully in the glacier, something caught their eye. At first, it looked like debris, a dark, leathery shape pressed into the ice. Closer now, they saw ribs, a shoulder, and the smooth dome of a skull. What they'd found looked like a human body, face down in the meltwater, with an arm awkwardly folded beneath the chest. The legs had long since vanished into the ice. Assuming it was the remains of a lost climber, they marked the spot and alerted local authorities. It didn't take long for officials to reach the site, but what followed was a mess of assumptions and mistakes. Believing the body to be modern, recovery efforts were rough and rushed. A jackhammer was brought in. The torso was pulled free with force. Bones were scattered. Tools and gear around the corpse were handled with little care. Only later, once the body had thawed and was taken in for examination, did a deeper mystery begin to emerge. The equipment, crude and worn, didn't resemble anything recent. The body itself, leathery and weather-darkened, was far too well preserved for someone lost decades earlier. The mystery deepened. Scientists were brought in, radiocarbon dating began, and the results stunned them. The man in the ice had died over 5,000 years ago, around 3,300 BCE, long before Rome, before the pyramids, before even Stonehenge had taken shape on the far side of Europe. He wasn't a lost climber. He was a time capsule from the Copper Age. The body was transferred to Innsbruck for initial analysis, and eventually to Bolzano in northern Italy, where a team of researchers began the long, careful process of examining everything he had taken with him into the mountains. There was his clothing, torn but still recognizable, a blade of sharpened stone, a longbow half finished, and remarkably, a small axe with a copper head, dulled by centuries but unmistakably metal. There were fragments of rope, tufts of fur, a belt, a pouch. Everything he had worn or carried had frozen in place alongside him, layered into the ice over the millennia. Even his skin told a story, toughened but intact. Fingernails, toes, even the fragile cartilage of his ears had endured, and beneath that toughened exterior lay a map of muscle, blood, and bone that scientists had never seen preserved in such a state. He was the best preserved natural mummy ever found, not embalmed, not wrapped, simply caught in the cold and held there, untouched by time. As the discovery made headlines, theories swirled. Who was he? A hunter? A shepherd? A traveler lost in a storm? And what had brought him up so high into the mountains, alone and carrying weapons? At first, it was assumed he had perished from exposure, a victim of bad luck or worsening weather. But over the weeks that followed, as the body was scanned, samples taken, and items catalogued, pieces of the story began to shift. The evidence didn't point to a peaceful death, and the man in the ice, long dead and long forgotten, would soon become the center of one of the oldest unsolved investigations in human history. The Iceman had returned, and he had brought questions with him. Long before empires rose or alphabets were carved into stone, Europe was a patchwork of small communities scattered across forests, river valleys, and highland slopes. In the shadows of the Alps, where the land rippled into deep green ridges and narrow glacial streams, people lived in timber houses, tilled small plots of grain, and hunted along age-old trails. This was the Copper Age, a time of transition between stone and metal, when the world was slowly reshaping itself. He would have known these mountains well, the steep passes, the grazing paths, the narrow channels where ibex and deer were easiest to track. Life in the high valleys was demanding, but not unfamiliar. Generations had learned how to coax survival from the land, gathering firewood, drying meat, shaping stone tools, and walking long distances with everything they owned strapped to their backs. There were no cities, no maps, just memory, instinct, and paths worn smooth by years of moving from one safe place to the next. But his world was changing. Somewhere, deep in the mountains, early metallurgists had learned to extract copper from ore, a slow, smoky process that transformed rock into something stronger and more valuable. Metal tools began to appear alongside flint, first among hunters and tradesmen, then among those with status, men who owned land, livestock, or knowledge passed from father to son. A copper axe wasn't just useful, it was rare, symbolic, possibly even sacred. Though we can't know his name, we can read his life through what he carried. His clothing, carefully stitched together from hides, spoke of a man used to long journeys in unpredictable weather. His grass cloak offered insulation against damp, His shoes, padded with moss and stuffed with soft grass, were built for endurance, not speed. The food he packed, grains, dried meat, wild herbs, suggested planning. The tools strapped to his belt weren't for show. They were meant to be used. And then there were the routes themselves. Archaeological evidence suggests long-distance trade was already in motion. People were traveling not just across valleys, but between regions, exchanging salt, hides, obsidian, and ideas. He may have walked for days or weeks at a time. He may have known more than one language. He likely lived in a community with roles: farmers, hunters, toolmakers, and elders who remembered when things had been different. There was danger too. Illness was common. Medicine was minimal. Disputes between groups weren't uncommon, and the boundaries of land and loyalty were easily tested. People moved with caution, and often in groups. To travel alone was either a necessity or a risk. And yet, there's something resilient in the world he came from. Despite the lack of writing or buildings made to last, these people adapted. They learned how to endure seasons, how to preserve food, how to protect themselves from injury and from each other. They were not lost to history. They were simply never recorded, until one of them stepped too far into the mountains, never came home, and froze into a question. When his body was found thousands of years later, it brought with it more than bones and clothing. It offered a window, narrow but luminous, into a world otherwise vanished. This was life in the Copper Age, and for reasons we've yet to fully understand, it brought him up into the high passes one last time. When researchers first examined the man from the ice, their attention naturally turned to his equipment, the weapons, the clothing, the materials he'd carried up the mountain. But it wasn't long before their focus shifted from what he brought to what he bore. Along his back, legs and arms were faint markings, dark, linear shapes pressed into the skin. Some looked like parallel dashes, others like crosses or clusters. Under infrared light, the full extent became clear. He had over 60 tattoos, the oldest preserved in human history. They weren't elaborate or decorative. There were no animals, no symbols of belief or rank. These were simple, purposeful lines, positioned directly over joints and along the spine, knees, ankles, lower back, areas prone to strain. Scientists believe they may have served as a kind of pain treatment, a primitive form of acupuncture or ritual healing. Tiny incisions had been made in the skin, and charcoal rubbed into the wounds to create lasting marks. If so, they suggest not just physical suffering, but a form of medical knowledge passed down through generations, not written, but remembered. Alongside the tattoos, his belongings painted the portrait of a prepared and experienced traveler. Most remarkable of all was the copper axe. Its head had been carefully hammered from nearly pure copper, affixed to a yew wooden handle with birch tar and tightly bound sinew. It was not a ceremonial item. The edge was worn, slightly dented, a working tool and a deadly weapon if needed. To possess such an axe in that era marked him out. Copper was rare, and those who carried it likely held influence. He also carried a longbow, unfinished but nearly ready for use, shaped from a single stave of yew, the same wood favored centuries later by medieval English archers. Alongside it was a quiver with over a dozen arrows. Some were tipped with finely shaped flint heads, others were still in progress, their shafts straightened and fletched, but not yet armed. The flint used for the arrowheads had been sourced from hundreds of kilometers away. This was not a man who stayed in one place. His knife was small and well used, a flint blade set into an ash handle, with a sheath tucked securely at his belt. He also carried a retoucher, a tool made from antler, used for sharpening or repairing his blades in the field. Nearby was a small birch bark container, likely used to carry embers or dry materials for fire starting. This was someone who had lived outdoors, who knew how to keep moving, how to survive when alone. Even his backpack, now fragmented, showed care in its construction. A bent wooden frame, straps, perhaps leather or hide, that had long since disintegrated. There was also a netted pouch made of grass fibers, strong and flexible, ideal for carrying small tools or foraging finds. A marble-sized lump of fungus, birch polypore, was found among his items too. Known for its antibacterial properties, it was likely used as medicine, possibly to treat stomach ailments or wounds. His clothing was layered and practical, leggings made from goat hide, a belt, a loincloth, a coat stitched from various hides, and that distinctive cloak made of woven grass, possibly used as a rain covering or outer wrap. His shoes were especially ingenious, bearskin soles, deerskin uppers, and inner linings of grass for insulation. Inside them, traces of moss and plant fiber still clung to the structure. They had been made for hiking long distances over rough terrain. Altogether, his gear suggested a man who had expected to survive the journey, not someone on the run, not someone marching toward death. He was equipped, resourced, and adaptable. This was not a ritual sacrifice, not an exile left with nothing. He was someone who had planned, and planned carefully. And yet, for all his preparation, the tools, the knowledge, the endurance, something had gone wrong, terribly wrong. His tattoos tell of a body worn by hardship. His axe speaks of value and perhaps conflict, and the unfinished longbow suggests he had plans beyond this final ascent, plans that never came to pass. It wasn't a violent scene. That was what puzzled investigators at first. There was no clear evidence of a struggle, no fractured limbs, no shattered skull. His body lay face down, with arms tucked beneath him and one leg splayed awkwardly. A pose more suggestive of sudden collapse than confrontation. For years, it led many to assume he had simply succumbed to the elements: cold, exhaustion, perhaps hunger or injury. But when scientists began to look closer, the truth started to shift. The first clue lay deep in his stomach. His final meal had been preserved, a remarkable accident of timing and temperature. Inside his digestive tract, researchers found fragments of ibex meat, einkorn wheat, and traces of fat and pollen. The contents pointed to a rich, hearty meal eaten just hours before his death. The presence of pollen placed him in the lower valleys earlier that same day. He had climbed rapidly, covering steep, punishing ground in a short window of time. He hadn't been starving. He hadn't been lost. He'd eaten well, and he had a destination. Then came the wounds. Along his hand was a deep gash, cut into the flesh between thumb and forefinger. It was healing when he died, days or perhaps a week old, the kind of wound you get when grabbing a blade. A defensive injury. Not fatal, but telling. There had been an earlier altercation, one he survived. Whether it was a fight, a robbery, or something more personal, it had left its mark. More blood was found, not just his. On his dagger, on his clothing, and on the tips of his arrows, scientists discovered traces of at least 4 other individuals. Human blood, dried and ancient. It's possible he had been in a fight before his final ascent, or perhaps he had fought off attackers along the way. Some of his arrows had been used, others broken. One had blood from 2 different people on it. These weren't idle weapons. They had been drawn. But it was the arrow in his shoulder that changed everything. A decade after his discovery, a CT scan revealed something lodged deep beneath the skin, an arrowhead made of flint. It had entered from behind, slicing through muscle and embedding itself near the left scapula. The wound severed a major artery. He would have bled out quickly. The angle of entry suggested he never saw it coming. The arrow had broken off just beneath the skin. At the time, only a small opening was visible, easy to miss without modern imaging. But the internal damage was catastrophic. The shaft had likely been removed or fallen away, leaving the head inside. There were no signs of healing. The shot had been fatal, fast, probably delivered from a distance. Even stranger, nothing had been taken. His copper axe, the most valuable item he carried, was still beside him. His longbow, tools, food, all untouched. If it was a robbery, it was unfinished. If it was revenge, it was personal. Someone had followed him, tracked him through the mountains, and loosed a single, deadly arrow, and then left him there. The other signs, bruising on his chest, a possible blow to the head, added further questions. Was the arrow what killed him, or just the final act? Had he stumbled and fallen after being struck, or had someone come closer to finish what they started? His body held the answers, though not all of them. The blood from others, the defensive wound, the fatal shot. They formed the outline of something darker than misadventure. This was no random death on the mountain. It was something more deliberate, a moment of violence frozen in place for 5,000 years. And though no one was there to witness it, the clues remained, layered in bone, blood, and skin. He may have thought he was alone. The high ridge where he fell was remote, even by the standards of his time. A stony saddle between peaks, exposed to the wind, and overlooking deep alpine valleys far below. It was not a place people stumbled across by chance. To reach it meant climbing for hours, possibly days. You needed to know where you were going. And yet, someone else had been there. One theory suggests that what happened to him wasn't complicated, that it was over in seconds. A single arrow, launched from a distance, struck him from behind. No argument, no struggle, no warning, just the sudden, silent arc of flint through air, and then pain. The arrow pierced his shoulder, causing fatal internal bleeding. He may have staggered. He may have had time for only a few breaths. And then he fell, face down, the mountains rising above him, and the cold already beginning to settle in. The angle of the wound supports this idea. It came from above and behind, suggesting the shooter had the high ground, perhaps watching, waiting. The arrow's head, discovered only years later by CT scan, had snapped off just beneath the skin. It had caused massive internal damage, and yet, strangely, there was no attempt to retrieve it, no finishing blow, no close-range attack. He had simply been left where he fell, and nothing was taken. This is one of the theory's most intriguing details. His copper axe was beside him, untouched. His bow, arrows, knife and tools, all left in place. If it had been a robbery, it was a failure. But then, maybe it wasn't meant to be. Perhaps the attacker had no interest in what he carried. Perhaps the aim was never theft, but elimination. The theory of a sudden ambush paints a picture of calculated distance, a long-held grudge, a rival, someone who had waited for the right moment or followed him until he was vulnerable. The high pass offered no cover, no shelter, and no escape. One arrow was all it took. It also explains the absence of other injuries. There were no broken bones, no defensive cuts beyond the older wound on his hand. His position on the ground, arms beneath him, face turned, suggested collapse, not resistance. And if the shot had been clean and quick, it would explain why no further trauma was found. There was no need for more. There are still gaps, of course. How had the attacker known where he would be? Had he been followed all along? Was it someone from his own community, or a stranger lying in wait near a mountain trail? If he had been targeted, why now? Why here? What gives this theory its weight is its stark simplicity. It requires no extended confrontation, no elaborate motive, just an arrow, an opportunity, and a target, and then the slow covering of snow, the preservation of the scene, and the long passage of time. It's the kind of death that leaves little behind, no footprints, no witnesses, no resolution, just a body, well prepared, well equipped, lying still in a hollow of stone and ice, his final breath caught beneath the wind. This is the first theory, not the only one, but in the stillness of that alpine ridge, where one life ended and a mystery began, it remains one of the most compelling. In an age without fixed frontiers or written records, the Alps were a patchwork of valleys and passes held by different groups, families, clans, or loose-knit communities. They shared grazing land, traded materials, and likely crossed paths in the seasonal movement between high pastures and sheltered lowlands. But with shared space came friction. And in a world where survival depended on resources, territory, and trust, conflict was never far behind. The second theory surrounding the Iceman's death begins with this premise, that he wasn't the victim of a single assassin, but a participant in a violent encounter between two groups. A clash, sudden or planned, where arrows flew and blades were drawn. Perhaps it happened in the valleys below, in the forests, or along the banks of a river. Perhaps it was over livestock, or food, or some forgotten insult. What matters is that it turned bloody, and not everyone walked away. When scientists examined the items found with the body, they discovered something remarkable. Traces of blood from 4 other individuals. Some on his knife, some on his arrows. One arrow contained the blood of 2 different people. Another had blood that didn't match his own. These weren't ceremonial objects. They had been used. Then there was the defensive injury on his hand. He had time to dress it, perhaps with moss or other natural remedies, and it had even begun to heal. Taken together, these clues suggest that he had survived a previous fight. He may have fled, regrouped, or attempted to recover in the mountains. But he wasn't just traveling. He may have been escaping. In this version of events, the fatal arrow wasn't part of an ambush, but a final blow in a longer pursuit. He may have injured others. He may have been targeted in return. The attacker could have been a rival from another group, or someone from within his own who had turned against him after the conflict. Either way, he died with unfinished weapons, a fresh meal in his belly, and a trail of violence behind him. There's also the question of why he was traveling alone. In most cases, people in that era moved in small groups. Companions meant protection. The fact that he was alone, yet heavily armed, suggests he had either been separated or exiled. Perhaps the clash had fractured his standing. Perhaps he had been forced to leave, carrying only what he could, and hoping the high ground would bring safety. This theory is supported by the broader archaeological context. There's growing evidence of interpersonal violence in the Copper Age, skeletal remains showing blunt force trauma, arrow wounds, and signs of large-scale confrontations. Communities, while cooperative, were also territorial, and tools could become weapons quickly when tensions flared. Still, this theory raises its own questions. If it was a battle, why were no other bodies found nearby? If he had companions, then where did they go? Had he truly escaped only to be hunted down later? Or was he simply the final casualty in a conflict already fading from memory? He wasn't moving in haste. That's one of the more telling details. His gear was intact. His food supply was full. His last meal, rich in fat and protein, had been eaten not long before he died. The unfinished longbow by his side suggested he had time, or at least believed he did. If he had been running for his life, he didn't show it, which leads to a different kind of possibility. This theory suggests that he wasn't ambushed by a stranger or caught in the crossfire of a tribal dispute. It suggests he was killed by someone he knew. He was carrying a copper axe, a valuable tool, rare and difficult to make. In his time, it would have signified skill, possibly status. Ownership of such an item wasn't casual. It marked you as someone with influence, with resources, or with responsibilities. This opens the door to motive. Perhaps the conflict had started earlier. The defensive wound on his hand, healing but fresh, hints at a confrontation days before his death. He might have been in an argument, a fight, or a standoff that ended unresolved. And after that, he left, maybe by choice, maybe not. If he had been exiled or forced out, the act of climbing into the high mountains could have been a search for refuge, or a place to wait, or simply the only direction left to go. He wasn't traveling recklessly. His shoes were insulated and well made. His layers of clothing, his toolkit, his food, all prepared with care. He may have believed the worst was behind him, that whoever he'd left behind him would not follow, but someone did. The arrow that struck him came from behind, from higher ground. It pierced through muscle and into bone, severing a major artery. He would have lost consciousness quickly. There were no signs of a second strike, no looting, No effort to hide the body, just one act, and then departure. If it was betrayal, it was clean. No noise, no struggle, no warning. And perhaps that's what makes this theory so compelling. It doesn't rely on chance. It doesn't need a roaming attacker or a running battle. It only needs familiarity. Someone who knew his route, who knew his habits, and who waited for the moment he was alone. The high ridge where he fell offered little cover, but a wide vantage, a place to see and be seen. Perhaps he paused there to rest, or to look back, or to think. It would have been exposed, but not unthinkable, as a temporary camp. If the attacker arrived later, they would have had the advantage. A single shot from higher ground, no warning, no chase. And then the body was left, not because of oversight, but because the act was complete. Among the three main theories, this one speaks the loudest. The arrow that ended his life was not removed. He was not stripped nor scavenged. It doesn't feel like war. It doesn't feel like chance. It feels like closure. It's the kind of ending that leaves no visible mark at the scene, but echoes in the positioning of the body, the completeness of the gear, and the small, stubborn fact that the arrow came from behind. The betrayal theory doesn't try to answer every question. It simply frames the facts in a way that human history has known too well. Sometimes the final blow doesn't come from the outside. It comes from within. And in a world without writing, without courts or consequences, sometimes the only record of it is a body frozen in place and left behind. For over 5,000 years, no one laid eyes on him. He remained where he fell, curled into the rocks at the foot of a high mountain saddle, as winter after winter piled snow over his body. The glacier moved slowly, pressing down, layering ice, preserving every fiber of what he wore and carried. What the killer left behind, the mountain kept. His skin dried and darkened. The soft tissue began to shrink and harden. The freezing and thawing of seasons pulled moisture from the body in slow, careful increments. But remarkably, he didn't decompose. The altitude, the cold, and a rare stroke of chance had conspired to create something extraordinary. A natural mummy, whole and untouched by time. Unlike the embalmed remains of Egypt or the peat-preserved bodies of northern Europe, this was different. This was a man who died in the open, whose body was preserved not by ritual, but by ice. And because he was never buried, nothing was disturbed. Everything lay just as it had fallen. Tools, weapons, clothing, even traces of pollen, moss, and blood. The cold kept it all intact, right down to the contents of his stomach. Over the millennia, the glacier shifted around him, but never enough to carry him away. He remained lodged in a shallow gully, just meters from the border of what is now Austria and Italy. Every so often, the ice melted just enough to move a rock, expose a corner of hide, or shift one of his garments. The conditions of his preservation were so precise, so unlikely, that scientists often refer to it as a once-in-a-lifetime find. Not only for what it revealed about his death, but for the wealth of detail it gave us about his life. Even the microscopic details endured. The tattoos were still visible, pressed into the skin around joints and the lower spine. His fingernails were intact. His eyes, though shrunken, had left behind enough tissue for genetic analysis. The leather cords of his belt still held their knots. There were fragments of moss tucked into his shoes, and fine hairs caught between the layers of his clothing. It wasn't just the body, it was the moment, held in place long enough for the modern world to find it, and in doing so, to ask questions that would never have been possible otherwise. What did he eat? Where had he traveled? Was he in pain? Did he know he was being followed? And perhaps most striking of all, there was no grave, no marker, no ceremony, just a body that nature took back and held, long after memory faded. As climate change thinned the ice across the Alps, his resting place was finally exposed. What had been locked away for thousands of years came free not with a storm, but with a slow melt, a shifting of time. The glacier, never still but never in a hurry, eventually gave him up. Not fully, but just enough to be found. By the time the hikers walked through that ridge in 1991, only a sliver of him remained above the surface. A shoulder, a strip of back, part of a pelvis. The rest was still buried in the snow and ice, waiting. It had taken over 5,000 years for him to be seen again, and when he was, he had a story to tell. One hidden not in words or carvings, but in the slow work of preservation, in the way the mountain held him, layer by layer, without letting go. Today, he rests behind glass, in a carefully controlled chamber at the South Tyrol Museum of Archaeology in Bolzano, Italy. The room is kept at a constant -6 degrees Celsius, with 99% humidity. The closest approximation scientists could create to the icy cradle that preserved him for over 5,000 years. A small window allows visitors to glimpse the man in the ice. He lies as he was found, darkened, shrunken, ribs faintly visible, arms drawn in close to the body. But though the body no longer moves, the story hasn't stopped unfolding. In the decades since his discovery, researchers have continued to draw new knowledge from the man once lost to the glacier. Each scan, test, and biopsy reveals another thread of the Copper Age world, a world that otherwise left behind no written language, no lasting architecture, and few names to remember. Through advanced DNA sequencing, scientists were able to reconstruct his genome, the first complete map of a prehistoric human's genetic code. The results were surprising. His closest living genetic relatives are not found in the alpine regions where he died, but on the Mediterranean islands of Sardinia and Corsica, nearly 1,000 kilometers away. His lineage had diverged from the surrounding populations, hinting at ancient migrations and isolated communities whose legacy now lingers in his cells. His eyes were brown, a soft umber shade that carries through time. He had lactose intolerance, a condition common among early farming communities before dairy tolerance became widespread. He also carried markers for cardiovascular disease, making him one of the earliest known cases of hereditary heart risk. And in his gut, scientists found the earliest known evidence of Borrelia burgdorferi, the bacterium that causes Lyme disease. He was not a perfect specimen of his time. He limped through life with worn joints, tooth decay, and parasites in his intestines, but he endured. His body showed signs of long-distance walking, of hard labor, of pain that had become familiar. And yet, He adapted. The tattoos on his skin weren't just marks. They may have been attempts to relieve chronic discomfort. The fungi he carried had antibiotic properties. Even in an age without formal medicine, he carried remedies with him. His tools and clothing are still being studied, how they were made, where the materials came from, what they suggest about trade, skill, and social ties. Every stitch, every fiber is a clue. From the moss in his shoes to the copper in his axe, he left behind a record that speaks without needing to be read. And perhaps that's what gives his story its staying power. He wasn't a king or a warrior of legend. He didn't build anything grand or rule over others. He was one of many, a man who walked through a landscape that gave little and demanded much. And somehow, in dying where he did, he offered a gift no one expected. We still don't know exactly who killed him or why. That part of the story remains unresolved and may always be. But we know how he lived, the routes he traveled, the tools he trusted, the food he gathered, and the weight he carried with him to the end. His death raised questions, but his survival, 5,000 years after his final breath, gave us something rare, the voice of an ordinary man who endured. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of T.E. Lawrence, a complicated figure hailed as a wartime legend and visionary on the silver screen, yet considered by some to be a ruthless opportunist who blurred the line between loyalty and betrayal. Before the world wrapped him in legend, Thomas Edward Lawrence was an Oxford-trained archaeologist and linguist, a sharp, driven scholar of ancient civilizations, deeply drawn to the languages and landscapes of the Middle East. But when the First World War reached fever pitch, he left behind the safety of museums and manuscripts to join the British Army's intelligence service in Cairo. In one bold feat, Lawrence crossed a deadly stretch of desert to attack a heavily fortified coastal garrison. The plan included a route deemed to be little more than a death wish by most, even by seasoned Bedouin travelers. Yet somehow, he and his men achieved the impossible, catching their adversaries completely by surprise. Some saw Lawrence as a master of guerrilla warfare, bold, brilliant, and loyal to the Arab cause. Others believed he was playing a deeper game, using revolt as a tool for empire. And there were many, including Lawrence himself, who never quite knew which version to believe. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll trek across the sun-baked deserts of the Arabian Peninsula to follow a man of contradictions, a man who set out to remake the fate of a nation, only to find it was he himself who had been remade. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's walk beside T.E. Lawrence into the endless, starlit desert. T.E. Lawrence was born in 1888 in Tremedog, Wales, the second of 5 boys in a household shaped by secrecy and restraint. His father, a wealthy Anglo-Irish nobleman, had abandoned his first wife to live with Lawrence's mother under a false name, a scandal that would cast a faint shadow over the rest of his life. Lawrence grew up in Oxford, where he quickly developed a fascination with the distant past. Not fairy tales, but real histories, empires, fortresses, lost cities, and the people who built them. At Oxford University, he studied history with unusual intensity. He was small in frame, unassuming in posture, but filled with a relentless energy that unnerved some and impressed others. He became obsessed with the castles of the Crusader kingdoms and walked hundreds of miles across Syria to study them firsthand, sleeping rough, measuring ancient walls with a tape and notebook, and soaking in every local dialect. His academic work was brilliant, but it was his capacity for endurance, observation, and adaptation that truly set him apart. After graduating, he joined an archaeological dig at Carchemish, an ancient Hittite city on the Euphrates. There, amid toppled pillars and scorched stone, Lawrence found something like a home. He worked in the sun with local laborers, earning their trust, learning their customs, and slipping easily into their world. He wore native robes and formed friendships that would later prove invaluable. Unlike many Europeans in the region, he did not tower above the people around him. He listened. But as Ottoman control across the Arab world began to fray, Carchemish was no longer just a dig site. The British Museum may have funded the excavation, but intelligence officers were taking notice too. Lawrence's skills, his knowledge of Arab tribes, his language fluency, His ability to read a political landscape did not go unnoticed. When war broke out in 1914, Lawrence returned to Britain and enlisted. He was sent not to the trenches of France, but to Cairo, where the British Army's intelligence service maintained a small but strategic office whose task it was to monitor unrest across Ottoman-held territory. At first, his role was behind the scenes, collecting information, interpreting maps, writing reports. But Lawrence believed the Arab peoples could rise against their Turkish rulers, and that with British support, they might win their freedom. His ideas were bold and not always welcomed, but the tide of war was shifting, and soon he was sent east, not as a soldier in uniform, but as a liaison to a brewing rebellion. The boy who once wandered alone through desert ruins was about to enter a far more dangerous landscape, one shaped not by ancient stone, but by ambition, revolt, and the long reach of empire. The war in the Middle East moved slowly at first. The Ottoman Empire, though waning, still held sway over vast stretches of land, from Syria and Mesopotamia to the Hejaz along the Red Sea. Britain's interests in the region were both strategic and self-serving. The Suez Canal had to be protected, new alliances had to be made, and uprisings, where they could be stirred, needed to serve a purpose. In Cairo, Lawrence joined the Arab Bureau, a small cluster of officers, scholars, and linguists working under the haze of ceiling fans and desert heat. He stood out immediately. He spoke Arabic with fluency, but more than that, he understood the politics, the rivalries, and the ancient tribal fault lines that still shaped the region. He was young, technically junior, but already impossible to ignore. In 1916, he was sent into the field. The Arab Revolt had begun, a campaign led by Sharif Hussein of Mecca and his sons, aiming to cast off Ottoman rule and establish Arab independence. The British supported it, at least on paper. Lawrence's task was to act as liaison, to support, observe, and report back. But once in the desert, the lines blurred. He became more than an advisor. He traveled to meet Prince Faisal, one of Hussein's sons, and a key commander of the revolt. Their first meeting was careful, formal, but over time, Lawrence and Faisal developed a genuine bond. He respected the prince's calm authority, his sharp instincts, and his ability to lead with both strength and restraint. Faisal, for his part, saw in Lawrence a rare kind of outsider, someone who listened, paid attention, and seemed genuinely invested in their cause. Lawrence discarded his uniform and adopted local dress, not as theater, but as practicality and respect. He traveled by camel, slept rough, and memorized the terrain as if he had always belonged there. The desert, in its terrible vastness, suited him. He soon realized that the Arab revolt, though courageous, was fractured. Tribal rivalries ran deep, supplies were scarce, and traditional tactics would not break the Ottoman lines. Lawrence began to think differently. If they could not face the empire head-on, they would strike at its edges, disrupting railways, ambushing patrols, and using the desert as both shield and weapon. He wasn't a general. He had no formal command. But ideas have a power of their own, and his were bold enough to earn him freedom to act. He proposed a daring campaign, one that combined tribal knowledge with guerrilla strategy, using speed, surprise, and the vastness of the desert to their advantage. Lawrence's writings from this period are measured but restless. He spoke of moments of beauty in the dunes, but also of unbearable heat, illness, and the unshakable sense that each order he gave might carry someone to their death. By now, he had the trust of many, not all, of the tribal leaders. Not by charm, but by persistence. He sat with them, rode with them through sandstorms and towards skirmishes, and over time, a fractured force began to move with some shared purpose. He was no longer just the liaison from Cairo. He had become something more difficult to define and far harder to remove. The desert is not empty. It may seem so to those who glance across its dunes from the shaded windows of a distant city, but Lawrence knew better. Beneath the silence of stone and sand lay old grievances, deep alliances, and an ever-shifting code of honor. The Arab revolt moved within that landscape, not with the precision of a regular army, but through kinship, loyalty, and centuries-old tribal memory. By the end of 1916, Lawrence was no longer merely observing this revolt. He had become part of its rhythm. He rode with tribal bands to scout Ottoman positions. He studied the habits of their garrisons and watched the way Turkish supply lines snaked along the Hejaz railway. Every stretch of track, every remote station, became a possible target. The aim was never to win in one sweeping strike, but to weaken, frustrate, and stretch the Ottoman forces thin. Sabotage became their craft. Lawrence worked with engineers and tribesmen alike to plan ambushes on trains. They used explosives, carefully placed beneath rails or buried under stone. Sometimes they struck under cover of darkness, other times in full daylight, gambling on surprise and the vastness of the land to make their escape. The success of these attacks wasn't just military, it was psychological. Ottoman troops grew wary, their movements slower, their supply lines fragile. Each derailed carriage, each destroyed bridge, chipped away at an already crumbling morale. But the victories were never simple. With every raid came risk. Turkish patrols grew more aggressive. Lawrence was wounded in skirmishes more than once. One injury nearly cost him his life. There were also failures, attacks that faltered, plans that dissolved in the shifting winds of tribal politics, and moments when trust between allies frayed to breaking point. He spent long stretches in the company of men who spoke in poetry as often as they did in plans. Around campfires, he listened to stories of past battles, of blood debts and oaths sworn beneath the stars. He understood the need to show respect without appearing weak, to suggest without commanding, to persuade without pushing. It was a delicate balance, and the cost of misreading a man could be high. And still, he pressed on. For all the complexity, for all the danger, the campaign was working. Ottoman control in the south was beginning to unravel. Lawrence saw the potential for something larger, a full advance northward, not just sabotage and raids, but a drive toward the cities that had long stood at the heart of Ottoman rule. He wrote often during this time, though much of it would remain unpublished until years later. His accounts were vivid, restrained, and touched by something close to weariness. He was not yet the figure the world would come to know, but the desert was beginning to change him. Not just the sand and sun, but the choices he was making, and the ones he wasn't yet ready to face. In the early summer of 1917, the revolt had stalled. Ottoman forces still held strong positions along the coast, and the British High Command remained hesitant to offer full support. Resources were limited. Patience was running out. Lawrence knew that something dramatic was needed, not just to revive the campaign, but to convince both Arab leaders and British commanders that the revolt could deliver a decisive blow. The answer lay in Aqaba. Perched on the Red Sea, Aqaba was a heavily fortified Ottoman garrison and a crucial port. If the Arabs could take it, the supply lines to their northern advance would open wide. But Aqaba was considered nearly untouchable. The sea-facing defenses were strong, the coastal approach well guarded. Any assault from that direction would be suicide. But Lawrence proposed something else. Instead of coming by sea, he suggested they cross the Nafud, a stretch of desert so vast and punishing that even seasoned Bedouin guides regarded it with caution. There were no roads, little water, and no cover from the burning heat. The idea was dismissed by many as reckless, but Faisal gave his blessing, and a small force of Arab fighters, led by Lawrence, set out on what would become one of the most daring desert marches in modern history. The journey took weeks. The sun scorched everything in its reach. Water had to be rationed, tempers managed, animals coaxed through the shifting terrain. They faced sandstorms, hostile tribes, and the ever-present threat of betrayal or ambush. At one point, Lawrence lost his camel and had to walk for hours in the heat, his boots worn thin, his lips cracked from thirst. Despite the hardship, they pressed on. Along the way, they captured smaller outposts and gathered intelligence. They struck quickly, vanished into the landscape, and reappeared days later, miles away. The Ottomans never saw the pattern. By the time they approached Aqaba from the rear, across terrain the Turks hadn't thought to defend. They had already shaken several enemy positions and demoralized the defenders. On July 6, 1917, the force descended on the garrison. After a brief but decisive fight, Aqaba fell. It was a turning point, not just tactically, but symbolically. Word of the victory traveled fast, first through Arab camps, then to Cairo, then London. Lawrence, once a curious oddity in British intelligence reports, became a name spoken with awe and suspicion in equal measure. The press had not yet turned him into a legend, but inside military circles, he was now impossible to ignore. He returned briefly to Cairo to report. He wore his Bedouin robes into British headquarters, dusty and sunburnt, a living contradiction to the polished officers behind their desks. Some saw it as theatrical. Others saw it as the mark of a man who had crossed some invisible line, no longer entirely one thing or another. When asked how he had managed it, he gave no grand answer, only that the desert had offered no other choice. Aqaba gave the revolt momentum. Supplies flowed in, confidence swelled, and new plans were drawn. But something had changed in Lawrence as well. He had proven what few believed possible, and now the weight of expectation from Britain, from his Arab allies, and from himself would only grow heavier. With Aqaba taken, the Arab revolt had a foothold. Supplies could now flow in from the Red Sea, and Lawrence's campaign entered a new phase, one defined less by daring marches and more by disruption, sabotage, and swift, punishing raids. The Hejaz Railway became his next obsession. Running from Damascus deep into the Arabian Peninsula, the railway was the lifeline of the Ottoman forces in the region, carrying troops, weapons, and supplies across vast distances. Lawrence understood its value. He also understood its vulnerability. The desert offered no protection for the tracks that stretched, exposed, across open land. Working with Bedouin fighters and engineers, Lawrence helped organize a series of attacks designed not to destroy the line entirely, but to harass it into uselessness. They planted explosives beneath rails, ambushed patrols, and derailed trains carrying soldiers and artillery. Some targets were chosen for strategic value, others simply to spread fear. He wrote later that they aimed to make the railway a thing of suspicion and dread, and they did. Ottoman trains began to travel in convoys, with armored cars and machine guns mounted at the front and rear. Yet still, the raids came. Each success emboldened the fighters. Each escape chipped away at the enemy's sense of control. Lawrence became known for appearing where he wasn't expected, striking fast, and disappearing into the dunes. He carried dynamite, maps, and notes in his saddlebag. He traveled light and ate little. The heat was unrelenting. His health faltered. In one raid, he was thrown from his camel and nearly captured. In another, he barely escaped a bullet meant for someone else. The desert, once a place of learning and observation, had become something else entirely, a theater of war and a reflection of the man he was becoming. He had grown thinner, more weathered. His face, once pale and sharp, was now lined by sun and wind. Those who met him during this time often described him as oddly calm, even when planning attacks. But something in him had shifted. He had seen what war could do, not just to cities and railways, but to the men who fought it. He began to carry a camera, documenting the campaign. The photographs captured bombed rail cars, shattered bridges, and long lines of fighters resting in the shade. They also captured something less visible, the blurring of roles, the confusion of identity, the sense that Lawrence no longer knew exactly where he was stood between his British uniform and the Arab robes he now wore most days. He returned occasionally to British headquarters for reports and resupply. Each time, the contrast grew sharper. In the desert, he was a figure of strategy and action. In Cairo, he was an anomaly, an officer out of place among polished ranks and policy memos. By late 1917, his name had begun to circulate back home. He appeared in dispatches, sometimes anonymously, sometimes not. Word spread of the Englishman who rode with rebels and blew up trains. The legend was beginning to grow, not through his own voice, but through the stories of others. Yet in his writings, there was little pride. He described the victories with restraint and the failures with clarity. He noted the cost, not just in blood and loss, but in certainty. The lines were no longer clear. He was not just fighting an enemy. He was living among people whose future had been promised something, and he was no longer sure that promise would be kept. Lawrence was never a diplomat. He preferred the hard clarity of action over the softness of negotiation. But as the war wore on, he found himself caught between two sets of promises, those made in the open and those whispered behind closed doors. To his Arab allies, the aim of the revolt had always been clear: to break free from Ottoman rule and establish independence across their ancestral lands. In his long conversations with Faisal, Lawrence had spoken often of this goal. He believed in it, he repeated it, and in many cases, he helped shape it into something more tangible, a political vision stitched together by tribal alliances, military victories, and trust hard-earned under the desert sun. At the same time, Lawrence eventually became aware of the Sykes-Picot Agreement, a clandestine pact to carve up Arab lands into future zones of European control following the war. And each time he made a new promise or urged another assault, the weight of that duplicity weighed on him heavily. In public, he remained composed. He met with tribal leaders, attended councils, and urged patience. But in private, his letters began to show signs of strain. He wrote of feeling split in two, loyal to his own country, yet ashamed of its duplicity, caught between what he believed was right and what he had been asked to help deliver. The Arabs pressed northward, sweeping across enemy lines with growing confidence. Lawrence accompanied them, not as a commander, but as a voice of strategy and connection. More than once, he carried messages between Faisal and British officers. He translated, negotiated, reassured. He took part in raids on Ottoman outposts. He helped secure alliances between rival clans. He coordinated the delivery of weapons and supplies from British depots to remote camps. And all the while, the gap between what was said in London and what was lived in the desert continued to widen. It was during this time that Lawrence's public image began to take shape. A photograph of him, robed and sand-worn, standing beside camel-mounted fighters, appeared in British newspapers. Writers began to paint him as the architect of the Arab campaign, a lone Englishman guiding a noble rebellion. Lawrence bristled at this. He knew how much of the campaign belonged to others. The Arabs were not his creation. He was a guest, however welcome, in their war. Still, the myth grew, and with it, the sense that he was becoming something he could no longer control. The end of the war was drawing near. Ottoman resistance was weakening. Damascus lay ahead. Lawrence knew that whatever came next would be decisive, not just for the Arab cause, but for his own sense of what he had done. He had helped ignite a revolution. He had guided it through hardship and into triumph. But beneath every promise lingered a question he could no longer avoid. What if the victory had already been spoken for? By the autumn of 1918, the revolt was nearing its end, at least on the battlefield. The Ottoman Empire, battered and retreating, was losing its hold on the Arab world. British and Arab forces were closing in from different directions, and the city of Damascus, once the jewel of Ottoman Syria, now stood within reach. For Lawrence, this moment had been long in coming. He had fought across deserts, through skirmishes, and behind the lines of empire for nearly 2 years. But this final approach was different. Damascus was more than a strategic prize. It was a symbol, a city rich in memory and meaning, long seen as a heartland of Arab identity. The race to reach it first had begun. Arab fighters led by Prince Faisal advanced swiftly from the south and east, while General Allenby's British forces pushed up from Palestine. Lawrence rode ahead with the Arab column, urging speed, negotiating passage with tribal leaders, and doing what he could to make sure Faisal, and not the British army, would be the one to raise a new flag over the city. On October 1st, the Arab forces entered Damascus. The city did not fall with fire or thunder. There was no dramatic battle at the gates. The Ottoman garrison had already begun its withdrawal, and the remaining Ottoman garrison offered little resistance. But the entry itself carried weight, a symbolic transfer, a fragile hope made real. Lawrence entered alongside the men he had ridden with for months, dusty and exhausted, unsure what to feel. In the days that followed, he helped set up a provisional administration under Faisal's leadership. He advised on matters of infrastructure and water supply, met with foreign consuls, and tried, with limited success, to prevent the British military from asserting control. But the lines of influence were already forming, and Lawrence could see it happening. The city was full of contradictions, celebration mixed with tension. Victory felt uncertain, even as flags were raised. French officers arrived soon after, their presence stiff and formal. He walked the streets of Damascus with a strange sense of detachment. He had helped bring this moment into being, but it did not feel like his to claim. The dream he had carried across the dunes of a free Arab state born from rebellion now felt perilously fragile, not because the will was lacking, but because the promises that had guided it had always been split. British officers began to arrive in greater numbers. French authority expanded. Faisal, ever diplomatic, tried to navigate the currents. Lawrence withdrew. He had reached the culmination of his efforts, only to find himself standing on ground that felt less like a triumph and more like an echo of something slipping away. He left Damascus not long after, slipping away without ceremony. There was no farewell parade, no honors, just the end of a road he had helped pave, and the dawning realization that others now intended to walk it in his place. Years later, when asked about that moment, he said very little. The campaign had ended. The city had been taken. But the cost, the true cost, was only beginning to show itself. Lawrence returned to Britain not as a soldier, but as a symbol. The war was over. The revolts were fading. And yet, as he stepped back into the cool grey of England, he found himself the focus of a legend he hadn't asked for and couldn't escape. He was exhausted. His health had suffered after years of hardship, wounds, sun exposure, malnutrition. But worse than the physical wear was a gnawing sense of unease. Damascus had not brought the outcome he had fought for. The Arab cause, the one he had helped champion, was slipping into the hands of colonial administration. French troops now occupied Syrian cities. Britain held sway over Iraq and Palestine, and the promises made in the desert lay in pieces. Faisal had been forced to withdraw. The Arab government Lawrence had helped set up was quietly dissolved, and the independence he had once whispered about under canvas tents now looked more like a mirage. At home, Lawrence received offers. a knighthood, promotions, political appointments. Each one he refused. He couldn't accept honors from a government he felt had betrayed the very cause he had sworn to support. In one symbolic moment, he even walked out of a royal ceremony, leaving the medal unclaimed. The public, however, was captivated. A book of war memoirs titled 7 Pillars of Wisdom was in progress, a sprawling, intensely personal account of his time in Arabia. Lawrence wrote and rewrote it obsessively, sometimes losing whole drafts and starting again. The process was painful. He was reliving not just actions, but doubts, regrets, and the burden of choices he could no longer justify. Meanwhile, the press had begun to shape its own version of him. The title, Lawrence of Arabia, was coined and repeated until it no longer seemed to belong to a real man. Photographs, paintings, and serialized tales painted him as a romantic figure, part scholar, part warrior, part enigma. He watched as his likeness appeared in magazines and shop windows, wondering whether the person on the page had anything to do with the man he had become. Uncomfortable in the spotlight, he sought refuge in obscurity. He changed his name more than once, enlisting in the Royal Air Force under an alias and later joining the Tank Corps. He performed menial duties, content to vanish into routine. The discipline gave him peace, the anonymity a strange comfort. But he was never truly free of what had come before. Letters found him, journalists pursued him, friends and former allies pressed him for views on the shifting political landscape of the Middle East. And though he rarely spoke publicly, his letters betray a deep melancholy. He had hoped for something lasting, a bond between peoples, a new political future shaped by honor. Instead, he saw mandates, divisions, and exploitation. The Arab revolt had changed the map, yes, but not in the way its fighters had dreamed. Lawrence had returned home, not in victory, but in retreat. He wandered the English countryside on his motorbike, wrote sparingly, and tried to fade into the background of a world that now saw him as myth. But the myth had edges, and behind it was a man unsure whether the story he had lived had been one of triumph or something altogether more complicated. The war was long over, but Lawrence could not leave it behind. It clung to him, not just in the memories of desert battles or lost friendships, but in the uncomfortable shape of a legacy he never fully owned. He had become, to many, a hero, and yet he had little interest in heroism. He described himself instead as a fraud, a man swept along by forces larger than he could control. Still, the public appetite for his story had only grown. By the early 1920s, he had settled into a strange rhythm, serving in military ranks under assumed names, while drafting and redrafting 7 Pillars of Wisdom. The manuscript consumed him. He described its creation as a kind of torment. It wasn't just the scale of the work, it was the pain of reliving the contradictions he had lived through. He wrote not as a conqueror, but as a witness. The sweeping narrative, filled with exacting detail and introspection, didn't glorify the war so much as expose its complexities. He questioned his own motives, doubted the morality of his role, and chronicled the beauty and tragedy of the desert campaigns with unflinching care. Though he printed only a few copies for friends at first, word of the manuscript spread. Artists and writers gathered around him. Politicians sought his opinions on the future of the Middle East. But Lawrence grew increasingly wary of speaking out. The world he had fought to reshape had been carved up by foreign powers. Borders were drawn with blunt instruments. Arab independence, once a hope spoken beneath canvas and stars, had been traded for oil, influence, and mandate. Lawrence did what he could. He advised Winston Churchill briefly during the 1921 Cairo conference, helping to draft new policies for the region. He pushed for Faisal's installation as King of Iraq, a fragile gesture toward honoring old promises. But these were patches on a larger wound. He knew that. He continued to serve in the Royal Air Force under the name T.E. Shaw. He lived in small quarters, read voraciously, and kept largely to himself. His friendships grew fewer. His letters, though still brilliant, were tinged with fatigue. He seemed a man trying to stay ahead of his own reflection, someone who had become a symbol but could never quite reconcile what that symbol stood for. When a limited edition of 7 Pillars was finally released, it was praised for its literary richness and emotional honesty. It wasn't the tale of a British conqueror. It was something more complicated, a memoir of belief, betrayal, and the long, dry ache of aftermath. Lawrence never married. He had no children. The war had taken a piece of him that never returned. His days became quiet, his routine exact. He rode his beloved motorbike through the winding roads of Dorset, the wind and motion offering what little peace he could still find. But beneath the surface, he remained restless, haunted by decisions made and opportunities lost. The map of the world had changed, but so had the man who once tried to redraw it. In the final years of his life, Lawrence lived in a small, whitewashed cottage in Dorset, surrounded by pine trees and wide skies. He called it Cloud's Hill. The name suited it. The house was simple and spare. No electricity, few comforts, only the barest essentials. It was a place built for solitude. He spent his time reading, translating, corresponding with old friends. Occasionally, he would venture into town or receive a visitor, but more often, he was alone. He remained in the Royal Air Force under the name Shaw, working in clerical roles and repair units, content in the background. But there were signs. He was beginning to consider a return to public life. He had written to acquaintances about future work, pondered joining Churchill's circle again, even hinted at publishing more widely. After years of retreat, something inside him had started to stir again, just a flicker. Then, on the morning of May 13th, 1935, he took his motorbike out along a familiar country road. It was a clear day, the trees in full spring bloom, the lane winding and narrow. Lawrence rode fast. It was something he loved, the rush of speed and the focus it demanded. He crested a rise, and suddenly, 2 boys on bicycles appeared in front of him. He swerved hard to avoid them and was thrown from the machine. He never regained consciousness. For 6 days, he lay in a coma at a nearby military hospital. Friends gathered, reporters waited, and on May 19th, he died, less than 3 months after leaving military service for good. He was 46 years old. The world reacted with the strange mix of reverence and confusion. Obituaries spoke of a national hero. Others called him a mystery. Churchill wept. The Arab world mourned. And still others wondered whether anyone truly knew the man who had once helped stir a desert revolt and then disappeared into its aftermath. He was buried not far from Cloud's Hill, in a simple grave. The headstone bore only his assumed name, T.E. Shaw, and a short inscription. The crowds that came were silent, respectful, unsure of what to say. In the years that followed, the legend only grew. Films would be made, books written, monuments built, and yet, beneath it all remained the outline of a man who never fully trusted what the world made of him. Lawrence had once set out across the desert to help forge a new world. He returned home a different man, burned by war, shaped by loyalty, undone by betrayal, and burdened by the weight of memory. He lived as a scholar, a soldier, and something in between. A figure caught between the pages of history and the pull of myth. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of the lost colony of Roanoke and the haunting disappearance of its entire population of more than 100 souls who vanished without a trace. On a narrow spit of land off the coast of what is now North Carolina, a small band of settlers arrived in the summer of 1587, determined to carve out a new life. But the land was harsher than they'd been led to believe. Food was scarce, and their crops faltered in the sandy soil. Though supplies were due to arrive within a few months, they soon realized they didn't have nearly enough to sustain themselves. Behind them lay thousands of miles of ocean. Ahead lay nothing but uncertainty. For months they toiled in the heat and storms, building homes, planting what little they could, and hoping for promised relief from England that never came. And as hunger deepened and tempers frayed, the settlers urged their governor, John White, to return to England and plead for help, a journey he never imagined would take 3 long years to complete. When John finally returned, he found only vacant houses and empty streets. There were no signs of distress, no fires, no fresh graves, no clear sign of what fate had befallen them. Were they struck down by hunger or illness? Were they taken into captivity, or did they attempt to sail to another colony? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow the faint footsteps of those brave settlers and consider the courage it must have taken to face the unknown. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's follow the echoes of those long-forgotten settlers and explore the mystery they left behind at Roanoke. In the waning years of the 16th century, England looked across the Atlantic and imagined an empire. Spain's grip on the Americas was strong, but Elizabeth's court wanted more than trade and naval victories. It wanted land. It wanted power and wealth. It wanted a foothold on the new continent. So when Sir Walter Raleigh proposed planting a colony on the distant shores of North America, the idea was met with a mix of caution and excitement. It was dangerous, yes, but the rewards could be immense. Raleigh was granted a royal patent, and plans were drawn for an English presence in the New World. He himself never sailed, but he oversaw the recruitment of men and women willing to risk everything for the promise of land and a new start. Some came for the adventure, others for the chance to escape their debts or the rigid confines of English society. Families, soldiers, craftsmen, all packed into the holds of 3 small ships. They left behind the crowded streets of Portsmouth in the spring of 1587, heading for a place few of them could even picture. The crossing was long and unforgiving. The Atlantic in summer was no gentle friend. Winds tore at the sails, storms battered the decks, and the stench of damp wood and unwashed bodies filled the air below. At night, the ships groaned as they pitched over black waves, the passengers clutching one another in the dark. Days stretched into weeks. Food grew stale and water soured. Yet through it all, they clung to the belief that what lay ahead was worth enduring. Stories told of forests rich with game, rivers alive with fish, and fertile ground that would welcome the plough and yield abundance. At last, they reached the islands of the Outer Banks. Through the morning mist, they caught sight of Roanoke, a narrow stretch of land ringed by marsh and forest. The settlers stepped ashore, weary from the crossing, but stirred by the strange beauty of the place. The air was warm and heavy, with the scent of pine. Birds wheeled above the reeds, and the trees swayed as though whispering among themselves. Their task was clear: build a settlement, plant crops, and claim this land in the name of England before the Spanish could reach it. The work began at once. Trees were felled, homes razed, and a small fort took shape on the edge of the forest. There was no time to dwell on how far they were from home, or how fragile their position here truly was. For a moment, it almost felt as though they belonged. The ocean was behind them now, and the wide green continent stretched ahead, full of possibility. But as the sun sank behind the tree line on those first nights, more than one settler must have wondered what they'd truly stepped into, and whether England's dream would become their own undoing. When the settlers awoke on their first full morning in the New World, the horizon stretched before them like a painted dream, vast, green, and utterly foreign. Roanoke Island was unlike anything they had left behind in England. The earth itself seemed alive in ways they could not fully understand, and every sound carried a strange edge: the low croak of unseen frogs, the rustling of reeds, the distant cry of some bird they couldn't name. There was little time to marvel, though. The governor, John White, urged them to begin the hard work of making the island habitable. They unloaded what supplies they had: barrels of meal, salt pork, a few tools and weapons, and set about clearing brush to raise walls and simple timber homes. Yet even in those first days, there were signs that the land would not yield easily to their efforts. The soil was sandy and poor, sucking the life from seeds almost as soon as they were planted. The summer heat hung heavy over the island, and swarms of biting insects tormented them as they worked. Game was scarce, and fishing yielded only modest catches. Still, they pressed on, determined to make the best of it, to carve their settlement out of this strange wilderness. And then there were the neighbors. At first, small groups of Croatoan people watched them from the trees, their painted faces unreadable. These tribes were no strangers to Europeans. The English had come here before and left behind their own mix of promises and wounds. For a time, relations stayed polite, but tense. There were some exchanges, a few fish here, some bread and beads there, but nothing like trust. Beneath it all lay a current of uncertainty, as if both sides were measuring the other, waiting to see who would make the first mistake. The colonists did their best to appear unshaken. Children played between the posts of the fort. Women tended small garden plots and washed clothes by the river bank. Men cut timber and kept watch on the perimeter. Yet among themselves, they began to murmur about how little food they had, and how long it might take for the promised supplies to arrive from England. The week stretched on, and still no sails appeared in the distance. One evening, a small fire burned near the edge of camp as the governor walked among his people, listening. A man confessed that his family was already cutting rations. Another asked if there would be more trade with the tribes. A woman pressed him about when the ships would come. And though John White reassured them all in his steady way, he could feel the weight of their worry settling over him like a stone. They had come so far, endured so much to get here. Yet the island was not welcoming them. It was testing them, piece by piece. The governor stood at the water's edge that night, looking out toward the east, and wondered how many more weeks the colony could last. The first weeks of summer passed in a haze of sweat and hope. The settlers worked from dawn until dusk, shaping their fort, planting gardens, and repairing the damage from storms that swept across the island without warning. The woods seemed to press closer with each passing day, their shadows deepening, the rustle of unseen creatures just beyond sight. It did not take long for their hope to sour. The soil yielded little but stunted corn and wilted beans. The hunting parties brought back only meager hauls, a few rabbits, a string of fish, never enough to satisfy the growing hunger. The air hung hot and heavy over Roanoke, making the work slow and grueling. Skin blistered under the sun and cracked in the salt winds. Worse still was the feeling of being watched. At first, the Croatoan people had approached openly, standing at the edge of camp and offering a fish or two in exchange for beads and cloth. But when one exchange soured, an argument over stolen tools, they withdrew. Now their presence was felt only in fleeting glimpses, a figure between the trees, a sound in the brush, and the unshakable feeling they were being watched. Inside the wooden palisade, tempers began to fray. Families argued over food. Children cried themselves to sleep on empty stomachs. There were whispered complaints about John White, about whether he'd misled them, about what to expect here. He tried to reassure them, reminding everyone that relief ships were surely on their way. But even he could feel his own confidence slipping as the weeks wore on. By midsummer, some among them had already given up planting altogether, convinced nothing would grow here. They foraged along the marshes, dug for shellfish, and stretched their rations thinner and thinner. But no matter how hard they worked, the stores kept dwindling. Each barrel of meal emptied faster than the last. There were nights when the wind would rise and whistle through the trees, carrying with it strange calls and the smell of distant fires. Around their own hearths, the settlers spoke in hushed tones of what lay beyond the island, other tribes, other dangers. Some wondered aloud if it would be wiser to try their luck inland, to strike out and find better ground before they all starved. But most clung to the promise of England. Supplies would come, they told themselves. They had to. And still, no ships appeared. On one weary evening, as the sun sank behind the forest, John White stood at the edge of camp and watched the sky darken over the water. He could see the doubt in his people's faces, hear it in hushed conversations. The settlement had begun as a bold dream. Now, he feared, it was unraveling faster than he could hold it together. By the end of summer, the colony was holding together by little more than determination. Each morning, the settlers rose and went about their tasks, though their movements had grown slower, their faces thinner. The gardens gave only meager handfuls. The hunting parties returned empty-handed more often than not, yet they carried on. Somehow, they patched the roofs of their homes when storms tore through. They stood watch at the palisade when distant fires glowed beyond the trees. The children still played, though less boisterously now, their games quieted by hunger. Among the women, there were whispers of how pale and weak the youngest had become. Among the men, there were darker mutterings, that they'd been abandoned, that England had forgotten them. Every evening, John White made his rounds, speaking with families, checking stores, listening to complaints. He reminded them of the ships that must surely be on their way, of how much they'd already endured to make this foothold in the New World. Yet in the dark of his own small quarters, he wrestled with the same gnawing doubts. The supplies they'd brought from England were nearly gone. The land was not providing what they'd hoped, and the Croatoan, though still not openly hostile, had grown more distant by the week. In September, one of the men approached him at dusk, voice low, and asked the question many had already been thinking. How much longer could they wait? If no help arrived, how much longer could they survive? White said nothing at first. He stood at the edge of camp, looking east over the darkening sea, and let the wind carry away his thoughts. Then he gave the only answer he could. They would wait as long as they must. But that night, as he lay awake, he knew the truth. Waiting much longer would mean watching his people starve. There was only one course left. He would have to sail back himself, plead with the court for more ships, more provisions, more men to reinforce the colony before it collapsed entirely. It was a bitter decision. To leave now, knowing how much the settlers already feared abandonment, was to risk breaking their spirits entirely. Yet to stay, with nothing left to give them, would seal their fate, all the same. The next morning, he gathered the settlers and explained what must be done. They listened in tense silence, some with downcast eyes, others glaring in silent accusation. His own daughter stood apart, her infant in her arms, her face unreadable. By the day's end, the decision was made. John White would leave on the next fair tide, carrying with him the hopes of more than 100 souls who had staked everything on this place. He promised them he would return quickly, before the next planting season, before winter could claim them. On the morning he departed, the colonists lined the shore to watch the sails catch the wind and fade into the distance. The last sound of England faded with them, leaving only the hush of the reeds and the endless reach of the forest behind. The morning of his departure was heavy with a strange stillness. The air clung damp and warm as John White made his way to the waiting boat. The settlers gathered along the shoreline to watch him go. The tide was just beginning to turn, the water rippling with the faint breath of wind that would carry him back to England. He had spent his last hours walking the settlement one final time. The walls of the fort stood straight, but weather-worn, the homes inside already beginning to sag. The fields beyond were thin and patchy, the soil exhausted before it had even been tamed. Everywhere he looked, he saw his people, his daughter, holding her infant, offering him a faint, resigned smile. The men who still stood guard at the palisade, their faces drawn, but watchful. The women who swept the thresholds of homes as though tidiness could keep despair at bay. It was not in his nature to abandon them, yet the choice was no longer his to make. They needed food. They needed weapons, seed, more hands to work the fields and hold the line. And only he could plead their case before the court. He tried to meet every eye on that shore as he climbed into the boat. He promised again he would return swiftly, within the year, before the next winter could strip the land bare. The small craft pushed off, the water slapping softly against its hull. From the deck of the waiting ship, he could see the line of settlers standing on the sand, growing smaller and smaller as the sail filled and the island receded behind him. Even after they were nothing more than shapes in the distance, he could feel their gaze following him eastward. The journey back was far from swift. The English Channel was thick with Spanish ships and privateers, the war between the two nations heating to a fever pitch. The Queen's Navy had commandeered vessels for defense of the realm, and those that remained sailed under threat of capture, or worse. At every port he begged for passage, and at every port he was turned away or delayed. Weeks became months, months bled into years. Each passing season weighed on him like a stone. Letters home told him of victories at sea, of raids against the Armada, of England's growing power, but no word of Roanoke, no mention of relief ships being sent. His appeals to Raleigh and the court were heard with polite indifference. Their attention was fixed on the war, not on a struggling colony in some far-off wilderness. By the time he finally secured passage to return, 3 long years had passed. He stood at the rail as the ship once more crossed the Atlantic, his eyes fixed westward, haunted by the thought of what he might find waiting for him. The winds carried him toward Roanoke at last, but they carried with them no reassurance, only questions, only the growing sense that the people he had left behind might no longer be there to welcome him home. Back on Roanoke, the settlers were left to endure the long stretch of months that became years, watching the seasons turn and the horizon remain empty. The sails they had hoped to see by the autumn never came. By winter, the winds grew colder and sharper, bending the trees and stirring the marshes into grey stillness. The settlement clung to life, but it was a fragile, fraying thing. They likely continued with their routines, for lack of any other choice, repairing the palisades, hunting what little they could, patrolling the perimeter, the women tending fires, boiling what roots and scraps were left, and caring for the weak and sick, children growing thin and solemn, their laughter fading into stillness. Over time, it's likely food became their only thought. Perhaps they gathered mussels from the marshes, dug for clams, snared small birds, or stripped bark from trees when nothing else remained. Some of the Croatoan people may have continued to visit, but most tribes seemed to keep their distance. There were rumors, perhaps, of raids farther inland, or settlers who wandered too far and didn't return. Whispers may have begun to spread through the camp, talk of leaving Roanoke behind and heading into the forests to find more fertile ground. Others might have warned that abandoning the fort was too dangerous, that their best chance was to stay put and wait it out. As a second winter approached, it's likely a kind of resignation set in. Those who remained may have told themselves they only had to endure a little longer, that help would come, that they had not been forgotten. But as seasons turned into years, it's likely their hope all but vanished. In the end, if they did survive, it may not have been because they were rescued, but because they chose to disappear. When at last John White secured passage and crossed the Atlantic again, the journey was mercifully swift compared to his first return. The ship cut through late summer waters, and the winds carried him westward. Yet as he neared Roanoke, an uneasy feeling grew in him. The closer he came, the more he wondered what, or who, he might find waiting. The first signs came before he even reached the island. As the ship anchored off the outer banks, he could see faint columns of smoke curling from distant shorelines, thin and pale against the tree line. The crew peered through their scopes and pointed. There too, further inland, another smudge of grey rising into the sky. He came ashore at one of the smaller barrier islands and found the remains of a fire, still warm, though no one was there. Footprints marked the sand, but they trailed off into the marsh. A scrap of fabric, weathered and torn, clung to a branch, and yet no sign of his people. Over the next day, he moved along the coast, stopping at points where he thought the settlers might have moved. Again and again, he found evidence of life, a faint trail of trampled grass, a broken tool, embers beneath a thin layer of ash. Someone had been here, perhaps only days before. At night, camped on the beach, he and his small party thought they saw figures moving among the trees. Once, in the half-light of dawn, he glimpsed what looked like a child watching him from the edge of the forest. But when he called out, the figure melted into the undergrowth without a sound. There was still no outright hostility, no arrows in the sand, no signs of battle or blood. But the silence was heavier than he remembered, and the island seemed to hold its breath as he made his way toward the settlement proper. On the second evening, his men spotted carvings on a tree near the water's edge, letters scratched deep into the bark, though weathered by sun and rain. He leaned close and read them aloud. C-R-O. Further on, another. This time, the full word, Croatoan, the name of the nearby island and of the friendly tribe who lived there, the same tribe who had once welcomed the English before relations soured. Hope flared in him, fragile but real. Perhaps they had not perished after all. Perhaps they had simply moved on, to live among the Croatoan and wait for his return. But no boats were sent to investigate. A storm was gathering, and the captain refused to linger. The carving was the only sign, and without a search, it raised just as many questions as it answered. With that thought in his heart, he pressed on toward the settlement, expecting, or perhaps only hoping, that his colony still stood. By the time John White and his men reached the fort at Roanoke, the sun was low on the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees. The path into the settlement was overgrown now, choked with weeds and brush, and the gate stood ajar, one hinge sagging. He paused just outside the palisade, taking in the eerie stillness of the place. There was no laughter of children, no smoke curling from chimneys, no sounds of life at all. The homes still stood in their neat rows, though weathered and worn by wind and rain. Doors swung open, roofs had begun to sag. The fields beyond were empty, nothing left but brittle stalks and dry earth. Inside the fort, he walked slowly through the familiar lanes, past the church and the shallow well. There were no signs of violence, no blood, no toppled walls, no scattered belongings. It was as though the settlers had simply laid down their tools one day and walked away. He examined the walls more closely and found what he had seen carved into the trees along the way, cut deep into the timber of the gatepost. Croatoan. There was no cross or distress symbol beside it, no plea for help, no sign that the colony had been forced. The message seemed deliberate, almost calm, and it was the only clue they left behind. He walked among the houses, peering into darkened doorways. Beds still stood in place, though stripped of blankets. A few empty barrels lay on their sides. The gardens had long since gone to seed. Even the graves at the edge of the fort were undisturbed, marked with their simple stones. That night, he sat by the shore and tried to make sense of what he had seen. His own daughter, his granddaughter, they were gone, along with all the others. Taken where? To Croatoan Island, as the carvings seemed to suggest, or deeper inland, away from the endless hunger and fear that had haunted them here. The next morning, strong winds rose suddenly from the sea, lashing the coast and forcing his ship to pull anchor before they could search further. Against his wishes, the captain refused to risk his crew and vessel any longer. Roanoke, and whatever remained of its settlers, slipped from view as the ship tacked eastward, the island receding into the mist behind them. He left with no answers, only that single, haunting word carved into wood, and the memory of a settlement abandoned yet strangely intact. For centuries since, the mystery of that empty village has endured, as stubborn and inscrutable as the day he found it. In the years that followed John White's return to England, the fate of the Roanoke colonists became the subject of endless speculation. The empty village and its cryptic message left behind no clear answers, only possibilities, and over time, each theory took on a life of its own. Some believed the settlers had simply moved to nearby Croatoan Island, joining the tribe whose name they had carved. The Croatoan were known to be more friendly than the inland Secatan, and there were later accounts of fair-haired children living among native villages along the Carolina coast. Tools and pottery of European origin were even found at some of these sites, fueling the belief that at least a few survivors may have found refuge there. Others held darker suspicions. Tensions with some tribes had run high, and it's possible the settlers were ambushed, scattered, or killed outright. Yet no signs of violence were ever discovered at Roanoke, and no tales of a massacre surfaced from the local tribes. Another theory imagined them succumbing to the land itself. Hunger, disease, and exposure could have claimed them one by one, their bodies buried in unmarked graves or lost to the marshes. The thought of more than 100 souls fading this way, unseen, unremembered, gave the mystery a tragic weight. Some even suggested that, in desperation, the settlers attempted to sail back to England in a makeshift vessel, only to be lost at sea. No wreckage was ever found, but such a venture would not have been beyond their reach. Over the centuries, each explanation has been examined and debated, but none can be proved beyond doubt. Archaeologists continue to uncover fragments of evidence here and there, shards of pottery, a rusted blade, beads buried deep in the earth, yet the larger story remains elusive. What is certain is that the settlers' disappearance cast a long shadow over England's colonial ambitions. The failure of Roanoke haunted those who followed, a stark reminder of how fragile a foothold in this new world could be. And so the question remains, passed down from one generation to the next. Did they perish in despair? Or did they somehow endure, slipping into the forests and becoming part of the land itself? Even now, standing among the pines on Roanoke Island, one might feel it, that faint sense of something unresolved, just beyond reach. Decades passed, and still no certain trace of the Roanoke colonists was ever found. The story settled into legend. Then, in 1937, a strange stone was brought to light. Discovered by a tourist in a Carolina field, the slab bore a long inscription, said to be written by Eleanor Dare, John White's daughter. In it, she claimed that the settlers had fled inland, suffered attacks and illness, and that she alone had survived to leave this message for her father. The discovery sent a ripple of excitement through historians and the public alike. At last, perhaps, the mystery would be solved. Over the next 2 years, more than 40 similar stones surfaced across the Carolinas and into Georgia, each telling more of the harrowing tale. How the colonists struggled, how most perished, how Eleanor carried their story forward as best she could. For a time, the stones were celebrated as a remarkable archaeological find, a window into a lost chapter of history. But questions soon arose. The lettering was too modern, the language inconsistent. Scholars began to doubt, and as more stones emerged from more unlikely places, the whole affair began to look less like a miracle and more like a hoax. By the 1940s, most experts had dismissed the so-called Dare stones as a fraud, likely dreamed up for profit during the Depression. They were quietly removed from display, packed away into museum storage. Yet even now, there are some who wonder if one among them, perhaps the very first, might still be genuine, a single authentic voice lost amid the noise of forgery. The stones, real or not, have become part of the larger story. They speak to our need to explain, to close the gap between what we know and what we fear we may never know. On Roanoke Island today, the woods have grown thick again, and the marshes creep back toward the old fort. The graves remain, their stones worn smooth by wind and time. And though no one can say for certain what became of those settlers, their story endures, a reminder of what it means to risk everything, to stand on the edge of the world and take that first, fragile step into the unknown. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the infamous and formidable Oregon Trail, a narrow line of wagon ruts stretching 2,000 miles into the unknown, where the promise of a new beginning was shadowed at every turn by danger, doubt, and the austere beauty of an untamed frontier. Drawn by the lure of rich farmland, the promise of gentler skies beyond the mountains, and the chance to claim something all their own, these hopeful dreamers followed the Oregon Trail through endless plains, boiling deserts, and frozen peaks. They crossed rivers that swallowed wagons whole, prairies swept by ceaseless winds, and forests that whispered of both refuge and peril. By day, the trail shimmered under a punishing sun. By night, it unspooled beneath a sky thick with stars. Campfires glowed against the darkness, casting long, watchful shadows across the plains, while the distant cry of wolves trailed the wagon trains from camp to camp. Every mile brought a choice: to press on or turn back, to cling to the dream or let it go. And yet they came, dozens at first, then by the thousands, some seeking land to call their own, some fleeing what lay behind them. Along the way, they wrote their stories into the dust, tales of triumph and tragedy, leaving no monument, only memory. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow in the footsteps of intrepid trailblazers, determined pioneers, and cunning opportunists. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey slowly into the long, restless silence of the Oregon Trail. In the spring of 1804, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark set their sights on a horizon no American had yet dared to cross. Commissioned by President Jefferson to chart a route through the unclaimed western lands to the Pacific Ocean, their mission was as much about survival as it was discovery. They called themselves the Cause of Discovery, a modest name for such an audacious undertaking. Nearly 46 men gathered on the banks of the Missouri River. From the very first miles, the river showed its teeth, Heavy rains swelled the waters and made footing treacherous. Mosquitoes rose in thick clouds, tormenting both man and beast. Each bend of the river revealed another challenge: submerged snags, steep muddy banks, shifting sandbars. The men were soaked through day after day, their hands blistered from oars and ropes, their muscles aching from endless toil. Even so, night after night, they pressed onward. The promise of uncharted lands and the weight of the president's charge kept them moving. Beyond the familiar prairies, the terrain grew rougher. Herds of bison thundered across open plains, their presence both a marvel and a reminder of the untamed wilderness they faced. Encounters with native tribes brought moments of tense silence and cautious diplomacy. There was no guarantee these meetings would end in peace, but Clark's maps began to fill with names, landmarks, and the delicate threads of relationships that would help guide them west. As the seasons turned, the journey took its toll. Provisions spoiled, game became scarce, and frost crept into the air. Men fell ill, and one, Sergeant Charles Floyd, died of what they believed was a ruptured appendix, the first and only fatality of the expedition. His burial mound rose above the river, a stark reminder of what each of them risked with every mile. At last, they reached the Rocky Mountains, their snow-capped peaks looming like a wall against the western sky. The sight was both magnificent and daunting. The Missouri, their lifeline until now, splintered into tributaries and then into nothing but rushing streams. It would take everything they had, and the help of Sacagawea, a young Shoshone woman who joined them with her infant son, to find a way through the passes and down to the Columbia River. When they stood on the edge of the Pacific, waves crashing against black rock and gray sand, they did not shout for joy. There was no grand celebration, just relief, a few tears, and the steady scratch of pens in their journals, capturing the sight for those who would one day follow. The map was no longer blank, but the road home still stretched long before them. The way home from the Pacific coast was no less punishing than the trek west. With their mission complete, Lewis and Clark turned their battered party eastward in the spring of 1806, their canoes slicing back through the swollen Columbia. Yet even as they retraced their steps, the work of discovery was far from finished. Every day they stopped to measure, to observe, and to record, the men filling page after page with notes on the rivers, the wildlife, and the people they encountered. Their maps began to take shape, the once blank spaces of the continent now stitched together with rivers, mountains, and the faint suggestion of a path. Spring rains made travel miserable. The party slogged through mud, their clothes rotting on their backs, their boots worn through. Spirits frayed as hunting proved difficult and rations dwindled. At one point, Clark wrote grimly of living for days on roots and dried fish, his men growing weaker. But still, they continued on, driven by duty and by the knowledge that what they carried home would change everything. Their journals were more than words. They were proof that the land beyond the Mississippi was real and reachable. At every turn, they found themselves reminded of the fragility of their success. Horses were stolen in the night. Sudden snow squalls forced them to take shelter in makeshift camps. Lewis himself was shot accidentally in the hip by one of his own men and nearly bled to death before they could tend the wound. The journey became a test of patience as much as strength, each day a fresh reminder of just how easily one misstep could undo them all. And yet, even as hardship weighed on them, moments of wonder still broke through. They marveled at vast herds of elk grazing in open meadows, at waterfalls crashing hundreds of feet into spray, at the way the dawn light spilled across the plains they had once crossed in fear. To their surprise, many native tribes welcomed them back with generosity and curiosity, offering food and guidance. Bonds of trust, fragile though they were, had begun to grow. When they eventually floated into St. Louis in late September, they were met with disbelief. Crowds gathered on the riverbank to watch their battered canoes glide in, cheering the men as heroes. After 2.5 years, more than 8,000 miles, and countless brushes with disaster, they had not only returned alive, but brought back the most detailed vision yet of what lay beyond. The dream of the West, once little more than myth, now had a shape, a map drawn in ink and blood, waiting for others to follow. Soon, wagon wheels would begin to cut that map into the earth itself, one cautious family at a time, setting out along the faint lines Lewis and Clark had traced toward the horizon. In the summer of 1836, a small wagon party left Missouri with an ambition that would seem almost foolhardy by the standards of the day. Among them were Marcus Whitman and his young wife, Narcissa, a pair of determined pioneers with a vision that stretched far beyond their own lives. They were bound not merely for land or fortune, but for a mission to establish a settlement among the Cayuse people of the far west, and perhaps even more audaciously, to prove to the world that women too could make the journey. The Whitman's wagon creaked westward across endless grasslands, pulled by patient oxen and followed by a handful of others who dared the same gamble. The sun beat down on the prairie, and dust hung in the air for miles behind them. Narcissa wrote in her journal of walking mile after mile beside the wagon, her skirts heavy with grit and sweat, but her resolve unshaken. She would later recall watching the sunrise over the plains, writing that she had never seen a sky so vast, or felt so far from everything she knew. It was a hard road. Wheels broke and had to be mended in the dust. Food spoiled or was lost to rivers too deep to ford. Some nights brought storms so fierce they flattened tents and scattered possessions across the prairie. But Narcissa's presence itself was revolutionary, her endurance proving to others who saw her that this was no longer just a trail for trappers and soldiers. Families could make their way too. Children could grow up at its end. Weeks stretched into months as the party wound into the foothills and then climbed into the mountains. The air turned sharp and thin, and every pass felt steeper than the last. Still, Narcissa walked on, writing of flowers she saw even in the highest meadows, and of her determination to carry her faith westward. When at last they descended into the valleys beyond the Blue Mountains, she became one of the first white women to cross into what would become Oregon country. At Waylatpo, in the land of the Cayuse, Marcus and Narcissa built their mission, a modest cluster of buildings meant to be both home and haven. It was a fragile outpost of a fragile dream. The soil was rocky, the winters biting, and the tensions with the Cayuse, who watched these newcomers with suspicion, were already growing. But for now, the Whitmans had shown what few dared to believe, that families could cross the breadth of a continent, and that this path, though merciless, could be endured by more than just the strong and the wild. The mission at Waylatpo stood as a lonely outpost on the edge of two worlds, a fragile bridge between the settlers, who arrived full of faith and ambition, and the Cayuse people, who had called this land home for generations. Marcus and Narcissa Whitman poured their energy into building more than just walls and roofs. They planted gardens, taught lessons, tended the sick, and held services. To them, the mission was a light in the wilderness, but to many of the Cayuse, it was an intrusion, a steady encroachment on their way of life. At first, there was a kind of wary cooperation. Cayuse children came to the mission school. Men traded horses and game for tools and cloth, and the two groups shared meals around campfires. But beneath it all, unease simmered. The Whitmans' ways were strange, their religion foreign, their customs rigid, their presence increasingly permanent. As more settlers arrived in the valley, bringing their wagons, their fences, and their herds of livestock, the balance began to tilt. The winters were hard in Waylatpo. Bitter winds swept down from the Blue Mountains, rattling the thin walls of the mission. Marcus worked himself to exhaustion, tending to settlers and tribespeople alike, his medical supplies often running low. Narcissa grew increasingly withdrawn, writing less in her journal, her words more subdued. The joy she had once found in flowers and sunrise gave way to a constant weariness. Then came the sickness. Measles swept through the valley in waves, striking the Cayuse especially hard. Children grew feverish and weak. Elders wasted away. The mission's small infirmary overflowed. Marcus did what he could, but his medicines failed to stem the tide. To the Cayuse, it seemed the white man's presence had brought death to their people. Whispers of anger and betrayal spread from camp to camp. That winter of 1847, the tension finally broke. A group of Cayuse men, convinced the Whitmans had cursed them, descended on the mission. In the space of a single day, the work of years was undone. Marcus and Narcissa were killed, along with several others, and the mission was left in ashes. The Cayuse War followed, years of bloodshed sparked by a moment of violence, born from fear and mistrust. The story of the Whitmans became another cautionary tale, a reminder that the West was not simply a canvas to be painted, but a land already rich with its own stories, its own people, and quiet warnings for all who came seeking to make it their own. Still, the wagons kept coming, each new train of settlers believing they might fare better, even as whispers of hardship and loss gathered like storm clouds ahead. By the early 1840s, the trickle of wagons heading west had begun to swell. In the spring of 1843, what became known as the Great Migration saw nearly 1,000 settlers gather on the banks of the Missouri River, their wagons lined up in neat rows. This was no longer a lonely road for trappers and missionaries. This was a river of humanity, flowing westward, carrying whole families, their belongings, their hopes, and their fears toward a new life. They set out together, forming a single long caravan that stretched for miles. The air was thick with dust, the mornings alive with the clatter of harnesses and the shouts of drivers urging animals onward. At night, wagons circled into a great ring, fires dotting the prairie as children played at the edges and parents quietly worried over maps and dwindling supplies. Some families sang hymns to keep their spirits up. Others sat silently, staring at the flames, already worn thin by the weight of the journey still ahead. Time brought new challenges in numbers. When the river rose too high to ford, dozens of wagons lined the banks, waiting their turn to cross, often watching helplessly as neighbors lost oxen or possessions to the currents. The narrow passes of the Blue Mountains brought delays as wagons jammed the rocky paths. Tempers sometimes flared, disputes over grazing, over the pace of the caravan, even over who had the right to camp where. Yet the sheer size of the group also brought safety, strength in numbers against the uncertainty that lay ahead. There was comfort in knowing others faced the same hardships, and sometimes a stranger's helping hand made the difference between pressing on and giving up. Disease, too, traveled with them. Cholera broke out in one train, spreading through camps with deadly efficiency, taking lives before families had even reached the halfway point. Children were buried by the roadside in hastily dug graves, marked with simple wooden crosses or a pile of stones. Some mornings began with the sound of a hammer driving a final nail into a coffin. For each of them, there was a silent lesson. No amount of preparation or faith could fully shield you from the whims of this land. But for every loss, others kept walking, eyes fixed westward, carrying the memory of those they left behind. The elements punished them daily. Rains turned the trail into sucking mud. Winds scoured faces raw and lifted entire tents into the air. Summer sun baked the plains until water barrels ran low and animals collapsed in their traces. The prairie seemed endless at times, stretching so far ahead it was easy to lose hope. But even in the bleakest moments, there were glimpses of beauty, wildflowers that brightened the grasslands, herds of antelope cresting distant ridges, and the comfort of a starry sky that reminded them they were still moving forward. Still, they pressed on. Every morning, the great caravan creaked back to life, wheels turning, oxen straining against the harness, drivers calling out to one another. Each mile carried them farther from everything they had known and closer to something they could only imagine. And as they descended into the green valleys of the west at last, Many believed that the long ordeal had been worth it, that the Oregon Trail, for all it took, gave them the chance to begin again. In the spring of 1846, a group of families gathered near Independence, Missouri, eager to make the way west before winter. Among them were George and Jacob Donner, along with James Reed and their families, well off and determined to claim new land in California. They set out with wagons newly built and oxen freshly shod, convinced that careful planning and resolve would see them through. For weeks, they followed the established route in good spirits, their progress steady. As they reached Fort Bridger in present-day Wyoming, a man's name began to ripple through campfire conversations: Lansford Hastings. His guidebook promised a shortcut through the Wasatch Mountains and across the salt flats of Utah, shaving precious weeks from the journey. Time was already pressing as summer slipped by, and the thought of beating winter's snow was too tempting to ignore. Hastings himself had left notes along the route, urging travelers to take his route, claiming it was faster and more direct. Despite warnings from others, the Donners and Reeds decided to follow Hastings' advice. The so-called Hastings Cutoff proved far worse than they could have imagined. The route through the Wasatch Mountains was steep and choked with dense brush, forcing them to cut their way through by hand. Days were lost as wagons overturned and animals exhausted themselves, pulling through treacherous passes. By the time they emerged into the Utah desert, supplies were already dwindling and tempers beginning to fray. The salt flats stretched out like a white sea under the blistering sun. Wagons sank into the crust, animals collapsed from thirst, and the party trudged on, their shoes ruined and lips cracked from the heat. Weeks of delays turned into despair as the shortcut cost them valuable time rather than saving it. At every stop, they counted the days left before snow would begin to fall in the Sierra Nevada, the final barrier to California. Tensions mounted within the group. Arguments flared over who was to blame, over how much food to ration, over whether to turn back. At one point, James Reed killed another man in a quarrel and was banished from the group, forced to ride ahead on his own. The wagons limped forward through Nevada, each mile heavier than the last, until at last they began their climb into the Sierra in late October, weeks behind schedule. The first snowstorm came sooner than anyone expected. Snow fell thick and heavy, blanketing the road and burying it from sight. The wagons stalled near Truckee Lake, unable to move forward or back. As more storms swept through, they built crude cabins and lean-tos and settled in to wait for rescue. But food supplies ran out quickly, and the bitter cold began to take its toll. The dream of California faded with each passing day, replaced by a grim fight simply to stay alive. Even then, some still clung to hope, watching the ridgelines for signs of help. But they could not have known yet how dark that winter would become, nor how high a price they would pay for believing in a shortcut through a land that was never meant to be easy. As November deepened, the Sierra Nevada trapped the Donner Party in a relentless, white stillness. The snow kept falling, week after week, until drifts rose higher than the wagons themselves. The families huddled in their makeshift shelters, 2 cabins and a few lean-tos, while the wind howled through the trees. Fires burned low as wood became scarce, and every scrap of food was rationed with shaking hands. At first, they survived on what little remained of their provisions: dried beans, flour, and strips of bacon. Then oxen were slaughtered one by one, their hides boiled into a kind of gluey soup. When even the last scraps of meat were gone, the children grew quiet, too weak to play, and the adults' faces hardened into grim masks of endurance. Blame hung in the air. Many whispered the name of Lansford Hastings. His shortcut had lured them into this fate, but there was no undoing the choice now. Arguments flared, then died as energy waned. A handful of men and women decided there was no other way but forward. They bound pieces of oxhide to their feet as makeshift snowshoes and set out over the drifts, hoping to reach settlements in California and bring back help. They became known as the Forlorn Hope. The snowshoe party staggered through the mountains for days, battling frostbite, exhaustion, and starvation. One by one they fell behind, their bodies claimed by the snow. Those who survived stumbled into a ranch weeks later, nearly unrecognizable, their story sending shockwaves through the valleys below. A rescue party was quickly organized to reach those still stranded. Back at Truckee Lake, the families endured the unendurable. Wood ran out. The last oxhide strips were scraped from the roofs and chewed for sustenance. When even that was gone, some resorted to the darkest choice of all, taking flesh from those who had already perished, just enough to keep the living from joining them. No one spoke of it aloud, but all understood. When the first rescuers arrived in February, they were met by gaunt figures barely able to stand. Children clung to their mothers, hollow-eyed but alive. Others did not come out of the cabins at all. In all, nearly half of the Donner Party perished in the mountains, victims of poor judgment, cruel weather, and the false promise of a shortcut through an unforgiving land. As the survivors descended into California that spring, they left behind a campsite littered with broken wagons, bleached bones, and memories they could never escape. The trail had claimed its due, and the story of the Donners became a whispered warning to all who followed after. Not all dreams of the West came true. Even after the ordeal of the Forlorn Hope and the first rescue party, the Sierra Nevada held tight to the rest of the Donner Party through March. The snowstorms kept coming, layers of white burying the cabins deeper with each passing week. Inside, the air was stale and heavy with smoke, and the survivors huddled close, conserving what little strength they had left. Each dawn felt indistinguishable from the last, a blur of hunger, cold, and despair. The second and third relief parties made their way through the mountains in brutal conditions, bringing supplies and guiding out those strong enough to travel. Yet each journey back left more behind, too frail to move, clinging to life in the half-dark cabins. One by one, the rescuers carried children out into the blinding snow, their limbs thin and eyes vacant. Behind them, the cries of those left behind echoed faintly through the trees. For those who remained, time became a strange, hollow thing. Days passed in a fog of wind and white light. The meager food brought by rescuers ran out quickly, and again the impossible choices returned. Bodies of the dead, now frozen, were divided among the living. It was not spoken of, but it was understood. They were beyond shame, beyond judgment, beyond anything but the need to see another sunrise. Those who did escape on later relief trips spoke of the silence that clung to the camp when they left, as though the mountains themselves had swallowed all hope. The final rescue party arrived in April, nearly 5 months after the first snow fell. They found only a handful of survivors, their faces pale and hollow, their movements slow and mechanical. Broken wagons and scattered belongings lay half buried outside, mute witnesses to a winter that had tested them beyond human limits. As the last of the survivors were led down into the foothills, spring was already breaking over California. Wildflowers dotted the valleys, and streams ran high with meltwater, as though mocking the misery left behind in the high passes. The party had started with nearly 90 souls. Less than half made it through alive. For years afterward, the story of their ordeal traveled up and down the trail, a cautionary tale of ambition turned to hubris, of lives lost to the cruel indifference of the wilderness. Even as the survivors settled into new lives, the memory of that winter lingered. They would carry it silently to their graves, the bitter taste of Hastings' false promise, the sound of snow on cabin roofs, and the weight of all they'd endured to see the sun rise again. And still, others would come, drawn by the same promises, only to find new hardships, and yet another guide whose confidence would lead them into ruin. The trail still had new ways to punish overconfidence. Snow had broken the Donners. Now the desert would test the next wagon train. Just a year before the Donner Party's fateful expedition, another group of emigrants set out across the plains, lured west by the promise of a quicker, easier route to Oregon. Their guide was Stephen Meek, a rugged mountain man who claimed to know a shortcut through Oregon's high desert. His reputation as a seasoned trapper inspired confidence. To weary settlers, eager to shave weeks off their journey, his words were hard to resist. The wagon train followed Meek north of the familiar trail, leaving the well-worn ruts behind and striking out into open country. At first, spirits were high. The prairie stretched golden before them, and the summer sun still carried warmth. But as days passed, the landscape grew harsher. The grass thinned to sagebrush and rock, and the soil turned dry and dusty beneath the wheels. It soon became clear that Meek's route was no shortcut. Water grew scarce. Springs marked on his mental map turned out to be dry. Wells of hope ran as empty as the desert basins they crossed. Oxen collapsed where they stood, their ribs showing through their hides. Mothers tried to soothe crying children as dust coated their throats and lips cracked in the dry wind. The sky above offered no shelter, only an endless expanse of heat by day and chill by night. Some began to question Meek openly. His confident demeanor faltered, and he started riding at a distance from the wagons, as though he could escape the accusations whispered behind him. The train slowed to a crawl, every mile harder than the last. Graves appeared by the roadside, as illness and exhaustion claimed the weakest. Tempers flared. Fights broke out over the smallest of slights, over the dwindling supplies, over who would be allowed the last sips from a shrinking barrel of water. More than once, desperate families abandoned wagons, loading what they could onto their backs and pressing forward on foot. Even Meek himself began to look worn and defeated, the proud guide, now just another lost traveler. When at last they stumbled into the Willamette Valley, weeks behind schedule, many had nothing left but the clothes on their backs and the memories of those they'd left behind in the desert. The route became known as Meek's Cutoff, and its name was spoken with bitterness in the years that followed. A quiet warning passed among those who would later dare make the trip. Ambition and overconfidence, the settlers learned, could be as deadly as snow or starvation. Meek, for his part, faded into history, but the path he left behind remained a scar across the desert, a lesson carved into the earth for those who chose to look. By the time the last great wagon trains rumbled westward in the late 1860s, the long road had become more than a line of ruts through grass and dust. It had become a story, written in hardship, in graves and triumphs, in the determination of thousands who dared to cross it. The trail was no longer simply a path. It was a testament to what ordinary people were willing to risk for the chance to begin again. As the railroad pressed westward, iron rails cutting the journey from months to mere days, the world changed, but the land itself remembered best. Long after the last wagons passed, the earth bore their traces, faint ruts etched deep into the prairie grass, stone cairns marking forgotten graves, and the remains of way stations where travelers once found a warm fire. Sometimes a lone wagon wheel, half buried, would turn up in the dirt, a reminder of the millions of steps that wore the trail into the earth. Even today, if you stand at certain places along its length, you can feel its presence. The horizon seems to pull you forward. The wind carries faint echoes of hooves and wheels, and weary voices calling to one another through the dusk. A reminder that the trail was never just a road, but a proving ground for the human spirit. Some found their dream waiting at the far edge of the mountains, acres of green valley to call their own. Others left their names behind on wooden markers, carried forward in the memories of those who walked on, and the trail holds them all. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Leonardo da Vinci, a visionary painter and inventor whose boundless curiosity and imagination made him arguably the most prolific creative mind in history. Born in the gentle warmth of a Tuscan dawn in the mid-1400s, Da Vinci emerged into a world awakening to the boundless possibilities of human ambition. Neither noble nor humble, his origins were comfortably ordinary. Yet from this commonplace soil, an extraordinary mind blossomed. Defying labels, Leonardo was a painter, engineer, anatomist, and inventor who steadfastly refused to be confined to any discipline. His footsteps traced a path through the luminous yet treacherous landscape of Renaissance Italy, a land of opulence and peril, governed by dukes and kings whose demands for power and prestige shaped every chapter of his life. He painted the souls of his patrons with tender precision, fortified their cities, and devised intricate instruments of war whose elegance belied their lethal purpose. Leonardo crafted wondrous inventions centuries before their time: horseless carriages, flying machines, and most astonishing of all, a robotic knight animated by gears and levers, a mechanical marvel unmatched for generations. Yet despite his brilliance, Leonardo famously left many masterpieces unfinished, including a 70-ton bronze statue whose 24-foot-tall clay model was tragically shot to pieces by an invading army. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, let's follow Leonardo da Vinci through the bustling workshops of Florence to the glittering courts of Milan, and into the brilliance of a mind ever restless, ever dreaming. In the spring of 1452, among the rolling hills of Tuscany, a boy was born to a modest household. His father, a respected notary, and his mother, a peasant girl. He grew up in the countryside, which was alive with bird song, rivers and wind, gently blowing through the olive trees. From the start, he noticed things others missed. As a child, he would watch water ripple over stones, trace the curling veins of leaves, and quietly sketch the way clouds gathered before rain. His notebooks would one day hold thousands of pages of such observations. But here, in these early years, they lived only in his mind. Though born out of wedlock, the boy faced no hardship for it. His father acknowledged him, providing a comfortable home and arranging an education that suited his sharp mind. Teachers quickly saw his gift for drawing, and soon he was copying religious scenes with a steady hand. But even then, his gaze would wander beyond the canvas. A bird in flight, a wheel turning on a cart, a stream cutting its own path through earth. He seemed to see the hidden patterns behind everything. As he grew, his world expanded. He was sent to the bustling city of Florence, then one of the brightest centers of art and learning in Europe. Here, he apprenticed under a master painter and sculptor in a busy workshop. The boy from Vinci, as he was sometimes called, learned to grind pigments, stretch canvas, and carve wood. But what set him apart was his ability to observe, to look closer and longer than anyone else. When he painted, faces came alive. When he designed, machines seemed to almost work on paper alone. Even in those early days, his ambition stretched beyond the easel. He would linger by the Arno River, sketching bridges and imagining ways to harness its power. There was already a sense of restlessness in him, an urge to know more, see more, create more than the narrow world of commissions and church murals. By his teenage years, his master had begun letting him finish parts of larger works, trusting his keen eye and steady touch. In one painting, it's said, he painted an angel with such delicacy and life that the master himself declared he could not improve upon it. Yet even then, the young artist looked uneasy at praise. He would slip back into his own thoughts, dreaming of things he hadn't yet built, scenes he hadn't yet painted, questions he hadn't yet answered. The boy from Vinci had found his footing in Florence, but his path would soon lead far beyond the walls of any workshop. The city of Florence in the late 15th century was a place alive with ambition. Its streets bustled with merchants and artisans, its chapels glowed with frescoes, and its squares echoed with the hammering of stone and bronze. Here, in the heart of the Renaissance, the young apprentice honed his craft in one of the city's most esteemed workshops. He shared benches with other pupils, learning to mix vivid pigments, carve delicate ornaments, and draw the human form with precision. But there was always something about him, an intensity in the way he worked, a habit of staring just a little longer, as if waiting for the world to give up its secrets. He became known for his astonishing drawings. He filled pages with studies of hands, eyes, and folds of fabric. Animals, too. He sketched cats mid-pounce, horses straining against harnesses, and birds in flight. Even the most ordinary objects were given new life under his gaze. Visitors to the workshop sometimes stopped to watch him at work, struck by the delicacy and confidence of his lines. Soon, his talent was impossible to ignore. His master began giving him more significant parts of commissions to complete. First, a landscape in the background of an altarpiece, then the intricate wings of an angel. On one famous occasion, he painted an angel with such grace and lightness that it made the figures around it seem clumsy by comparison. His master is said to have stepped back, shaken his head, and quietly conceded that the pupil had surpassed him. But even with praise, there was a restlessness that hung over him. After long hours in the workshop, he would wander the city streets and bridges, watching the swirl of people and water. He made notes of gears and pulleys in the markets, observed the flight of birds over the river, and sketched strange contraptions in the corners of his pages, ideas for things no one had asked him to build. He seemed equally fascinated by beauty and by mechanism, as though to understand how a thing worked was as important to him as how it appeared. In time, his reputation spread. Patrons began to notice his promise, whispering his name in the grand halls and chapels of Florence. Yet instead of settling comfortably into the life of a successful painter, he began to dream of what might lie beyond the city. Already, he imagined grander commissions, more complex projects, and the chance to test his designs on a larger stage. For now, though, Florence remained his home, a city of light and shadow, where his ideas began to take shape, while his determination grew sharper by the day. When Da Vinci finally left Florence, it was in response to a letter offering his services to the most powerful man in Milan. The Duke there ruled a city of gleaming stone and intricate intrigue, a place where art and war intertwined in equal measure. He needed men who could paint his triumphs, fortify his walls, and dazzle his guests with grand spectacles. The young Florentine presented himself not only as a painter, but as an engineer, designer, and visionary. And so he was welcomed into the Duke's court, and into a world as glittering as it was dangerous. Milan was larger, colder, and more calculating than Florence. Its narrow streets led to vast piazzas where soldiers drilled, merchants shouted, and the scent of iron hung in the air. The court was a theatre of wealth and power, and here the artist found himself cast in many roles. For hours each day, he painted portraits and religious scenes with a precision that left his patrons silent in admiration. His figures seemed to breathe. His Madonnas carried a humanity that set them apart from the stiff icons of the past. But his genius stretched far beyond the canvas. The Duke soon learned that his new servant could build machines. He designed bridges that could swing into place over rivers, siege engines of terrifying power, and theatrical devices that made plays come alive in a burst of smoke and moving scenery. He staged celebrations so elaborate they left guests wide-eyed and speechless. He was equal parts artist and magician, and the Duke relied on him more and more, especially as tensions with neighboring states mounted. It was here, in the cool stone rooms of the palace, that he began to keep the notebooks that would one day become his greatest legacy. Page after page, he filled them with designs and diagrams, a man's hand flexing, a bird mid-flight, a giant crossbow, a flying machine. What puzzled many was his script, written backwards, in a mirrored hand that flowed effortlessly from left to right. He never explained it, though those who knew him believed it was simply his way, more natural for his left hand and keeping the ink from smudging. But for all his success, there were whispers about him, that he took too long to finish, that he wandered from project to project. His patrons often grew impatient with his perfectionism, but his brilliance was too valuable to discard. Milan became his stage, his laboratory, and his home for many years. Here, under the watchful eye of the Duke, he pushed the boundaries of what an artist and an engineer could be, and he began to dream of creations the world had never seen before. Among the many wonders he devised during his years in Milan, one creation stood apart, a figure of metal and gears, dressed like a knight that could move as though it were alive. It was 1495 when he unveiled the contraption to the Duke and his courtiers. They gathered in a great hall, lit by torches, and watched as the armor-clad figure sat upright, raised one arm, then the other, and even turned its head with a slow, deliberate motion. Its jaw opened and closed, as though it might speak. No one in the room quite knew what to make of it. Some laughed, some applauded, and more than a few shifted uncomfortably at the sight of a human form controlled by nothing but cogs, pulleys, and weights. But the Duke was delighted. To him, it was a spectacle worthy of his court, another display of power and refinement to impress his guests and intimidate his rivals. For the inventor, however, the mechanical knight was much more than a party trick. It was the embodiment of an idea he had sketched in his notebooks for years, that human motion could be understood, copied, and even improved upon. The design was deceptively simple in appearance. Hidden beneath its armor, the mechanism was a marvel of engineering. Its movements were powered by a system of cranks and cables that mimicked the pull of tendons and the turn of joints. Even the fingers of its gauntlets could flex and curl. He never claimed the creation was meant for war, though many assumed it was a glimpse of what armies of the future might look like. For him, it was an experiment. One more way to explore the question that had haunted him since childhood. How does motion happen? And how might a human shape be given motion by something other than flesh and will? The mechanical knight returned to its corner after the evening spectacle, but its maker continued to refine the idea in private. In his pages, he sketched new designs for other automata, lions that walked, birds that flapped their wings, even carriages that moved without horses. The court soon turned its attention to other diversions, but in his mind, these machines lived on. To those who saw him at work in his chambers late at night, hunched over parchment and surrounded by tiny gears and wires, it seemed there was no line between art and engineering in his world. Both were ways of understanding life, and both demanded patience and precision. The knight never spoke, of course, nor did it ever walk on its own, but in the quiet of his workshop, it stood as a promise, proof that what he imagined could, one day, become real. In the dark hours after the city settled into sleep, he would make his way to the hospitals and morgues. There, by the faint glow of oil lamps, he set to work on his most unsettling and remarkable study, the human body. He had long believed that to paint or build anything truly lifelike, one had to understand what lay beneath the surface, and so, with a surgeon's calm and an artist's eye, he began to dissect the dead. His notes tell of more than 30 human bodies carefully opened and examined, each revealing its own intricate map of muscles, tendons, and bones. At first, he concentrated on the obvious: arms, legs, the arch of a foot. But soon, his curiosity deepened. He sketched the spiraling fibers of a heart, the delicate fold of a lung, even a fetus nestled in its mother's womb. The work was not easy. Bodies were not always easy to come by, nor were the conditions pleasant. The cold stone tables, the still air heavy with the scent of linen and decay. These were not places most men lingered. Yet night after night, he returned. And when asked why, he simply replied that the secrets of life were worth knowing, no matter how grim the setting. Those who saw his drawings found them astonishing. Muscles coiled like ropes across pages. Veins and arteries branched like rivers through the contours of a human form. Even now, centuries later, these sketches are considered some of the most accurate anatomical studies ever made. But in his own time, his work earned little more than raised eyebrows. Few understood the value of what he was doing, and some dismissed it outright as morbid indulgence. In his notebooks, he left observations far ahead of his age. He described how the valves of the heart opened and closed because of swirling vortices of blood. No one believed him at the time, but that insight would be confirmed centuries later. The hospitals and morgues became, in a way, his second studio, a place not of sorrow, but of discovery. For him, each body was a kind of machine, beautifully constructed, full of mystery, and he treated his work with quiet reverence, recording every detail with the same care he gave to his most cherished paintings. By the time he set down his scalpel, he had created a record of humanity more complete than anything the world had ever seen, not to shock or to disturb, but to understand. Not long after his work in Milan came to an abrupt end, he returned to Florence, older now, but still restless. The city was locked in a bitter rivalry with Pisa, and the air was thick with schemes. It was here that he offered one of his most daring ideas yet, to bend the course of a river itself. The Arno wound its way through the Tuscan countryside like a vein of silver, feeding Florence and Pisa alike. If the water could be diverted, he argued, Pisa would be starved of its lifeblood, its mills silenced, its defenses weakened. What he proposed was nothing short of a feat of engineering on a scale no one had attempted before, a series of canals, dams, and channels to change the river's course entirely. On paper, the plan was magnificent. He drafted it in his usual mirrored script, with sweeping diagrams and precise measurements. It was elegant in its simplicity, yet grand in ambition, a chance not only to defeat an enemy, but to showcase what human ingenuity could do. Florence approved the idea, and work began. But nature, as he discovered, does not yield so easily. The project faltered almost immediately. The ground proved too soft in places, too stubborn in others. Heavy rains swelled the river and washed away the early work. Laborers grew frustrated. The city, growing impatient and weary of the mounting cost, began to doubt him. He watched as the effort collapsed around him, not in a single dramatic failure, but in a slow, weary erosion of confidence. In the end, the Arno stayed its course, gliding past the walls of Pisa, as it always had. The river had not turned, and Florence's hopes of crippling its rival faded. Yet he did not seem bitter. If anything, the experience only deepened his fascination with water, how it carved stone, how it carried life, how it obeyed and defied in equal measure. He filled pages with observations of eddies and whirlpools, drew designs for more dams and canals, and sketched out machines to lift water and move it through the air. For him, the failure was not final. It was simply another lesson, a reminder that the world itself was the greatest challenge of all, and that mastery, if it came at all, would only come with patience. The river had won this time, but in his mind he kept drawing, kept dreaming of ways to change its path, long after others had forgotten. For all his brilliance, he carried a quiet reputation that troubled his patrons, a tendency to leave things unfinished. To many who paid him, it was a source of endless frustration. To him, it was simply the way his mind worked, always reaching beyond what a canvas, a wall, or even a lifetime could contain. One of his most famous commissions came soon after his return to Florence, a vast mural of a battle scene meant to commemorate a Florentine victory. It was to cover an entire hall, alive with charging horses and clashing soldiers. He threw himself into the planning. He sketched warriors with grim faces, studied the movements of riders and steeds, and experimented with new techniques for painting on plaster. But as the weeks turned into months, cracks appeared, not only in the wall, but in his patience. The pigments dried too quickly, the colors faded, and his perfectionism became a burden. He eventually walked away, leaving behind only a powerful sketch and a fragment of the mural itself. The unfinished work would later inspire other artists, but in his own lifetime, it was simply another promise left incomplete. This pattern had followed him for years. Even earlier in his career, a grand altarpiece for a church had been abandoned midway. His patrons complained that he was too easily distracted, that he took on more than he could finish. But those who knew him better understood. It was not distraction, but dissatisfaction. Each time he worked, he saw new ways to improve. A softer light, a truer gesture, a more perfect line, and he could not bear to settle for less. Of course, he did finish some things. His portraits, when he saw them through, were breathtaking. His sketches of anatomy, of flying machines, of waterways and fortifications were unmatched. But the deeper his understanding grew, the more he seemed to realize that perfection itself was always just beyond reach. Even his most celebrated painting, which he began during these years, would not be fully finished to his own satisfaction. He carried it with him wherever he went, adding a stroke here, softening a shadow there, never quite able to let it go. Those who criticized him for leaving things undone may have missed the point entirely. To him, each creation was part of a larger pursuit, a lifelong effort to capture the truth of the world, knowing full well that no single work could ever hold it all. And so, the battle mural faded, the altarpiece gathered dust, and the famous portrait remained ever so slightly in progress. As the years went on, his restlessness deepened. He moved from city to city, carrying his notebooks, his sketches, and the faint weariness of a man who had seen too many patrons come and go. The commissions still came. A chapel wall here, a fortification plan there, but his thoughts were increasingly elsewhere. He spent long hours by rivers and hillsides, watching birds wheel overhead, and imagining a day when a man might join them in the sky. Flight had fascinated him since his earliest days. Now, in his later years, it became an obsession. He filled pages with sketches of wings, gliders, and strange contraptions bristling with levers and pulleys. He watched kites rise against the wind and noted how swallows dipped and turned. In his mind, flight was not a fantasy. It was a problem to be solved. He even built prototypes, testing them in private. He designed a great screw-shaped device that he believed could lift itself into the air, and a set of wings large enough for a man to strap to his back. There are stories, though none confirmed, that he once persuaded a young assistant to try one of these machines, launching him from a hillside to see if the dream could hold. If true, the flight must have been brief, and the landing hard. The frustration showed in his notebooks. He scrawled reminders to himself to study the nature of wind, to test the strength of different materials, to watch birds more closely. He began to understand the limits of human strength compared to the weight of his machines. He was getting closer, but the final answer eluded him. Others began to notice his quiet withdrawal. In gatherings, he would sometimes sit apart, his hands folded, his eyes tracing the patterns of smoke or the flight of a passing gull. Some mistook it for melancholy, but those who knew him best understood it as a mind still working, still trying to see what no one else yet could. Despite his struggles, he never stopped drawing, never stopped imagining. His later sketches are full of fragile, beautiful designs, some impossible, some ahead of their time, all bearing the touch of a man unwilling to give up on the idea of soaring. Even as his own body grew older and his hands stiffened, he kept writing notes about vortices of air, lift and drag, and the balance of wings. He may not have flown in his own lifetime, but his vision carried far beyond it. And one day, centuries later, others would take to the skies on principles he first outlined by candlelight. In his final years, weary of Italy's shifting politics and growing rivalries, he accepted an invitation from the King of France. It was said the monarch admired his work deeply and wished only to have his company, a rare kind of patronage that asked little of him beyond his presence. And so he crossed the Alps, traveling slowly with his trusted assistants, his notebooks, and a handful of unfinished works. His new home was a manor house near the royal chateau, with stone walls, quiet gardens, and a gentle view of the French countryside. Here, he no longer had to prove himself, no longer rushed to finish what could not be finished. The king treated him as a guest of honor, visiting him often. Even now, he continued to work. He filled pages with designs for palaces and gardens, sketches of birds and rivers. He walked the grounds with his assistants, pointing out shapes in the clouds and drawing diagrams in the dust. Yet his health was beginning to fail. His right hand weakened. His movements grew slower. But his mind, by all accounts, stayed sharp. Visitors described him as gracious and thoughtful, still given to sudden flashes of energy when some new idea took hold. Those who came to see him often found him surrounded by papers arranged neatly into stacks, or gazing at the little portrait he kept close, his brush adding a faint line here or a softening of shadow there. Though his days grew shorter, he seemed at peace. Here, in this final chapter of his life, he was no longer caught between patrons or pressured by deadlines. He spoke freely with the king, walked the gardens in the morning light, and allowed himself to reflect on all he had tried to create. He died peacefully in that house, surrounded by his closest companions. Some say the king himself came to his bedside to pay his respects. His belongings, his manuscripts, his sketches, and his few finished works passed into the hands of those who had worked by his side. He left behind no great monument, no single masterpiece to define him. What he left instead was a body of work so rich, so full of questions and beauty, that it would take centuries to understand. And even now, the full measure of his genius still seems just out of reach, as though some part of him never quite stopped dreaming. After his passing, the world moved on, as it always does, but his notebooks and scattered works remained, quietly waiting to be rediscovered. Many of his ideas were so far ahead of their time that they were misunderstood, tucked away on dusty shelves, dismissed as curiosities. Yet over the centuries, as others pored over his papers, it became clear just how much he had glimpsed long before anyone else. His designs for bridges, canals, and fortifications showed an ingenuity that modern engineers still marvel at. His notes on water, on air, on the flight of birds, hinted at the physics of a world that was just beginning to be understood. Today, we know him as much for what he imagined as for what he completed. His paintings, though few, remain some of the most beloved in history, but his legacy is something larger and more elusive. It is the sum of his questions, his experiments, his determination to look closer, to see deeper, and to believe that understanding was always worth the effort. Even now, his life feels unfinished. His notebooks still speak of ideas that no one has fully explored. His art still invites us to stop and look, to notice the softness of a hand, the curve of a smile. His machines, his writings, his endless sketches, all seem to carry the same message. That wonder is not a thing to be found, but a thing to be made. And so, Da Vinci endures, not just in museums or history books, but in the restless minds of all who still look at the world and wonder how it works. His life reminds us that to dream is not foolish, and to try, even when the task seems impossible, is its own kind of triumph. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Leif Erikson, the Norse explorer who sailed far beyond the edges of Viking maps, stepping firmly onto the American continent some 500 years before Columbus. Born in the icy fjords of 10th century Iceland, Leif was the son of Eric the Red, a name bound to exile, danger, and untamed ambition. But while his father carved out a settlement in Greenland's brutal wilderness, Leif pushed further to the west, guided by rumors of a wild land full of frightening beasts and shadow-like figures peering from misty forests. The journey put Erikson and his men to the test. The North Atlantic was cruel and unpredictable. One sudden gust, one hidden reef, and their ship could vanish beneath the waves. There were moments when the ice cracked beneath them, when the fog closed in, so they could not tell sea from sky. But against all odds, what they found were rolling hills filled with novelties for these Nordic visitors, forests of pine, salmon-filled rivers, and most curious of all, twisted vines, heavy with wild grapes. And though Erikson never met the local people face to face, they did make one thing perfectly clear. This land was spoken for. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll walk alongside a man who answered the call of the unknown to sail far beyond the horizon. His story is one of courage, of steering by the stars, and of setting foot where none from his world had dared to stand before. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey across the vast ancient waters of the North Atlantic with Leif Erikson. The wind struck low along the fjord that morning, lifting the sea spray in long sheets against the rocks. The boy watched the edge of the world from a ridge above the water, already hardened by the cold. He was no stranger to punishment. His family had made their home on a vast barren land, snow-driven, wind-battered, and far from kings or comforts. It was a place coveted by no one. His father, Eric the Red, was exiled from Iceland after a series of deadly disputes, and before that, banished from Norway. Blood always seemed to follow the family, carried on sharp words and sharper steel. So he had sailed west and founded the first Norse settlement in what is now Greenland. Here, there were no neighbors to feud with, no rich meadows or proud halls, only stone, frost, and the hard rhythm of survival. Still, it was home. Their settlement clung to the edge of a long inlet where the sun could still touch the earth for part of the year. Sheep and cattle fed in narrow pastures. Hay was gathered obsessively, stacked in heaps for the starving months. The houses were built of turf and wood, their walls thick against winter's breath. Inside, firelight danced on carved beams. Outside, the cold waited. He was raised in this hard place, not among warriors, but farmers, herders, fishers who shaped their lives around the turning of the seasons. Yet stories still traveled here, passed from ship to ship, voice to voice. of trading voyages to Norway, of kings rising and falling in the south, and one story in particular, spoken with a flicker of disbelief, caught his attention. A merchant ship, driven off course by storm, had spotted land far to the west, wooded, warm even, with hills, rivers, and unfamiliar shores. The man who saw it never set foot there. He turned back, but he spoke of what he'd seen. A coast heavy with trees. So many trees, he said, it could build 1,000 ships. For a people who lived where wood was scarce, that meant something. He asked his father about the tale. The old man snorted. You believe every fish story a sailor tells? But in his eyes was something else, something close to curiosity or worry. Over time, the boy grew into a man. He took to sailing, made his own way to Norway, and returned bearing not just timber and goods, but a new faith, a Christianity that his father scorned. It caused tension. The gods of Greenland were still the old ones, but he believed stubbornly that change was coming, and he intended to meet it. He did not forget the sailor's tale. Years passed, and the rumor grew heavier in his mind. There was land out there, maybe rich, maybe dangerous, maybe both, but real. And so, when he was ready, he gathered men and built a ship strong enough to reach beyond the horizon, not to raid, not to conquer, simply to see. The ship was narrow and long, built for speed and survival. 35 men joined him, men used to hunger and storms. They brought tools, ropes, food, and enough hope to carry them across an ocean. When they pushed off from Greenland's coast, there were no crowds, no cheering, just a few figures watching from the cliffs, wrapped in furs, fading into the distance. They rowed first until the wind caught them. Then they let the sails do the work, and as the last familiar ridge slipped beneath the horizon, the land that had raised them became a memory, and the sea, the vast, grey sea, waited to test them. The sea was never still. Even on days without wind, it shifted and breathed under the ship, lifting and lowering the hull like a living thing. The men kept busy, scraping ice from ropes, bailing water, adjusting the sail. But each task had a rhythm. Days blurred into each other, broken only by the occasional shout or the low creak of timber beneath their feet. The North Atlantic was no stranger to them, but this was further than most had dared to sail. South past the tip of Greenland, then west into nothingness. There were no waypoints, no known harbors, just stars and instinct. The wind turned cold and sharp. Frost clung to beards. One morning, they woke to find the ship crusted in a skin of ice, and a thin mist rising off the water. They kept sailing. At night, they shared food, mostly dried fish and barley, and spoke little. Some prayed under their breath to Christ. Others, when they thought no one was listening, muttered to the old gods instead. The sea didn't seem to mind which names were whispered into the dark. Then came the fog. Thick and sudden, it swallowed the horizon. The men moved deliberately, voices low. They could no longer see the sea around them, only the slick grey walls pressing close. Even the creaking of the ship seemed dampened, like sound had no space to go. One sailor tied a rope to his waist before walking just a few paces along the deck. That was how easily you could vanish. They took turns at the tiller, steering by feel and fragments of sun. At times, they thought they heard things, splashes in the distance, the rush of waves that didn't belong to them. Once, a shape loomed out of the fog and passed within arm's reach. A drifting iceberg, silent and pale as bone. The cold worsened, fingers numbed, salt burned their eyes. They saw no birds, no fish, just a grey world, endless and closing in. Then, without warning, the fog thinned. It peeled back like wool from a window, and suddenly they could see sky, blue, cold, open. The men raised their heads. The sea stretched out before them once more, rippling and steel grey. They took heart. Not long after, a gull appeared, then another. The men began watching the water with more urgency, pointing to floating driftwood, even patches of seaweed. These were signs. And then it came. A dark shape on the horizon, low, still, unmoving. The men gathered, squinting. It grew larger. Trees, hills, a coastline that rose gently from the water. They let the sail down slowly, approaching under oar. No shouts, no noise, just the soft dip of wood into water as the ship glided toward land none of them had ever seen before. They reached a shore lined with pebbles, and beyond it, forest. Tall trees, thick and unfamiliar, stretching deep inland, not like the stunted brush of Greenland. These were real woods, the kind their ancestors had spoken of in old stories. Trees you could build with, trees that sheltered things. The men stepped onto land and stood in silence. The breeze moved through the branches, and something unseen stirred deeper in the forest. They had done it, crossed the ocean, found the rumored land. But as they looked into the trees, each man wondered to himself, were they alone? The first task was simple: build shelter, not for comfort, but for survival. The nights were growing longer, and though the air was milder than Greenland's, the chill still crept in with darkness. The men set to work quickly, choosing a flat stretch of ground near a bend in the coast where fresh water trickled down from the hills. They cut timber from the nearby trees, straight-trunked and tall, with thick bark and unfamiliar scents when split. Some groaned about the weight of the logs, others about the unfamiliar ground. But they worked with purpose. By the end of the first week, they had a longhouse half buried in turf, its walls strong against wind, its roof thick with grass. Smoke could rise from the hearth, and warmth lingered near the stone-lined pit. In the center, days took on rhythm, hunting, fishing, repairing tools, watching the woods. The rivers nearby were thick with salmon, some so large they could barely lift them from the water. The men salted what they couldn't eat, packing the fish into barrels. They gathered berries too, and what looked to be wild grapes, dark and sweet. None among them had seen such fruit in Greenland. Game moved through the trees, deer, birds, smaller creatures that darted between the shadows. Once, 2 men claimed to have spotted a great bull-like beast in the distance, its head heavy with antlers, its legs long and slow-moving. But no one saw it again. They spoke less as the days passed, not out of tension, but watchfulness. The forest was rich, yes, but it held a weight to it. It was too still sometimes. The men noticed how animals moved differently here, how birds would take flight all at once without reason. Now and then, they'd find signs, broken branches, markings in the earth, things that didn't quite fit the habits of animals, but no one said it aloud. At night, they posted sentries, not because anyone had seen people, but because the feeling grew stronger, that they were not the first to stand here, that someone or something was watching. One evening, as they sat by the fire, a low howl rose from the woods. Not a wolf, not quite. It faded quickly, but the men looked at one another in the firelight and didn't speak. Still, they stayed. They gathered more timber. Some began cutting down trees to bring back across the sea, for building back home. Others mapped the coastline, marking coves and inlets, testing the tides. They were explorers, yes, but also settlers, in their own small way. Winter came slower here. The earth didn't freeze so quickly. Snow fell in patches, rather than deep blankets, and yet the air felt heavier with each passing week. They repaired the ship and checked their stores. The plan was never to stay long. This was a place to test, to taste, to see, not to claim. And as the days shortened, the sense that the land was turning inward grew stronger. The trees no longer seemed still. They seemed waiting. They saw it first from the edge of the tree line, a shape moving along the far side of the beach, low to the ground, quick, then gone. One man pointed, said it was nothing. Another wasn't so sure. They'd seen deer before, but this didn't move like any deer. The days were colder now. Frost clung to the grasses in the morning, and the longhouse felt smaller, with the fire always lit. They took turns standing guard in pairs, watching the woods at dusk. The sense of being watched no longer came and went. It settled on them like a weight in the air. Once, returning from the river with their catch, 2 men found footprints in the mud, bare feet, smaller than their own. They called for the others. No one spoke for a long moment. Then the prints were washed away by the tide. No one had seen the ones who left them, but they were no longer wondering if they were alone. Still, they stayed. Leif was steady, careful not to let fear grow unchecked. They carried on as before, cutting wood, drying fish, marking the terrain, but their voices grew lower and their work quicker. Some wanted to leave, but no one said it aloud. They found a canoe one day, abandoned by the riverbank. Not a Norse design. It was narrow and smooth, made from wood and stretched hide, so light one man could lift it. Inside were a few stone tools, a length of cord, and what looked like a fishing spear. They left it untouched and walked back in silence. That night, the wind rose. It rattled the thatch on the roof, pressed against the walls. Then came a sound, low, rhythmic, and unfamiliar. Drumming, footfalls. The men stood still in the dark, listening. Nothing followed, just wind again. In the morning, the canoe was gone. Some began to carry axes wherever they went, even for water or firewood. A few kept their hands near the hilts of their sea axes, the small blades they wore at the belt. They hadn't come for war, but war, it seemed, might not ask permission. Then came the mark. Scratched into a tree near the edge of camp, 3 parallel lines, slanted, deeply carved. One of the younger men touched it, then stepped back quickly. It wasn't a Norse rune. It wasn't even a mark for navigation or land claim. It was something else. A warning, perhaps, or a message. That night, a voice cried out from the forest. Not words, just a single sound, high and sharp, and echoing between the trees. Then silence. The men slept lightly after that. Each branch that cracked made someone sit up. Each gust of wind felt like a footstep. Still, no one attacked. No arrows flew. No figures approached the longhouse. But they no longer felt like visitors. They felt like intruders. The decision came not with a vote, but a shared look between the men. They would not stay much longer. They had seen the land. It was rich, and it was real, but it belonged to someone else. The air carried a new edge now, the kind that crept into joints and warned of deeper cold to come. The men moved with urgency, packing supplies into the longship, testing rope and sail. The timber they'd harvested was stacked and bound with care. It would be a gift to Greenland, proof that the land across the sea was no myth. They had stayed through a full season. They had seen the land's generosity, fish, game, sheltering trees, fruit unlike any known to them. They had also felt its warning. It was no place to settle, not yet, not with such a presence moving unseen through the trees. The final days were calm, even strangely still. No more shapes on the shoreline, no sounds in the night, as if the land itself had turned its face away, indifferent to their leaving, or satisfied. The longship pushed off just after dawn. The tide was with them, and the sea for once was kind. Mist rolled low along the water's surface, but the sky above was clear. They sailed north first, then westward, retracing the loose path they had taken to reach this place. Leif stood at the stern, one hand on the tiller, the other wrapped in furs. His eyes stayed fixed on the shrinking line of trees behind them. He didn't speak, but the set of his jaw told the men what they needed to know. He would remember this place for the rest of his life. The voyage home was long, but uneventful. The wind stayed steady. There were no storms, no ice to battle. It was as if the ocean had accepted their journey, now that it was ending. When at last Greenland came into view, low and white along the horizon, they didn't cheer. They simply let out breath they hadn't realized they'd been holding. Word of their return spread quickly. The logs were admired. The grapes, preserved in bundles, were passed from hand to hand with amazement. Children gathered to hear the tale. Elders asked for details. Where was this place? How far? How safe? He answered with care. The land was real, beautiful, full of promise, but not empty, not peaceful. He did not speak of the markings on the trees or the shapes in the woods, but his silence on those details carried its own weight. He never returned, but Leif's name endured, not as a conqueror nor a colonist, but as a pathfinder, a man who heard whispers of a far-off shore and followed them. He lived the rest of his life in Greenland, serving as a leader, tending to his people, and carrying in his memory the sight of tall forests rising from a foreign shore. It was Torvald who pressed forward after Leif's return. He had listened carefully to every account, every detail of the land, the rivers, the timber, the unease. But he saw opportunity. Where Leif had explored, Torvald intended to settle. Not forever, perhaps, but long enough to test the land's boundaries, to claim a piece of it. He used Leif's ship and brought a new crew, eager, strong, and hopeful. They followed the same route, using the stars and Leif's recollections to guide them, and reached Vinland without difficulty. The land remained unchanged. They returned to the settlement, finding the turf walls mostly intact, the roof partially sunken. They repaired it quickly and settled in with the confidence of men who believed they were ready for anything. For a time, all went well. They fished the rivers, they hunted inland, they explored the coast. Torvald took detailed notes, marking good harbors, stretches of flat land, places where the forest met the sea. Then, on a northern shore, they found something unexpected. 3 small skin-covered boats drawn up on the beach. No people, just the boats, pulled well above the tide, with tools and stones left nearby. The crew searched the area, but found no tracks. Still, they burned the boats, perhaps out of fear, perhaps as a warning. The next morning, they came. A group of local people emerged from the woods, smaller in stature than the Norse, armed with bows and slings. The clash was fast, chaotic. Arrows flew, stones whistled through the air. 2 Norsemen fell. The rest fled to the ship and pushed off quickly. Torvald was struck as they escaped. An arrow pierced his side beneath the arm. He said little, only that he needed to lie down. They brought him below deck, but it was clear the wound was deep. He asked to be buried there, on that land. They did as he asked, choosing a small rise overlooking the sea, and marked the spot with stones. The saga says they prayed, though what words they used is lost. Perhaps it was a Christian blessing, perhaps something older. After Torvald's death, the expedition lost its shape. The men stayed a little longer, unwilling to leave too soon, yet no longer sure what they were meant to do. They explored further inland. One man claimed to see a strange building, half covered in vines, but no one else saw it. Eventually, they gathered what supplies they could and made their way home. News of Torvald's death spread quickly. Leif received it without ceremony, only nodding once before returning to his work. The brothers had shared the same sea path, but now only one would grow old. From that point on, Vinland became a place of caution. Its richness was undeniable, but so was its resistance. The land was not empty, and those who lived there did not forget the burning boats. The dream of colonization dimmed. The stories grew softer, half-believed. Maps left its coastline blank again. But in Leif's lifetime, and in the lifetimes of those who sailed with him, the memory held. Somewhere across the sea, beneath unfamiliar stars, his brother lay beneath a mound of stones. The years that followed Torvald's death saw fewer ships heading west. The whispers of Vinland still stirred imaginations in Greenland, but they came with shadows now. Not just tales of riches and rivers, but of unseen watchers, sudden arrows, and narrow escapes. Still, a few tried. One such voyage was led by a man named Thorstein, another of Eric the Red's sons. He set out to retrieve Torvald's body, though he never reached Vinland. His ship was caught in storms and driven off course. He died not long after returning to Greenland, and with him died the last strong push from the Ericsson line. But others came, drawn by the hope of land. The most ambitious of them was a merchant named Thorfinn Karlsefni. Unlike Leif or Torvald, Thorfinn brought settlers, men, women, even livestock. He hoped not just to explore, but to establish a foothold, a true colony. He followed Leif's route and arrived at the same familiar shore, the forest still waiting, the rivers still full. They rebuilt the houses, cleared the land, and planted. For a while, it seemed possible. The climate was gentler. The soil gave back. Children were born, the first of Norse blood in this new land. One, a boy named Snorri, would be remembered as the first European child born in the Americas. But the tension returned. As before, it started with glimpses, shapes in the trees, canoes in the distance. Then came the traders, the native people, cautiously offering furs in exchange for milk or cloth. The Norse welcomed and trusted them at first, being curious about their customs. But trust is a fragile thing. One day, something changed. The sagas say a bull broke loose from the settlement and charged through the trees, bellowing. The sound startled the visiting natives, who fled in panic. They returned in greater numbers, armed this time. The attack came swiftly, stones hurled from slings, arrows whistling through the air. The settlers scrambled to defend themselves. A few were killed. Others escaped inland or took shelter behind logs and barrels. After a long and harrowing day, the natives withdrew. The Norse regrouped, counting the wounded, burying the dead. No one slept much that night. In the weeks that followed, fear settled in. Even the woods felt different, heavier, colder. The settlers built barricades. They stopped venturing far. Every creak of wood or crack of branch made hearts jump. They stayed one more winter. But by spring, it was clear. They would not hold this place. Not now. Perhaps not ever. They returned the way they had come, bringing with them children, timber, and stories. Stories of a land so promising, yet so unwilling to be claimed. And so, the longhouses emptied once more, left to the moss and the wind. The fire pits grew cold. Footsteps faded from the trails. The coast returned to stillness. Vinland had been touched, yes, but never taken. The name Vinland lingered in Greenland and Iceland like the aftertaste of a half-remembered dream. It had been real. Some had walked its shores, drunk from its rivers, buried kin in its soil. But time is a constant force, and even great journeys can fade when the wind shifts and winters grow harder. Back in Greenland, life returned to the familiar grind of tending sheep, scraping lichen from stone, and counting every coil of rope before the sea froze shut. The settlements were fragile. Supplies from Norway came less frequently. Timber remained scarce. People whispered about Vinland still, but fewer spoke of the figures in the trees or the stones that flew without warning. Leif said little in those years. He held no title of king, wore no crown, but people listened when he spoke. He lived as a leader should, calm, steady, eyes always on the horizon. When pressed about Vinland, he answered plainly, it was there. The land was good, but it was not theirs. He never made a second voyage. Whether it was the danger, the cost, or the weight of his brother's death, no one knew. But he left the path open. Others could follow if they wished. He would not stand in their way. And some did. Small groups, scattered attempts, traders, adventurers, dreamers. A few ships made it. Others were lost. No great colony rose. No fort was built to last. The sagas grew thinner on detail, and the memories settled into story. By the time the Christian kings of Norway began demanding taxes from Greenland, Vinland had become something else, not a destination, but a legend, a place people wanted to believe in, even if they weren't sure it still existed. The land itself never changed. It remained where it always had been, coastal, forested, rich with fish and animals, known well to the people who had lived there long before the Norse arrived. To them, the visitors were just another brief ripple along the shore. What was left behind? A few broken tools, a carving perhaps, the bones of a fire pit, long cold, and in one place, beneath a mound of stones, the remains of a man who had died far from home. Centuries later, the sagas were written down in Iceland by men who had never seen the Western Sea. They captured the shape of the stories, the names, the great voyage, but the edges blurred. Which brother did what? What happened in which season? Memory bends in ink. And still, the name Vinland survived. 500 years after Leif's voyage, new ships arrived from across the Atlantic, larger, heavier, bearing flags of empires. They landed further south and never knew who had come before them. No one told them about the long, narrow ship that had cut across the waves centuries earlier, carrying men raised on ice and wind, searching not for gold or glory, but simply to know what lay beyond the sea. Those later explorers drew maps, claimed lands, changed everything, but Leif had already been there, in a time when the world was still full of unanswered questions, and the edge of the map was a place you could sail toward with nothing but a steady hand and a strong heart. The winters grew longer in his later years, or perhaps he simply noticed them more. Leif spent most days near the fjord at Brattahlid, the same place where his father had driven stakes into frozen ground decades before. The longhouse remained warm, smoke curling steadily from its roof. Livestock huddled in the sheds. The sea, grey and patient, waited just beyond the ice-crusted shore. Visitors still came, traders from Iceland, younger men seeking advice, messengers bearing scraps of news from far-off Norway. They asked him about Vinland, always Vinland. Was it real? Was it worth the voyage? Were the stories true? He would answer in short, measured words. Yes, the trees were taller than any in Greenland. Yes, the fish ran thick and fast in the rivers. Yes, there were people already there, sharp-eyed, quick-moving, not to be underestimated. But no, he would not return. His children grew up hearing the story second-hand. They'd never seen the coast their father had walked, or the river banks where he had pulled salmon from the shallows with his bare hands. They'd never felt the tension of that place, the beauty mixed with something older, something watchful. There was no monument to mark his voyage, no stone pillar, no carved plank nailed to a tree, just the timber he'd brought back, slowly worked into beams and barns, just the tale, passed from voice to voice. He spent time alone in those final years, walking the ridges above the fjord. His gaze lingered on the sea more often now, eyes drawn west. He'd stood on a different shore once, 500 leagues away, under a softer sun. He didn't speak of it often, but the memory lived behind his eyes. When he died, the settlement mourned him, not with songs or banners, but with simple words. He had been strong, he had been fair, he had gone farther than anyone before him, and returned to tell the tale. No saga ever captured him entirely. The ones who wrote them came long after. They remembered the voyage, the ship, the name of the place. But the man himself, his steady hands, the way he watched the horizon in silence, the weight of that knowledge, those things faded like breath in cold air. And yet, something remained. Each time a ship pushed west from Greenland's shore, it did so in the wake of his keel. Each time someone dreamed of a place beyond the known, his name echoed, faint but clear. No one would ever find his grave. No stone marked where he lay, but the path he opened remained. No one remembered the exact season when the longships stopped heading west. There was no final voyage, no declared end to the Vinland dream. It simply faded, like the smoke from a spent hearth, curling upward until it disappeared into sky. Years passed, generations too. Greenland's settlements held on, but barely. Storms grew harsher. Trade with Norway faltered. The timber Leif had once brought back was now old, part of barns, fences, broken tools. The last men who had stood on Vinland's shores were gone, but in Iceland, the stories survived. They were told by firelight, where old men leaned in and children listened wide-eyed. Not tales of dragons or gods, but of real men, of a ship that vanished over the horizon into legend. For centuries, the world forgot that anyone had reached the Americas before Columbus. Leif's name faded to the edge of maps and memory, but it never vanished entirely. Archaeologists uncovered the remains of turf houses near the northern tip of Newfoundland, structures built in the Norse style, far too old to belong to later settlers. There were tools, a hearth, the worn mark of hands that had worked timber long ago. It matched the saga in shape, if not in name. They had been there. Leif had been there. And so, 500 years before empires crossed the sea, before flags were planted and maps redrawn, a Viking ship with a carved dragon on its prow touched land in a place no European had ever known. Leif Erikson was the first European in history to look west with curiosity rather than conquest. He came across a land already occupied. He walked its shores, and when the time came, he knew it was best to leave it. He simply returned, safely home. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from, or make a request for a future episode. And if you like what you hear, please consider liking, subscribing, or rating us on your preferred podcast app. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Al Capone, the celebrity kingpin and ruthless gangster who became one of the wealthiest and most infamous crime lords in American history. Long before his name became synonymous with speakeasies and Tommy guns, Al Capone was just a boy from Brooklyn with a sharp mind and an even sharper instinct for survival. Decades later, newspapers would crown him the King of Chicago, while his rivals mockingly referred to him as Scarface, a name he thoroughly despised. During the turbulent years of the American Prohibition, Capone rose swiftly through the ranks of organized crime. Though seen by many as a charismatic figure of wealth and power, beneath his disarmingly boyish charm lurked something far more sinister. An insatiable drive for dominance, untempered by mercy or restraint. This is not simply a tale of bootlegging and violence. It's a story of calculated risk, opulent wealth, bitter betrayal, and of a man who once held the reins of the nation's criminal underworld in the palm of his hand. For a time, Capone seemed untouchable, his fortune vast, his influence unmatched. But beneath the surface, the foundations of his criminal empire were already beginning to fracture. Rivals began to plot, lawmen closed in, and eventually, the $100 million fortune he had amassed would become his downfall, leading him at last across the frigid waters of San Francisco Bay to the salt-stung isolation of Alcatraz. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow the rise and fall of a life lived on the edge of fire and fame. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's walk with Al Capone through the flickering glamour of jazz-age Chicago and the deepening dusk of power, pride, and consequence. The streets of Brooklyn in the early 1900s carried the clang and clatter of an immigrant life. Coal wagons rattling past rows of brick tenements, the distant shout of dock workers, the sharp whistle of a trolley carving through the haze. Among the crowd was a young boy with sharp eyes and a faster mouth, one of 9 children in a Neapolitan household where love was loud and discipline came quick. His parents, Gabriele and Teresa, had come across the Atlantic with little more than a trade and a dream, a barber's hands, a hope for education, and the belief that America would give their children something better. But life in the boroughs had a different lesson to offer. The boy learned early how to navigate its rhythms, the alley shortcuts, the power of posture, the importance of never backing down. At school, his temper flared often and without warning. A slight, a shove, the wrong word at the wrong time, and fists flew. The classroom, for all its order, had little hold on him. By his teens, he had already begun running errands for local gangs, first carrying messages, then watching doors, then doing a little more. These weren't the grand schemes of organized crime yet, but they were the first steps into a world that rewarded nerve and punished hesitation. He had a way about him, though. Even when he was rough around the edges, there was charm beneath it. People remembered his face, remembered how easily he moved between anger and laughter. One day, at a local dance hall in Coney Island, he earned a scar that would follow him for the rest of his life. The story was whispered often and varied in detail, but it involved an insult, a sharp blade, and a lesson in pride that cut across his cheek and into his reputation. From that moment on, folks knew to take him seriously. He never tried to hide the scar. It became a signature of sorts. It gave him a name, Scarface. He hated it, but others clung to it. It fit the myth more than the man, even then. He tried, briefly, to hold down honest work, clerk jobs, a stint at a bowling alley, even a few weeks at a munitions factory, but the money was poor, and the pull of the streets far stronger. By 17, he had married May, a soft-spoken Irish girl with steady eyes and a quiet strength that seemed to anchor him, at least for a while. They had a son, and for a fleeting moment, the idea of settling down flickered in the distance. But the world he'd come from, and the one that now called to him, had little room for stillness. In the shadows of the borough, larger operations were moving. Gangs merged, territories shifted, and bigger players looked westward. Chicago was becoming the new frontier for enterprise, not sanctioned by law. And when the invitation came to work for Johnny Torrio, a well-connected businessman with roots in vice, it wasn't a hard decision. What Brooklyn gave him was a foundation, grit, instinct, the understanding that power could be felt before it was shown. But it would be in Chicago, amid its smoke and ambition, that he would learn to build something much larger and much more dangerous. Chicago in the early 1920s was a city in motion. Rail lines cut through vast stockyards, steel bridges stretched across thick rivers, and the skyline clawed its way upward, brick by brick. The city throbbed with energy, some of it lawful, much of it not. And in that shifting landscape, the young man from Brooklyn arrived with a suitcase in hand and a name that had begun to mean something back east. He wasn't there to start from the bottom. Johnny Torrio had seen something promising in him, ambition without hesitation. Torrio was calm, deliberate, and precise, more businessman than brute. He wore his suits like armor and kept his violence folded neatly beneath a banker's smile. Under his guidance, the boy who once scuffled in schoolyards began to learn the structure of organized crime, how to build a crew, manage a racket, silence dissent, and speak softly while sending others to do the hard work. Together, they ran brothels, gambling halls, and protection rackets across the South Side. They greased the right palms, kept city officials comfortable, and brought in more money than some legitimate corporations. Torrio believed in avoiding attention, but his protégé didn't always share that view. Where Torrio held back, the younger man leaned in. He liked the spotlight, liked the way people stared when he walked into a room. He had presence, and he knew it. Then, in 1920, something shifted across the country. The 18th Amendment came into effect, launching prohibition. Alcohol, once a staple of American life, was now banned. The law was clear. The country's thirst, however, remained. With a single act, the government had created a market worth millions, illegal, unregulated, and perfectly suited to men like Capone. Speakeasies bloomed behind barbershops, beneath bakeries, inside old warehouses. Trucks loaded with Canadian whiskey and bathtub gin rumbled through back alleys and empty roads at night. Police turned a blind eye for the right price. So did judges. The city drank deeply, and those controlling the flow became powerful overnight. Torrio and Capone expanded fast. They bought breweries, established smuggling routes, and employed hundreds. They didn't just sell liquor, they controlled its entire journey, from barrel to glass. It was an empire dressed as a business, built with iron behind its charm. The money poured in, and with it came new risks. Rival gangs wanted their share. Deals needed protection. Mistakes came with consequences. A man like Capone thrived in this world. He had the instincts of a gambler, the heart of a soldier, and a growing talent for strategy. He could charm a crowd in the morning and order a hit by dusk. People respected him. Many feared him. And some, foolishly, tried to cross him. One of them was Jim Colosimo, a powerful figure who resisted Torrio's expansion into the liquor trade. He saw it as messy, volatile, too risky. But Torrio disagreed, and when Colosimo was found dead in his restaurant foyer, shot in broad daylight, the message was clear. The old world was gone. The new one was being built, fast, loud, and without hesitation. Capone didn't pull the trigger, but he understood what it meant. The rules had changed. This was no longer about running errands or guarding doors. This was about command, about territory, and about survival. He moved his family to a modest house in the suburb of Cicero, just outside the city's jurisdiction, but still close to the action. From there, he began to operate with growing independence, still loyal to Torrio, but more than ready to take the reins when the time came. And the time was coming. It began with a sermon, or something close to it. In small-town churches and city halls alike, preachers and reformers had raised their voices for decades, warning that alcohol was corroding the American spirit. They said it tore families apart, fueled crime, and kept the working man poor. The temperance movement had long argued for change, and in 1920, the nation listened. The 18th Amendment took hold, and with it, the Volstead Act, the legal muscle behind the ban on manufacturing, selling, and transporting liquor. Bottles were smashed, barrels drained into gutters, saloons shut their doors. For a moment, the country felt cleaner, more orderly, but that moment passed quickly, because a law, even when passed with moral certainty, means little if the appetite it aims to tame hasn't vanished. And America was thirsty. From the cracked sidewalks of Chicago to the clubs of New York, people didn't stop drinking. They just stopped doing it legally. Into the vacuum stepped men with muscle and money, men who understood logistics and leverage. Men like Capone. At first, Torrio had set the pace, sourcing booze from Canadian suppliers, bribing the necessary officials, and setting up the underground network. But it was Capone who gave it shape. He understood the city, not just as a map of streets and wards, but as a breathing, wanting thing. He saw opportunity in every pub forced to close, in every politician looking for re-election funds, in every officer who'd seen his wages frozen. Speakeasies, hidden behind soda shops and tailors, lit up with jazz and bourbon. Delivery trucks rolled out by night, loaded with false bottom crates. Rival gangs scrambled to keep up, but most didn't have the reach or the nerve. Capone didn't just sell liquor. He managed distribution, protection, and punishment. He fixed elections in Cicero, placing his people in key seats to create a buffer between the law and his operations. In one infamous incident, his men stormed polling places with clubs and guns, making it very clear which candidate the outfit favored. The city may have turned its face, but it could not ignore him. Money rolled in by the millions, and with it came attention, not all of it welcome. Capone tried to keep a low profile at first, letting Torrio absorb the limelight, but in 1925, everything changed. Torrio was ambushed outside his home, shot several times, and barely survived. It was enough. He recovered, then left Chicago behind, heading for Florida to live out his days in comfort and safety. And just like that, the empire was Capone's. He stepped into the role with surprising ease. He moved into the Lexington Hotel, taking over the top floor and transforming it into a fortress. Guards stood outside his door. Phones were tapped. Rooms were bugged. But he carried himself like a businessman, well-dressed, always polite, generous to those who showed respect. Yet beneath the elegance was steel. Deals were enforced. Betrayals were punished. Entire rival outfits were dismantled. And if someone got in the way, they didn't stay there long. His operations were complex, but controlled. Brewers, drivers, guards, fixers, accountants, all working under a structure he tightened like clockwork. He paid his men well, demanded loyalty, and kept his name out of the paperwork. That last detail would matter more than he realized. Despite the growing risks, Capone lived publicly. He dined at expensive restaurants, tipped extravagantly, and granted interviews. Reporters loved him. He made headlines as often for his clothes as for his crimes. He seemed untouchable. Chicago, meanwhile, drank. Prohibition had created a new kind of tycoon, not one born of steel or rail, but of gin and blood. And in this thirsty, turbulent world, Capone stood at the very top. By 1926, the outfit's reach stretched across the city like a shadow, hard to trace, harder to escape. Breweries ran round the clock under fake names and friendly fronts. Trucks moved barrels of beer past crooked checkpoint guards, their schedules carefully staggered to avoid suspicion. Money changed hands in backrooms and stairwells. The illusion of order clung to it all. But behind the scenes, it was chaos contained by fear. Capone, now fully in command, operated with the discipline of a general and the flair of a stage actor. He hosted charity dinners, handed out coats to the poor in winter, and paid hospital bills for strangers. Newspapers began calling him a modern-day Robin Hood. He didn't mind. Let them think that. It made the rest easier. But image was only half the game. He controlled gambling dens, brothels, smuggling operations, and an ever-growing network of enforcers. There was no loyalty without incentive, and no incentive without fear. Those who crossed him didn't usually get a second chance. Still, he rarely acted impulsively. Decisions were measured, Consequences weighed. His genius lay in how easily he moved between roles, charming dinner guest one moment, calculating strategist the next. The Lexington Hotel served as his fortress and his court. The top floor buzzed with meetings, messengers, ledgers, and murmurs. Outside, photographers waited, hoping to catch a glimpse of the man in his tailored grey suits and cream-coloured fedoras. Inside, he paced like a conductor, every movement deliberate, every nod a command. He made deals with politicians, paid off precinct captains, and knew the names of judges' children. In Cicero, his influence was law. He opened clubs with dancing girls and hired orchestras to play late into the night. Inside, glasses clinked and laughter echoed. Outside, the alleys stayed slick with blood. For rivals, the rules were simpler: comply, surrender, or disappear. When Dean O'Banion, a Northside competitor, refused to play along, his fate was sealed. He was shot in his flower shop, hands still clutching a pair of shears. The message was clear: territory would not be shared. The killing sparked a cycle of violence that hardened the city's underworld. Drive-by shootings became more frequent. Bodyguards became essential. Capone survived multiple attempts on his life, including a daylight ambush that riddled his car with bullets. He survived them all, and each time his legend grew. But even legends need structure. He promoted lieutenants with precision, each given a corner of the empire to oversee. They reported up the chain, passed on payments, enforced rules. Capone watched carefully, rewarding those who delivered and removing those who hesitated. His world was run like a business, but sustained by fear. Not overt, not always bloody, just ever-present. For all his control, though, there were problems no amount of planning could solve. The more visible he became, the more pressure mounted from federal agents and city reformers. His photo sold newspapers, but it also filled the desks of investigators. He dismissed them at first. After all, hadn't he walked out of worse? Still, he was careful. He changed addresses often, used code over the phone, never signed anything himself. His men understood. Loyalty was rewarded, but silence was essential. Yet despite the danger, there was something undeniably magnetic about it all. The money, the power, the rhythm of control. He didn't see himself as a villain. In his mind, he provided what the people wanted. He just did it better than anyone else. And Chicago, whether it loved him or feared him, kept opening its doors. Chicago had become a city balanced on the edge of two realities. By day, it moved like any great metropolis, steelworks humming, trains clattering down tracks, newspapers shouting headlines from kiosks. But by night, it danced to a different rhythm, one written in whiskey and wound tight by men like Capone. He was no longer just a name in the underworld. He was its center of gravity. Local officials deferred to him. Celebrities sought him out. Even those who disapproved could rarely look away. His face appeared in gossip columns beside film stars and heiresses. He hosted reporters at restaurants and tipped in stacks of crisp bills. There was theater to it all, and he was the star performer. But power like his doesn't remain unchallenged for long. Rival gangs, particularly the North Side outfit, led by George Bugs Moran, had not vanished. They'd simply grown more cautious. The truce between factions was brittle, more ceasefire than peace. Small skirmishes broke out, bombings, ambushes, killings in alleyways. But the real battle was for control of the liquor trade, and Capone wasn't interested in compromise. He ran his empire from the shadows of downtown and the relative safety of Cicero. City inspectors were bribed to overlook his breweries. Shipments moved on a timetable, tighter than any railroads. His lieutenants ensured everything ran smoothly. Money flowed up, orders flowed down. Yet even with everything in place, there was no such thing as complete control. One of the most brazen challenges came in the form of a gangland assassination attempt. After leaving a meeting one afternoon, Capone's car was peppered with machine gun fire by rival gunmen. Dozens of bullets tore through the vehicle. He escaped unharmed, but the message was unmistakable. The throne was contested. In response, his grip tightened. More guards, more surveillance, more calculated strikes against those who dared to defy him. He didn't just retaliate, he erased. Warehouses went up in flames. Trusted associates turned up missing. And still, he smiled for the cameras, all charm and gold rings. The violence never touched him directly. That was the brilliance of the structure he'd built. He never carried weapons himself. He didn't sign orders. He gave nods, made suggestions, expressed preferences, and things happened. Those below him knew the cost of missteps. The machine had been oiled with fear and wealth for years now. It ran without squeaks. But the image he projected wasn't only intimidation. There was warmth too. He'd pull stunts like opening soup kitchens during the worst days of the Depression. Lines of hungry men stood beneath signs that read, "Free soup for the unemployed" by Al Capone. To the press, it was either shameless self-promotion or genuine generosity. Either way, it worked. And for all the noise around him, he seemed untouchable. Law enforcement stumbled through cases that fell apart in courtrooms. Witnesses changed their minds. Paper trails vanished. Even his most violent days were dressed in plausible deniability. He'd sit in a box at a Cubs game while his rivals' funeral processions passed a few blocks away. He had made himself bigger than the law, bigger than his enemies, an institution built on charisma, calculation, and cold resolve. But the cracks were beginning to show. Agents watched from unmarked cars. Files grew thicker, and somewhere, in the distance, came the slow, measured ticking of a clock he hadn't yet noticed. The snow fell gently that morning, softening the hard corners of Chicago. It dusted the rooftops, muffled the traffic, and clung to the collars of men as they walked hurriedly through the city's north side. It might have been any Thursday in February, if not for the 6 corpses and 1 dying man laid out in a brick garage on Clark Street, each dressed sharply, each cut down with cold precision. The papers would call it the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. 7 men executed in broad daylight by a team dressed as police officers. They'd lined up obediently against a wall, expecting a raid. What they got was a bloodbath. None of the bullets came from Capone's hand. He was in Florida at the time, nursing a supposed flu and fielding questions from reporters. but no one was in any doubt about who had ordered the strike. It was the most brazen act yet in a long, simmering war with Bugs Moran. The target had been Moran himself, a known rival, brash and persistent. He'd refused to be bought out or bullied into submission. Capone had offered him money to get out of town. Moran declined. He stayed. And so came the plan, simple, brutal, and theatrical. But it failed in its one key objective. Moran, running late that morning, had seen the police car pull up and quietly slipped away. The men inside weren't real police, of course. They were gunmen in disguise, carrying Tommy guns beneath long coats. They gunned down Moran's men, most of whom had no chance to draw a weapon. One of them, Frank Gusenberg, clung to life for a few hours. But when the police asked who'd shot him, he managed just one defiant phrase. "Nobody shot me." The massacre shook the city. For months, the violence had felt like background noise, an inevitable hum beneath the music of jazz clubs and the rattle of streetcars. But this was different. This was spectacle. Civilians recoiled, politicians blustered. The newspapers ran photographs of the bodies, sprawled on the floor, their hats fallen beside them. The public, once amused by Capone's bravado, began to turn. He felt the shift, even from Florida. Reporters grew more pointed in their questions. The attention, once flattering, began to carry weight. He returned to Chicago with fanfare, but tread carefully. For the first time in years, the air felt unstable. Yet he didn't retreat. If anything, he doubled down. He still walked the streets with confidence, still dined at the best tables, still handed out $20 tips like they were scraps. He reminded people, subtly, that he was the man who kept the city running, who paid off debts and kept bars open when others could not. And for a while, that message held. But behind the scenes, things were shifting. Federal agents had begun building cases, not on the murders. They were too clean, too carefully executed, but on the business itself, the ledgers, the bribes, the movements of money. A silent war was unfolding in back offices and courtrooms, far from the streets Capone controlled. Even within his organization, there was tension. Ambitious lieutenants watched closely. Rivals re-emerged. The days of easy dominance were ending, and in their place came suspicion and calculation. Every move had to be measured. The massacre had made one thing brutally clear. Capone would not be ignored, but it had also made him a target. The city no longer chuckled at his swagger. It braced for the next body to fall. And somewhere, deep within the federal government, a small group of men began to ask a simple question. How do you catch a man who leaves no trace? The snow had melted, but the chill remained, not in the air, but in the atmosphere around him. Something had shifted. The massacre had brought silence on the streets, but it had also stirred a new kind of noise. Whispers in Washington, cautious inquiries in City Hall, cautious fingers leafing through bank ledgers in dimly lit rooms. Capone sensed it. The old rhythms no longer held. Deals that once took a handshake now required layers of reassurance. Bribes needed doubling. Friends grew evasive. Some simply disappeared. It was no longer just rival gangs who posed a threat. It was men in suits with warrants and typewriters. Still, the organization ran. Trucks moved on time. Cash flowed, but the smooth machinery of his empire began to grind a little. There were more arrests, more headlines. Some of his men were caught and didn't come back. Others started talking, hoping to buy their own way out. Nothing immediate, nothing fatal, but the cracks were there, hairline at first, just enough for light to get in. Capone responded, as he always had, with confidence and force. He brought in new muscle, paid off new judges, pushed his reach further west, beyond Chicago, into small towns where the law wore a friendlier face. He showed up to events in expensive suits, laughing loudly, tipping bigger than ever. The world would see strength, not worry. That was the plan. But behind the show, the pressure was mounting. One of the names in the growing crowd of adversaries was Eliot Ness, a prohibition agent young enough to be dismissed, at least at first. Ness assembled a small team, hand-picked for their honesty, immune to the usual temptations of cash and fear. They started raiding Capone's breweries, seizing trucks, disrupting supply lines. The press would later call them the Untouchables. Ness didn't arrest Capone. He didn't even get close, but he made things difficult, unpredictable. Costs rose, schedules slipped, and more importantly, he drew attention. Headlines started using Capone's name alongside words like investigation and corruption. He was no longer a charming rogue in the eyes of the public. He was something else now, something dangerous and exposed. The federal government, meanwhile, was playing a longer game. They weren't chasing bullets or bodies. They were chasing numbers. Accountants combed through years of transactions, looking for what Capone had always believed could never hurt him: the paper trail. He paid in cash, used aliases, avoided formal records. But in an empire that large, mistakes happen, and mistakes were beginning to surface. Still, he kept moving. There were lavish parties, new clubs, late-night poker games that stretched into dawn. He welcomed guests with champagne and steak, made jokes at reporters' expense, and insisted he was just a businessman, providing a service the people clearly wanted. "If I break the law," he told one interviewer, "my customers are as guilty as I am." But charm had its limits. The mood in Chicago had soured. The police, once comfortably on his payroll, now eyed him warily. A new mayor had taken office on promises of reform, and the public, burdened by a slowing economy and rising violence, had less patience for extravagance. Capone, ever aware of optics, tried to soften the edges. He funded soup kitchens. He made generous donations to churches. But the harder he worked to polish his image, the clearer it became that something was wrong. The empire wasn't crumbling, not yet, but it was shifting beneath his feet. And for the first time, there was no clear target to strike, no rival to remove. His enemy was something colder, something patient. Paperwork, subpoenas, ledgers, whispers in closed rooms. For a man who had built his world on movement and momentum, it was the stillness that threatened him most. By 1931, the music had dimmed. The clubs still played, the whiskey still flowed, but the mood had changed. What once felt like swagger now seemed like noise. Capone could feel it in the way men spoke to him, in the long pauses, the sideways glances, the sudden disappearances. They hadn't got him for murder, extortion, bootlegging, or violence. They couldn't. There were no fingerprints, no signed orders, no eyewitnesses willing to speak. But they'd found something else, something mundane, something he had never considered his undoing. Unpaid taxes. It began with audits, then interviews. Numbers were matched, records cross-checked. They had informants, witnesses from within his own ranks, flipping not out of fear, but for lighter sentences and smaller cells. Agents followed the flow of money through clubs, brothels, breweries, and asked one simple question: where were the declared earnings? Capone had always worked in cash. That had been the shield. No invoices, no receipts, no trail. But there were cracks. A few wire transfers, property records, lavish purchases that couldn't be explained by his official income, which, on paper, barely reached the level of a clerk. Meanwhile, he was living like royalty. Diamond rings, tailored suits, a fleet of cars. A grand jury was assembled. Indictments followed, first for tax evasion, then for multiple violations of the Volstead Act. There were murmurs that Capone laughed when he first heard the charges. Evasion. He thought they were bluffing, that they wanted a headline, a warning. But when the trial date was set, the laughter stopped. Still, he didn't panic. He brought in the best lawyers money could buy. He tried to buy the jury, as he'd done before, but the feds were watching closely. Jurors were swapped at the last moment. The courtroom was locked tight. At trial, Capone's defense claimed he had no clue about the bookkeeping, that he was too removed from the day-to-day, that he simply took care of his family and occasionally invested in property. But the prosecutors had paper. They had bank ledgers, wire records, testimonies, enough to lay a path from the beer barrels to his accounts in Miami. The conviction came quickly. 11 years in federal prison, plus heavy fines. Not for murder, not for racketeering, for taxes. It was almost absurd. A man who'd orchestrated an empire of vice and violence, brought down by arithmetic. He was first sent to the U.S. penitentiary in Atlanta. It wasn't easy, but it wasn't the end of the world. He still held some sway. Guards could be coaxed, routines bent. There were whispers he lived comfortably. Better than most inmates. But the government had expected this. And so, a year later, they made a move. Alcatraz. A new kind of prison, perched on a rock in the San Francisco Bay, isolated, cold, unforgiving. Escape was said to be impossible. There would be no influence here, no favors, no sway, and that was the point. When Capone arrived, he wasn't greeted with fear or awe. He was given a number, 85. No name, no title, just another inmate on the rock. He cleaned floors, took orders, ate with murderers and thieves. The man who once ruled a city now moved on a bell, spoke only when told, and kept his head low. He wasn't broken, but he was changing. The disease that had long hidden in his body, syphilis, left untreated, was beginning to take hold. He became forgetful, irritable, slower in thought and step. Other inmates mocked him behind his back. Some remembered the man he once was. Most didn't care. The city he'd once ruled moved on without him. Rivals stepped into the vacuum. Politicians cleaned up their offices. The press found new stories. He remained on the island, not as a king or a legend, but as a fading man behind a thick steel door. There was no skyline out here, no honking cars, no clatter of streetcars, no city crowds parting to let him pass, just sea spray and gull cries and the wind off the bay, cold and constant. Alcatraz was not a prison designed for punishment alone. It was designed to erase. Inside the walls, everything was regimented. Cells 6 feet wide, lights out at 9, silence during meals, every movement accounted for, every sound monitored. The man who had once moved through ballrooms and backrooms alike with easy command now waited for his meals in line and swept hallways for hours each day. He had become a number, inmate 85, and the staff made certain he knew it. Capone tried at first to reassert some control. He offered advice, made polite overtures to the guards, tried to slip into a role of influence. But this wasn't Chicago. There were no favors here, no bribes, no leverage. His name held no weight on the rock, and when he pushed, he was met with nothing at all. The other inmates watched him, some with amusement, others with resentment. Many had lost friends or family to the violence of his empire. Others simply saw weakness where once there'd been command. Capone had brought the gangster image into the newspapers, into legend, but here, in the narrow grey halls of cell block B, legend meant very little. His health began to unravel. The syphilis he'd contracted decades earlier, long ignored and untreated, now settled into his nervous system. At first, it was subtle. Forgetfulness, headaches, then confusion, periods of vacant silence, sudden flares of temper, followed by long stretches of emptiness. Doctors diagnosed neurosyphilis, but treatment came too late. The damage was done. He took up banjo, reportedly joining the prison band that played on Sundays. Some said the sound of it echoed strangely through the cell blocks, a tinny tune from a man losing himself by degrees. He was no longer the powerful figure who once dined with judges and danced in speakeasies. He wandered the prison yard slowly, head lowered, often alone. His letters home grew scattered. His wife, May, remained loyal, though the visits were rare. She saw what others didn't, the man inside the fading figure. Their son was growing up in Florida, far from the myth and the headlines. Capone would sometimes ask about the weather down there. He seemed to like the idea of it. Sunlight, quiet, familiar food, a life outside these walls. After nearly 5 years on Alcatraz, the authorities transferred him to a lower security prison in California. From there, he was released in 1939, his sentence shortened due to his deteriorating condition. When he stepped back into the free world, he was no longer the man who had once held Chicago in the palm of his hand. He returned to Florida, where a mansion waited for him in Palm Island, once a symbol of his wealth, now just a place to rest. The heat suited him. He fished. He slept. He took long walks in the garden, sometimes speaking in circles, other times not at all. He was no longer feared, nor was he followed. The world had moved on. The country had fallen into depression, then gone to war. The faces on the newspapers had changed, but Capone's name still lingered, like smoke from a long-extinguished fire. On January 25th, 1947, After years of illness, he died of a stroke. He was 48 years old. May was there, along with a few close family members. There was no shootout, no final speech, just the slow, eventual closing of a chapter once written in fire. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well.